It's a big welcome to Zwartkops International World of Motoring, and we're here for the Regional Extreme Festival, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Great to have them on board as well. As we've spoken about the whole year, to get Coke back involved in motorsport is a huge win for motorsport in general. But a big welcome to everybody who's joined us from all around the world. If you are joining us on our live stream, we are coming to you courtesy of Two Wheels and Planet Margate here from Zwartkops. We're actually just below the Kenwood and Goscore Tower there. That's where we were commentating from and where our studio is. So a big welcome to all of you. It is a action-packed day. Remember, it also includes the Zwartkops 200, which we'll get into a little bit later on. But it also been a little bit of a maneuver from a CSI point of view too, as we head into the cold months here in South Africa. It's going to get a bit nippy for a couple of those people that are in need. And a massive thanks to everybody who got behind the blanket drive. We'll get into that also a bit later and show you exactly how that all worked. Speaking of how it all works, that's how it works today. That's the program for today's racing. We're going to be kicking things off in about 2 or 3 minutes' time with the first sprint race for the Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons and SuperHacth. That's an 8-lapper. Their second heat, of course, is the final race of the day, and it's the endurance race for the ATS Motorsport Zwartkops 200. Race 1 of Liqui Moly's Super Vees joins us for the first time at regional level. Great to have them here for a 10-lapper at about 10 to 11. Then we've got the BMW M Performance Racing Series, classes A, B, and C, and then split into classes D, E, and F, as you can see there a bit later in the program at about 12:30 for their first two heats. We'll probably have a couple of guys joining me in the commentary there for those. The Dunlop V8 Supercars are in the house. They're always the big crowd favourite here at Zwartkops, and there is a nice partisan crowd that has come out here on an awesome sort of early winter's weekend. Temperatures expected to get up about 25 degrees Celsius today, so not the boiling hot conditions we've had here in the past that we've been here on the few occasions that we have already, but almost ideal conditions for racing, because it'll be warm-ish ambient temperature, which means good for the engines, but not so good for the tyres. And of course, all of these cars that run today run on Dunlop rubber. We've got ATE Volkswagen Challenge. They're in the house as well for two heats, and their reaction is always good because it's split into classes A, B, and C on track at the same time, which is going to be very interesting around the shorter circuit compared to the last time we saw them in action at Kyalami. And then finally, it's the DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubricants. They will be, of course, up at about 5 to 1. There's a circuit break, and then we'll do all the racing again in each of those categories, ending off the day with a 200-kilometer endurance race with ATS Motorsport being the main sponsor of the Zwartkops 200, but also some lights being provided by our generator services inclusive. The GSI team have brought us some lights to play with later on. So if it does get a bit dark later on, which it's probably going to do, we are going to get these cars and a couple more all involved in some great action for the 200. So on track, as we said, is Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons. It's SuperHacth all combined. We've got the GT class, which has only got 2 cars in it today. Class A has got 5. We've got Class B that have got 7 cars in. Class C is the biggest one out there. It's got 9 cars. Class D's only got 1. And then we've got SuperHacth T1 with 1 car. T2 with 4 cars. Class A has got 3 cars. And then we've got B and X in SuperHacth out there as well. So we're looking forward to a great little battle here to kick things off for the 111 GT Sports and Saloons, including SuperHacth. And that, of course, is proudly brought to you by Ferro Energia, your green energy partner. And it's great to have them on board, along with all our associate sponsors, of course, with the series, with Coca-Cola, as I mentioned, and Dunlop Tires are also part and parcel of this category. So fantastic to have all of our entertainment here provided by the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Having a look at how they qualified, it is Jonathan Visser and Wouter Roos who are on the front row for Class A. They'll be just behind the Class GT category machines of Mark Dutoy, who was quickest ahead of George Economides, according to what I've seen on my screen here. And then in Class B, Maritz Leroux and Louis Scholz will make up the front row of Class B. Chris Tate and Sebastian Bulliart will be the front end of Class C. George Iceland, of course, is on his own, so he'll be the only car in Class D, but he'll probably be in that mid-pack of the Class Cs. SuperHacth was Keith and Mikey's, who put it on pole position, and Ishmael Beloy in SuperHacth Class A. Looks like Ishmael Peck with a bit of a problem. He's come in early on there. That's not good to see there for the Boogeyman. He would be in Class B, of course, in that BMW, but maybe possibly having to start from pit lane. I'm not quite sure why. Did he miss qualifying? No, I've got a qualifying time for him, so must have been some kind of infringement that he made. And he's now going to have to start from pit lane in that Monster and DC sponsored car. Very similar to sort of colours that the late great Ken Block ran on that BMW. So here they come to take up their positions for the start. That Toyota Corolla will move off the circuit completely. That is our official safety car, of course, provided by Pretoria Toyota. Long-standing relationship here with the circuit with that dealership, so fantastic to have them supplying a brand new Corolla GR as our official safety car, taking over the duties from the long-standing Toyota 86 that's been there. Nice to see the car care banners up there as well. Great to have them supporting our marshals, giving them a little bit of shade to enjoy the day's racing from, and a big thanks to them as we start things out. Always can't go racing without the Orange Army. It looks like George Economides might be holding back here slightly. I'm not quite sure why he hasn't gone right up there with Mark Totoy, but as the lights go out, Totoy drops the hammer. He'll get the whole shot easily. Looks like Votorus is going to get the whole shot in Class A, just outgunning Jonathan Visser down into turn number 1. On the outside is Leonard Archer, and coming along for the ride there, you can see how Archer's pushing already to try and stay ahead of Mal Spur. So a little bit of battles already starting to ensue in that mid-pack. Labuskakny coming through there as well. He's the only Class X competitor, if I'm not mistaken. No, he's got a couple more. There's Tyron Pillay and Marcus Sullivan, I beg your pardon. There goes Peck from pit lane. So he's got a bit of work to do from the back of the pack. Let's see how things roll out here in this first lap. So up to second place in Class A is Wayne Robb. Wayne Robb's moved up in that ST Focus. He's made his way up nicely. Louis Scholz looks like he might have just taken the lead there of Class C and hung on to it. In fact, Class B, he's looking for a way to come through there in that 777 Honda of his. So the car care clinic machine is slowly but surely sliding through there on Wayne Labochki. So Labochki losing out there in the Shield Golf to the car care clinic Honda. A little tap. Ooh, that might have been an early tap there. Labochki getting a little bit of a wake-up call. Here comes LaRue. And as I said, Labuskakny in the Subaru about to join that party as well. And they come onto the brakes down into turn number 8. The maneuver on the inside there, that's a new car as well coming through to play. Sean for Mark Stoutgat, as we like to call him. He's on the tailpiece there of Malspur, trying to find a way through in his BMW. Then further back, Leonard Archer side by side in that backpack with the Class C competitors. Chris Tate having a fantastic battle there with Bulliot, both the Bulliot boys, Sebastian and Anthony. And then it's Keegan Nathan, I think, who was just squeezing through there as well. So a good ride there and a good start to the front end of Class C as they come through. A little bit further back, that's Tyron Pillay, another one of our Class X competitors, also part of that SuperHacth brigade. So as they start to settle things down here after the first lap in anger, it's Economides, Votorus is third, Wayne Robb is fourth on the road, but second in Class A. Jonathan Visser is up into third place in Class A. There's the Bat Lady. We haven't really spoken about her just yet, but a nice run from Elke van Vledder and Henry van Vledder. Of course, Henry will be sharing the car later on in the endurance race, but right now Elke starting the day's proceedings. Nice sort of 1946 fuselage style livery on the side of that machine. I like the big mouth with the smiling teeth there. Very similar to what you used to see on like Spitfires and P51D Mustangs. Out there, of course, on a little Honda or a Polo, I think it was. It's always nice to see when they do some nice livery like that on the race cars. Down towards turn 8, Ishmael Beloy also in a bit of a fight of his own. There's the first time we see Keith and Mikey's as well. The TRC man, he had a fantastic run at Kyle Army, finishing up on the podium. And he's looking to do more of the same here. And from my neck of the woods, LA, Lower Alberton, looking for a good race day once again there is Keith and Mikey's in that TRC Renault. And they're starting to close up onto the back end of another one of the Hondas. So there's a bit of fun and games to be had out there. A couple of new drivers into the mix as well. A couple of seasoned campaigners that'll be making their way back into race cars later on. We'll get into them a bit later. Of course, one of them would be Keegan Ward that I'm mentioning. The 555 car coming through the field as well, looking for a way through. Not going to be an easy day in the saddle there for that machine, but slowly but surely making his way to the front is Bram Miller. Probably got a little bit of extra straight line speed compared to the Polo that Subaru just went flying past of Keegan. So Nathan having some battles of his own right from the word go. Do like to see that kind of a battle. As we get into the mix of it first time here. Let's have a look and see how it stands. We're looking at by class at the moment, but if I go back to the standings overall, Totoy is out front. And he's got the hard-charging Wouter Roos, Wayne Robb, and Jonathan Visser. You can see Visser there has closed that gap down. This is the lead battle heading into turn 4. Mark du Toit fighting there with George Economides in the Wealth Avenue and Martini Racing colours. And looks like the Golf having a go into turn 5. Is he close enough? Mark du Toit is going to keep him honest. He does just. Gives him a little bit of room to play, but don't want to give him too much room. Cuts off nose there as he come through for turn 6 into Kenwood. Ooh, smoking rubber, smoking tyres. That's how hard Georgie was having to brake as he went a little bit too hot into turn 6 through 7. He has to back out of it slightly, so that lost him a little bit of the drive that he'd got earlier on. But now tries to get the drive down the main straightaway and into turn 1. Looks like a little bit of smoke in the background as well. Wonder if somebody's put a wheel off onto the dirt, or maybe there's a problem with a car in front. Didn't see any flags waving. So, there is change of surface. Change of surface down into turn 2. I did see that flag. So, I think there's a possibility that there's a... that car is battling into the right-handers. When that left wheel gets out of shape, there it is. That's the car in question. It's the Honda, but I'm not quite sure which one. If I look at it here... and you got a car that spun out of the top of the hill as well. So, some problems all around the circuit. Looks like that might be Chris Haber, who had a bit of a problem at the top of the hill there. No, it was George Iceland. George Iceland's got out of shape there. Yes, there we go. Iceland and Henning would be sharing that Sirocco if they can get it fixed, but there is certainly some damage on that machine. Now coming up onto the back end of one of the SuperHacth cars, Mark du Toit having to go defensive, keeping out George Economides. Economides around the outside, just trying to split the two, but he can't find a way through. And it's all good in the hood as they come down towards turn 8. Oh, lovely stuff. Du Toit just shuts the door and does not let Economides through. So the fight remains out front. Safety car has been deployed. Safety car boards are out, so everybody will just back off slightly now. Fastest lap on the last lap actually came from George Economides, despite the fact that he was fighting behind Mark du Toit. Du Toit is just up the road, so the safety car will try and catch Du Toit and get past him. I think Mark will realize that the safety car is coming. I'll probably slow them down to allow him to get through. Looks like we got some new wheels and rubber on that car as well. Not quite sure who supplied that, but we'll try and find out for you. But certainly some new fat tackies and mag wheels on that machine. It's the 41 car that's parked and caused the problem. Mike O'Sullivan, I should have remembered because of the green colours. Marco always runs some Irish green on his car somewhere. It's just not normally the colours he would be running on his normal race car. So I didn't pick up on that sort of battleship grey Honda that he was in. Maybe some new livery coming soon for Mike O'Sullivan, but certainly not going to finish up this first heat. There's Keith and Mikey's going through turn number 1. They've let the safety car go through. So it's Du Toit, Economides, and then Wouter Roos. There is Georgie Iceland, parked on the sideline. Unfortunately, he went off and looked like he went straight into the wall as well, with a bit of damage that's on the front end of that Sirocco. Gerard Henning, I'm sure, is probably phoning a couple of friends of his that have about a 700 collection of Siroccos, looking for some spare parts for that car, so they can get it back up and running in time for later on this afternoon. Because remember, their second heat is part and parcel of the Zwartkops 200 endurance race that happens here now. Remember, it used to be the Pekisa 200, but of course we don't go to Pekisa, unfortunately, anymore. It's such a big loss to South African motorsport, is that circuit and the way it's gone to wreck and ruin. But we do have Zwartkops and we play here often, and these guys and girls will certainly be looking forward to the endurance race that runs into the night later on as they come past the AMG Driving Academy there in the background. It's the AMG Driving Experience, and of course that runs out of Zwartkops. The GR Academy have got their karting circuit there, which Leroy Poulter runs just behind Marco there. And then at the top of the hill, they've got their HQ for the Driving Academy for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Volkswagen Motorsport and Volkswagen Driving Academy are still based here as well. So there's lots to see and do if you do come through here in the week. And there is, of course, a lot of driver training you can get from the various manufacturers that are based here at the Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Cars are starting to concertina up a bit, which is a good thing. That's not such a good thing, but of course that's the only place they can go and hook that car up to try and get it out of harm's way. Hopefully in time before the safety car gets there. I'm sure the safety car driver will be warned that they're going to be taking a car across the circuit to get it out of harm's way, and that's exactly what he's done. He's slowed the pack up completely. So if we look at how things stand from a class point of view, I'll go back to the standings there. We've got Wouter Roos ahead of Wayne Robb and Jonathan Visser. Iceland's out of it, as you can see. In Class B, it's Louis Scholz, Wayne Labotsky, and then it is Sean Vermaak just ahead of Mel Spur. Class C is Bulliart, Tate, and Keegan Nathan. Class D is Iceland, unfortunately, who's out. He's not going to be finishing this one, so he won't be classified in Class D. Mark Toy still leads, as you can see there, in terms of the GT class. And then in the SuperHatch, it's Keith and Monkeys, Leon Brienkamp, and George Aldrich, who lead our T2. T1 in Class A SuperHatch is Ishmael Beloy, Suman Mudley, and Jonathan Dutoy. Did not start this one, but maybe he'll be back later on for the endurance race. So that's how we stand in the classes at the moment, as we're still under safety car due to George Iceland's car. Just in the top of the screen there, you can see the yellow Land Rover that's pulled that Sirocco back into the middle of the circuit, and hopefully now we've got a clear track. Maybe just a little bit of cleanup to do there before we can get clearance to go racing again. This is an 8-lapper, and we've completed 5 of them. So it's probably going to be about a 2-lap sprint race by the time they come in, and I think there's a possibility that those lights will go out on that Corolla on this lap to give them a chance. We've got change of surface heading through turn 3 as well. That's also a bit of a concern. It's a very fast corner, turn 3. That brings them onto the back straight away. That's where Maiko pulled over, and I think the change of surface may have come from that Honda. Maybe a little bit of fluids of some nature have dropped onto the circuit out of that Honda's engine bay. So that's Wouter, that's Wayne Robb. Behind him, Jonathan Visser, Piet Potgieter, and Craig Priestley. Then it's Louis Scholz and Wayne Labotsky. There is Stoti ahead of Mal Spur in the second of the Origin Oil cars. Both of them prepped, of course, by Nathan's Motorsport. Then ACD Velkom is Leonard Archer. Fantastic to have him back in the pack as well. He's got Ishmael Peck just behind him by the looks of it. In terms of the standings, I don't think he's just behind him completely. He's a couple of cars back, having started from pit lane. But with the safety car peeling in, here we go racing again. Economides can't pass Mark until they've crossed the start line, and then it's every man and woman for themselves out there as we complete lap number 6 of 8. And good move, early strike coming from Economides, diving on the inside and finding a way through. Wayne Robb trying to use the back marker to his advantage as well to try and catch Wouter out. Wasn't able to do that. Wouter Roos saw him coming and just managed to hang on as they're going to catch the corner. So Wouter hangs on to the lead of Class A, closing in now on Mark de Toy. I wonder if de Toy's got a bit of a problem. The Porsche's certainly got a bit of a problem there by the looks of it. Falling through the pack there ever so slightly, and being eaten up by Hondas and Polos and Ford Figos as they head up towards turn 4. This is the lead of Class A. Wouter Roos tucked in behind the second place of GT category, Mark de Toy, as you watch George Economides getting away rapidly at the front end. That Wealth Avenue and Martini Racing Golf 1 absolutely flying to get away from this pack. Wayne Robb slowly but surely closing in on Voti. And then Visser just behind that with no answer on that start. But fortunately, Jonathan Visser has kept Piet Potgieter and Craig Priestley behind him. As they come up to complete another lap, this looks like we're going to be going into where things change up here pretty rapidly in terms of the standings. Overall standings, de Toy was at the front, but it's now going to be, of course, none other than Economides. And Economides at this point in time is the man to catch. He has a move from Potgieter, trying to close down on the back end and find a way through there on Jonathan Visser. It's certainly got a lot closer between the two of them. And there you go, he's actually got through. So the Rocky car moves up into second place, or third place overall, I beg your pardon. We've got change of surface again and guys backing up. Was that the flag? Okay, I didn't see the flag, sorry. And my timing monitor still says I've got 3 more laps to go. So apologies on that. The flag must have come out and I didn't get that one. So I didn't quite see the flag come out for George Economides. But Economides has definitely taken... There he is, that confirmation, thank you very much. There we go, now I can see the flag. I can see it perfectly because it's Henny the flag. That's Henny 500 blood donations flag there, by the way. That's an awesome achievement there for a man or any person in the world to have given 500 times some quarts of blood for donation to help with other people when they're in need. So yeah, hats off there to our flag man. All right, so we're moving into Super Vees, which of course is a new category to our regional extreme festival, presented by Coca-Cola. And let's go and catch up with Jean-Andre and Claudio down in the pre-race area.
Jean-Andre, you're on pole. Talk me through that qualifying lap.
Yeah, I think this morning it was quite difficult, but slippery. Track was quite cold at plus minus 10 degrees. We got the right setup for this morning. It wasn't too bad. It was on rails, so I can't complain. Lucian had a bit of suspension problems, but yeah, pole position with 1.7 seconds. I don't think it's bad for the conditions this morning.
All the best, bud.
Thanks.
Lucian Ramchanda, you've done Formula Vee and Super Vee. What's the difference?
The two cars are very similar. This car's got a lot more aero, so through the high speed corners we've got a bit more grip. The lap times seem to be more or less the same because we're carrying a bit more weight, but I think the 1600 engine is definitely performing quite well.
You had some problems in qualifying. Talk me through it.
Yeah, so we've got a bit of issues with our front suspension. There's a bit of movement on it, which is why we were a bit slow this morning, but yeah, we're going to do the best we can.
All the best, man.
Thank you.
From go-karting to now single-seaters. Took me through the big change here.
So obviously it's a bit like a bigger go-kart. So I've been racing Cobras now for the last 2 years. Again, something different, but it's all about the new experiences.
And tell me about qualifying. How was it this morning for you?
I actually ended up better than I thought. It felt really slow for me, but starting P5 is actually quite cool. And then obviously just see how we go. We're doing standing start, so I've got that from the shifter racing, so I should know how that goes. But obviously we just want to get off the line, and then we see how we do in the first heat.
All the best.
Thank you.
What an awesome day out to be at Zwartkops Extreme Festival. Absolutely incredible. Thank you Liqui Moly and Zwartkops for this awesome experience, and looking forward to an awesome day out on the track. Gonna enjoy the car as a rookie, my first season. Loving this track, well kept, well maintained. What an absolute experience to be here today. So thank you to everyone in Motorsport South Africa. Really appreciate what you guys do for us. Cheers.
And that, if I'm not mistaken, is a guy by the name of Tony Fun Benoni. Always lucky when the guys have some fun and games with their names on the official timing board. We don't have official timing yet, though. I don't know, Paulie, if you've got it, but I'm battling with mine, bro. It's absolutely nightmarish at the moment. I've got BMW loaded as the next live on my screen, and it should be Super Vees, because it's definitely Super Vees that are down in the pre-race paddock.
From Liqui Moly. Is there any car that isn't Rapture in Liqui Moly colors?
Listen, yeah, we are proud Liqui Moly, so I wish everyone could be wrapped in Liqui Moly. Yes. 1, 2, and 3.
Tell me about your involvement in the sport. What made you decide to get involved with Super Vee?
So I am Liqui Moly's innovation manager, and yeah, I'm here to support our team, part of our team. We are amazing, we are an amazing brand, and yes, I wish everyone can have Liqui Moly in their cars, yeah.
Awesome, all of the best.
Thank you so much. Give them some Molly.
I'm sure it was pretty self-explanatory why we weren't on track yet. Marshall's down at turn 2, having to do a little bit of cleanup work between 2 and 3 before we can send our Super Vees, proudly sponsored by Liqui Moly, onto the circuit for their first race. First time that they've joined us as part of the Regional Extreme Festival as well, so great to have them on board. And hopefully it's going to be a long-standing relationship here. As they roll out, we caught up with a couple of the drivers, as you heard, chatting to us about being part and parcel of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. But you heard there from the activation manager from Liqui Moly. They certainly are loving their involvement with the Super Vees. And Jean-Andre Leroux and Lucian Ramchanda 1 and 2, or reverse order in terms of their numbers, 2 and 1 on the front row, are of course one of the several cars that are Liqui Moly wrapped in this field. And a nice indication as to how the support for this category comes from the Liqui Moly brand. They also, of course, spending this week at Nampo. I think the big boss lady was probably at Nampo and couldn't make it here today. That's the reason why she's not here today. But an awesome time for her anyway, as I see a race winner coming into my office for the first time today. Mr. Vota Ruiz coming to say, how's it? Race 1 win there, Voti. Good luck for later on, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy the day. I'm sure it's going to be a good one later on in that Zwartkops 200. But we've got a couple of sprint races to get through first before we get into that one. Firebreak SA, of course, also one of our associate sponsors here, along with Liqui Moly for the Super Vees. And looking forward to a great battle there, particularly between Jean-Andre and Lucian. Those are kind of the two top runners. Jean-Andre actually getting almost 3 seconds up the road ahead of anybody else in the qualifying this morning. Have a look at the man who's in third place as well, as we see our Coca-Cola beverages branding blowing in a slight breeze that's now picked up here at Zwartkops. Early B, that's DJ Early B, who's in third place ahead of Philip Bellingen. And then Fabian Lance and Kursi van der Merwe, Grant Will, Tony van Benoni, Blaine de Melon and Albertine Pienaar are, of course, the top 10 there. But I was just having a look at Early B. Early B joined Super Vees probably about a season and a half ago, having never driven a race car before. He's normally on the 1s and 2s as opposed to in first, second and third gear. So the DJ himself has certainly got to grips with these cars. And with him getting to grips with these cars has now become a major factor in the front end by the looks of it. Yes, he's still 3 seconds off the pace setter, but take into account that, considering the fact that he's never driven a race car other than the few times he's been behind the wheel of a Super V, his progress to the front has been pretty rapid. So we'll keep an eye on him and see if we can keep out Bellingen. Fabian Lance, seasoned campaigner in motorsport is Fabian Lance, especially in a single-seater, and particularly in karting more than anything else. Kursi van der Merwe, Grant Will, Tony van Benoni. Blaine de Melon has had a lot of experience in single-seaters. And then as we go back there, we pick up on Kanya Mahanyana, Ariette van Wyk, and Jean-Andre Johnson. So standing by now for these lights to go out. It is a standing start for the Super Vees, and they drop the hammer down. Couple of cars stuck on the grid. Ooh, didn't quite get the start they wanted. That was possibly going to be Kanya and Jean-Andre Johnson at the back of the pack. As we pick up in that mid-pack battle already, it's Albertine Pienaar putting the pressure on, locking up brakes down into turn number 2, Cashel corner for the first time as well. A couple of cars. Ooh, and some rubbing is racing as they go through there. The 44 of Kanya getting up the inside, and Mahanyana unfortunately getting it all wrong into turn 2, tagging wheels with another Super V on the outside. And it could possibly be in there with Jean-Andre Johnson or Henriette, I should say, van Wyk. So some nice little battles going to start to rage here right from the word go. And you can see the 10 car squeezing through. Grant Will just losing out as Albertine Pienaar makes his way to the front end and has moved himself up possibly into 7th place there from a 10th position start. So 3 positions made up in the space of 5 corners. It's Liqui Moly liveried cars, literally 1 to 7, make that 1 to 6 now as they come through there. It's the welding machine that dives through there up into the 6th spot and pushes one of those Liqui Moly liveried machines down 1 place. As they come back down onto the braking point for turn 8, this is to complete lap 1 of 10 laps for these drivers. Jean-Andre will lead things out. Fabian Lansdown in 7th place. The 44 car, unfortunately, off track. That's, I think, the second time we've seen that car go off track or be involved in an incident. That's Kanya Mahanyana. So Mahanyana not getting to grips with that car that easily from the word go. 2 out front, though. That is Jean-Ray Leroux ahead of Lucian Ramchanda, and Early B ahead of Philip Belligen. Grant Will, Albertine Pinard, as I said, is up into 6th place. That was a good move from him. The 18 car coming through there, slowly but surely making his way to the front, is Will. And remember, Grant Will also looking for a chance to try and be at least ahead of his stablemates there in that Liqui Moly camp. Although they're all sponsored by Liqui Moly, there are about 7 of the 14 cars that are in the Liqui Moly livery. Ramchanda has actually been caught here by Early B, so that's an impressive drive here from Early B. Little DJ, as we like to call him, is slowly but surely getting to grips with how these cars work. And is putting pressure onto a man who's had quite a bit of experience when it comes to the sport of single-seater racing. Ramchanda at one point in time found his way up in the national championships for Formula Vees. He's been in the Formula 1600 category as well. So certainly knows what to do behind the wheel of a single-seater. And if you look in the background, that's the gap now between himself and Early B in 3rd place. He's made a little bit of ground up there coming out of Castral Corner. Fastest mover on the track, though, is certainly that man in car 10. Albertine Pinard now up to 4th, getting through there on Philip Belligen. So Belligen dropping down 1 place. He will be looking to try and keep out Fabian Lance. Crowd starting to pull in here, and the grandstands are starting to get fuller and fuller. That's good to see. And there's Grant Will, Senna-esque style helmet there in his car as they come down the hill towards turn 8. Belligen trying to catch onto the back end there of the Super V of Early B, but B seems to be a little bit further up the road than what he'd like him to have been, that's for sure. Not quite working out according to plan there for Belligen's point of view. Will trying to keep out Fabian Lance. Albertine Pinard also starting to come up into the grips of that Liqui Moly battle. See slightly different chassis on these cars as well. They've gone with the different versions that are available. 31 car out there, of course, is Jean-Ray Johnson running with the rookie tape on. So first time out there as well. We heard from one of the rookies, that's Fabien in 96. Easy to spot the purple and yellow helmet of her favourite livery, but being caught and passed there is Jean-Ray Johnson. So Johnson's going to be lapped. Kanya Mahanyana, I think, has gone back into pit lane. A little bit of smoke starting to come out of Fabian Lance's car. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Smoking the field at the moment is Jean-Ray Leroux. He's definitely found a way to the front end of this pack and has got to grips with his car nicely here today. Blaine de Malon starting to make his way slowly but surely into the higher, or lower I should say, single digits, but higher up the field. So LaRue hangs out there. Ooh, a little sideways there from B. That's allowed Albertine Pinard through. Pinard now up into 3rd place. Early B dropping down 1 position. Held that 3rd place for a long time. I think Albertine Pinard must have had a problem in qualifying. It's usually the kind of pace we'd see out of him is the 11s. So his qualifying did not go according to plan if he's had to come from the back of the pack and make his way through. He's got himself up now ahead of Early B for 3rd. Oh, Swart, Early B, as he likes to be known in the DJ world, down into 4th place now. So a little change up there from them, as they've just gone past the halfway stage. There's a change up as well as B's. Oh, it was Albertine with the problem. Albertine Pinot with a problem coming out of turn 2. So Vees retaken that third place. So we've got that Solution Ramchanda in second. There comes B onto the back there for third. And I think Albertine Pinot's got a problem. Yeah, he's dropped right back and out of it completely. It's allowed Belgian and Fabian Lance back through. And there must have been some kind of issue there on his car. It's a pity to lose him so early on because he was going so well. Albertine Pinot, of course, running in the Raymer chassis as opposed to the Lantis. There's a Stealth, a Raymer, a Forza, an Ashley. There's a Space Frame, there's a Sting, and there's an Amiga. There's a whole bunch of different chassis that they're playing around with to try and see what the best options are. A little bit of a fight on here again now between Fabian Lance. Engine trying to hang on for now, but Lance is applying the pressure. Looking for a way through here. See if she can squeeze through and find it to get just up the road. Maybe up into the top 4. We've completed 6, so it's about 3.5 laps to go for the leaders, but 4 for these two. They've only come out of turn 2. That's Ramchanda in second. Andre just up the road from him in first. Fabian Lance certainly applying a lot more pressure here onto the back end of the 11 car of Philip Belgian. Nice little fight here. This is a great battle actually. Fabian putting the car into the right place, finds a way through. There comes the experience coming from karting. Knowing that if Belgian went up onto the left-hand side and went a little bit too hot, he's going to lose that position, and that's exactly what happened. Looks like a bit of body parts. Oh, there is lots of body parts. That is Andre Johnson off the circuit. So the rookie, looks like he might have had a problem going into turn 8. There'll be yellow flags into turn 8 for a while. Green flags going into turn 1 because that's where the harm is now out of the way. So Jean-Andre Johnson, unfortunately, there has parked it on the sideline and looks like he might be out of harm's way. So I don't think we're going to need a safety car again here, but we'll keep an eye on that just in case. This is second place, Lucian Ramchanda. There is Johnson with the rookie tape on the back of the car, just to remind the other drivers that he is a new man to the series. We're picking up on our leader here. No, still watching Ramchanda. Ramchanda at the moment is in second place as he heads down the hill. Leader's gone across the line. Just I heard him in the background outside our window here. And it's almost a 9-second gap between first and second. 44's had some off-track excursions we saw earlier on there for Kanya Mahanyana. About a lap and a half to go. There is the stricken car of Albertine Pinot. He's parked on the sideline. There is the leader picking up on the 2 car, and someone looks like they might have gone off just ahead of him. A little bit of dust and dirt being thrown up there. Is that possibly from Henriette van Wyk? It may have been. I don't know if she went off or not, but certainly closing now onto the back end of the number 5 car. And that'll be with 2 laps to go. Well, according to the board I just saw, this is the last lap, yeah. I think Henny might not have changed that number 2 to number 1 in time for the number 2 car here. So we're on to the final lap now of the first time that Super Vees, courtesy of Liquor, there we go, he's changed it now. They've now changed it. I think there's a little bit of issues with signal here today. I know the fiber's down at the circuit, so if we are slightly behind or slightly ahead or just miss out something, it's due to some internet signal issues that we're having here with our timing monitor. But up to the top of the hill, and I don't think there's going to be any issues here other than just getting through maybe on the back marker. Will we see Jean-Andre go with a almost 16-second lead? He doesn't need to. There's no necessity to pass the orange car out front, unless he really wants to, but he probably will going down into turn 8. Here we go. Probably one less lap to do there for Henriette. And checkered flag will be standing by for your race 1 winner out of Liqui Moly Super Vees, Jean-Andre Leroux. He normally runs 27 in his past life as a racing driver, but of course finishing second in the championship. It's always nice to have the team in 1 and 2. That's probably what Liqui Moly asked for. And the champion-elect, or the man who's got the number 1 plate, I should say, he comes through there for second place, almost 16 seconds down the road to his teammate. Early B will finish up in 3rd. It'll be Fabian Lance. Coming up in 4th, and 5th will be Philip Belligan. So it's literally Liqui Moly liveried cars 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 as we wrap things up there for the first heat of our Liqui Moly Super Vees. We're standing by for BMW M Performance Racing's classes A, B and C. I'm hoping that someone's going to come and join us for the commentary. It's normally the boss man, and we'll welcome him into the studio if it is, but it'll probably be a little bit later on as we see classes A, B and C standing by. I also see Claudio walking his way around down in the pre-race area, maybe trying to catch up with some of the drivers before they roll out for their first heat of action. A, B and C, D, E and F of course are split here today because of the size of the fields that they've got. I think we'll be in for another great day of M Performance Racing Series action here at Zwartkops.
Rick, you on pole? Took me through the lap. How was it?
It was pretty good. I actually came in halfway through the session thinking 4 flat was good. Luckily the guy said, no, go out and do another lap, and then I had less traffic, and 2.6 wasn't bad. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it.
All the best, man.
Thank you very much.
good turnout. Took me through the field here.
Yeah, so again we got 54 cars that entered, 1 or 2 withdrew. So yeah, we've got nice big fields again, and yeah, it just keeps growing nicely all the time. And then hopefully we'll have all the cars on track today. Unfortunately, I went off in quali, so hopefully my car will be ready. But yeah, let's hopefully have a good race now.
And I see you've got a new addition, the beautiful pace car.
Yes, yeah. So the G87, this is a pre-production car from BMW South Africa that we use, and it's our pace car now for most of the events. Hopefully all the events. It's a stunning looking car.
Yeah, it is a really stunning looking car there, I got to say, Ben. But I believe it's going to be JL, our COC, who's the official pilot for that car. I think the only other man that could fit in the car has now sat in the seat alongside me. And if we turn his mic on, Nick will say, yeah, he would love to be driving that safety car, wouldn't you?
Without a doubt. I've only been hearing the wonders of this car, beautifully prepared by the NGK Pablo Clark stable. It's incredible. They were telling me about at Kyalami, that car reaches 250 kilometers an hour on the back straight.
That's just it's like my Toyota Rumion.
Same.
But that only does it in Alberton. Anywhere else in the country, it can't do 250. Only in Alberton. But yeah, here we go, rolling out. We were just chatting in the background while we were listening to that interview with the boss man, saying that it is slightly smaller field compared to Kyalami, where there were 70 cars. We're down to 54. It's still a horrible situation to be in, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, bringing only 54 cars in a single series must be incredibly disappointing. But we're used to the numbers, so it's a smaller field this time. Class C is still always the class to watch out for, because you just don't see small numbers there. The fighting is thick in that class over there. But we've only got effectively 3 competitors for Class A, and similar numbers for Class B.
The one thing I've got to take into account is I actually chatted to Salvi when we were in the canteen this morning, and he was super impressed that he was able to get in a 106.9 in a little Class C competitive car. That's pushing the boundaries to, hello, Class B, how are you doing?
No, Salvi and our pizza man himself, he knows this track really well. He's had some incredible ding-dong battles in Class B before. So I think in the Class C field, he finds himself with a wealth of experience, and he's put it together in qualifying. And I think it's his race to lose now for that Class C battle.
God, look at them. They just keep hauling through your Class C. Let's go. Class C, what are we looking at? We're sitting on 13 cars in total for Class C. 4 I've got for Class B and 4 for Class A. Is there been an issue with one of the cars in Class A? So I just want to double check with you.
Right. Bob Neal, unfortunately, that car, he did a lap and had to come straight back in after qualifying, so he's out. So that leaves it to Rick, Leon Lopesher, and Fabio Fedetto.
Loreo, hey?
Sorry, that's right.
Let me get that right, eh? Loreo.
I'm thinking about, and I think they were at Kyalami, we were looking at the car, we call it the banana, and cheap as the pace that they were putting down over there with that combined racing /
Did he wrap the banana because it's red now?
Yes.
So it's like candy apple banana.
Changes some colours, but it was incredible. And so I think, again, similar to Class C with Salvi there, this will be Rick's race to lose, because his pace is incredible. He did a 102. What's the final time?
102.7, yeah.
Incredible around
here. Very quick time. But he's always been a very good driver around the circuit, as has Leon Lopesher, as is Fabio. Lopesher might be able to stay with him. He was into the 103.6s, so he's about a second off. But of course, we know that with Leon, race pace usually comes into play with him, and he'll find something special to come and play with. We look at Class B. We got Lorenzo Cotteri, who's on pole position. Nick Macris had a fantastic run at Kyalami. Anton Pommersheim will be looking to sort of shine, but Renier Smith down in 4th. That's a bit of concern for the champ.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to put in the hard yards today. Probably not where he wanted to finish. He suffered a tyre blowout in qualifying, so he only put a couple laps in. 4th time he suffered that right now, so they're going to do some investigation to find out what's gone on there. Really shocking to see what had happened with that tyre. Hopefully they find that out.
As we see a fellow competitor popping into the studio as well. It's the PAR team coming to join us here, hey? Just sneaking in out of nowhere, hey? Check out the long hair, hey? You can see he's been like on the beach surfing by the looks of things, as opposed to racing cars there, hey? What's happening, bro? All right, so as they come around there for their second warm-up lap, getting some heat into the Dunlop rubber, gives them a chance to get a little bit of extra heat in. And I think that's one of the reasons why they've said to them, listen, go out there and get at least 2 laps in. It is slightly cooler conditions to the last time we were here at Zwartkops. And, of course, the last time at Kyalami when it was pretty warm. So ambient temperatures, of course, mean for lower track temperatures, and that means you need a little bit of extra time maybe on the circuit to get some heat into that rubber. And as they come around now, that 87 BMW, that's the official safety car now from BMW M Performance South Africa. And, of course, prepped, as you heard here from my good friend, there by the Pablo Clark stable. So our COC for the overall event is our official safety car driver for that particular vehicle right now. He will peel off as the lights are out and hand the duties there to Rick and to Leon to take us into the first one as they come down here into the Volkswagen turn. Watch out for Fabio. He's a bit far back there for my liking. I'd like him to be a little bit closer to Leon Lopesha. He might just bunch up now, but Rick looks like he's good to go. He doesn't want to wait around. As soon as those lights go out, he's going to put that little candy apple banana into turn 1 and whole shot, which is exactly what he's done. And I think the same thing can be said there by Salvi. Salvi snuck through there and possibly hang on. Hein van der Merwe, right from the word go, putting the pressure on as they go down towards turn 2. But hello, look at that dive on the inside there. Lorenzo Gatteri and Macris were literally wing mirror to wing mirror out of turn 2.
Looks like we've got a neat start over there. Always worried about corner 2 specifically. Corner 1, the guys are a little bit better behaved, but corner 2, that's the first opportunities to put a dive down the inside. Who've got their brakes and their tyre temps right. That looks like the guys have got it nice and neat and well looked after this time around.
Little love on the inside there early on from a couple of cars.
Looking racy there from Nick Knight, is it M2? He's racing in both classes this weekend. He's got a 1M. He's racing in Class D, E, and F. Now racing in that all carbon fiber BMW M2, beautiful car. But he's racing in both the different classes there. So that's a first for our series, which is really awesome.
It's a tough day when you got 2 cars to play with. Eh? I mean, hello.
Really tough.
You know, he could have phoned you, he could have phoned me. We could have made a plan. We could have done some onboard commentary. It would have been quite lacquer. But no, needless to say, we'll be chatting to him later on. Maybe we'll make a plan for the next round. Lap 1 completed.
Marcus has got some pressure there from Anton Pommersheim.
Pommersheim is putting the pressure on right from the word go. I like to see that. You don't want to see sort of it being given away too easily. Speaking of pressure, incoming. That's a great move there and looking for a chance to dive through. Van der Merwe saw him and was able to, well, he ran a bit hot into turn 2.
Keep that together. Look at you were talking about Salvi. Salvi's putting pressure onto the back of Class B. He's right on the tail of Rainier Smith, currently championship leader and class leader.
Yes.
So that's no mean feat. So really some great pace coming from Salvi over there. We saw a great move in Class C from Hein van der Merwe over there over the old pool man. Osbar Gioni and his beautiful S54 BMW E46. He's being chased by another diesel. So we don't have Gary in the crazy M250D from the Grease Monkey Motor Garage.
Unfortunately, that one died up the hill.
That died up the hill.
I was there, yeah.
It'll be reincarnated, I think.
Over, yeah. He's going to have to do some work to get that thing sorted out. But I'm sure he'll be back by the time we get to your next round of the championship. But unfortunately, not to have him here, it's a big, big loss to the field because he is a very seasoned campaigner when it comes to the battles that would rage in that category and the class that he's in. The most important factor, of course, here is that we've seen a huge growth in your class. There's still growth happening, and there's still a lot more people sort of on the sidelines that are coming through to the track days, that are showing interest, that are building BMWs and wanting to come and be part and parcel of M Performance Racing.
It's huge. It continues to grow, and I suppose the question is, where's the limit? There's going to be huge appetite right now for time trials and what we would call, just high-performance driving events, driving days, different things that you would see at a Super Track Sunday, you would see it on a Wednesday, where people can come and having built their cars, which is stage 1, get an introduction to racing. Because right now, even 2 fields or 2 split classes right now, we may need to start looking at group number 3. The tracks are only big enough to accommodate so much. Great battle going on right now. We can see with Lorenzo Gatteri chasing Fabio Fedetto in Class A. So M4 versus E46 turbocharged right now. And similar right behind there, Nick still defending from Anton Pommersheim in that new car. I'm really impressed with the reliability of that new build. The Fast team from Fast Developments have built an incredible race car right now. And I think they may have had, one hiccup or 2, but for a brand new car, the race pace and reliability this is presented in Anton's hands, fantastic, really impressive.
Yeah, it's sort of, you could say it's got a bit of a granite feel to it, with the Eagle Granite sponsorship on the side of it. It's going like... It's,
real solid.
Hitting it rock solid, exactly. Rock solid.
There we go.
Listen, somebody call 911 because this man has found some serious pace. To run behind a Class A car and stay with him for a long time. Look, he's lost a little bit of ground there on that last lap, but I think that was due to the fact that Fabio said, hang on, let me just turn the work up a little bit, take the pressure off a bit of my side of things, and let me enjoy my race, as opposed to having to go defensive here on the Italian stallion on my tail. Making it very difficult there for Fabio Fedetto. And of course, the Italian battle that's raging here could be sort of a civil war more than anything else. Oh, somebody running wide. I think that might have been that the carbon car. No, it wasn't.
Talking about the Italian battle,
Bilal.
we've got we've got the Italian tennis open on right now. We got the F1
Yes,
in,
Italian Grand
in
Prix.
Imola, so maybe it's the Italian weekend. So let's see how that Italian Open goes. I see Renier Smith has pulled up to the back of that Class B battle, pulled away from Class C leader Salvi Gualtieri. So he's putting pressure now onto that battle between Nick Makris and Anton Pommersheim. So that's a three-way battle. Let's see if Nick's able to keep that together and keep those two try to get past.
Carbon fiber body, he's going to be a little bit lighter, so slowly but surely making his way to the front end there is Nick Naidu. Look out for Reinhard Miller though. Reinhard Miller is going with him. He's not going to make it easy for him. But as we watch Salvi hanging on to the lead, he's pulled it's about half a second, just over half a second though, over Nishal. So Singh at the moment hasn't really got an answer there. Ooh, running on the curbs. Okay.
Nice early apex. See behind there we've got battle N54 versus N55. So we've got Varish Gampath and Archie right behind there. Archie in the 4-door E90, Varish in the E92. Oh, the side by side there, Archie gets past.
I think Archie's got past. He's made a little maneuver there and made it stick. So ACD Velcom BMW squeezing through.
Super close battle there.
How sideways do you want it? I like it like that. Keep it like that, Reinhard Miller. Give me some sideways action, baby. That's the way. Sliding
the first
out
time
of
we've
turn
seen that.
7. Back end of that BM stepped out. He caught it well and just kept it buried, and that's what kept him on track, fortunately. Another lap completed for these drivers, so they're having a fantastic little fight there, and it's literally raging right down to the wire, as it always does in M Performance Racing Series. We're at the halfway stage. It's a 10-lapper. We completed 5. We got Loreo, Lopesha, and Fedetto, your top 3 in Class A. We got Carl Lawrence at our door. We got Guterri, Makris, and Pommersheim in the top 3 for Class B, and it's Guterri, Singh, and Hein van der Merwe, your top 3 for Class C.
Haven't seen much of our leaders, so what's happening up there at the front? We haven't lost anybody, but it's been
Rick's still out front. 1.8 seconds up the road there from Leon, and then it's about 14 seconds to Fabio. Reason we're probably not picking up on them is because of that gap. So there we go.
There
right
we go.
On cue.
Commentator's curse, or maybe we're just asking for it. Thanks, Mr. Cameraman.
Downstairs that I don't know about.
So there we see Rick Loureiro in that beautiful F30 X production car, prepped by the Combine Racing and Lee Thompson team. And we will have Leon Lopesha, previous year's championship winner, chasing behind there. So not the biggest gap over there. I wouldn't feel too comfortable with that, but let's see what happens on the next couple of laps.
Making them up towards the AMG Driving Academy. BMW's flying past. They're going, nah. Yeah. We're on track. A little German battle there. So we spoke about the civil wars. Well, there's always civil wars between those two brands. Unfortunately, they lost out at the hill climb. They didn't lose out here at this stage. So with a 54-strong field, we've got the first half of the pack on track at the moment with classes A, B, and C if you've just joined us in the M Performance Racing Series. And we've just gone past the halfway stage. So Fedetto in second, Gualtieri is third. We're looking a little bit further back here at this little pack. This is Makris defending off Anton Pommersheim, and joining the party there is Renier.
It's great to see that over there. So I wonder if Pommersheim's going to try dive down the inside of there. Yes, he's going to go for it. Oh, he's putting a nose there, and he just pulls it back. Nick keeps the place. But Anton looking super racy right now. Renier will be saying, you guys make a mistake. I'm going to take that place very happily.
Renier might be just hanging back thinking, hang on a second, these two are going at a little bit too hard for my liking. Let's see what happens between the two of them. A little bit later on the race, if they haven't done anything, then I might have a go. So as they come out of Cashel Corner for turn 2-1, once again, the battle on here big time. And
I think this is probably the closest racing we've seen in Class B this entire year. This is really impressive. We've got Lorenzo, who's run away, doing really well. He's chasing the back of Class A over there. But there's a little three-way battle going on right now. Really epic to see. And strange, because we're down one of the typical contenders. We haven't got the German.
The German's not here. Yep, I was going to say, it was one of the links I was trying to get out of that link I went to with the German battle. The German's actually not here. So, Andre will have to come back and fight hard at the next round and see what happens with him. But, I'll tell you something, this has not been a bad outing here for this car. This 911 machine of Renzo Guterri's seems to be sort of absolutely swan song perfect here. He hasn't put a wheel wrong all weekend long. He's been quickest in almost every session so far. So we'll have to keep an eye on him as he progresses to possibly to the back end and maybe into top 3 overall. He might just squeeze through there and put Vedetto out of that top 3 overall. He won't lose the Class A's 3rd place, but might still be in with a chance to spoil his day.
So we've got our pole sitters doing really well. They've owned effectively a almost lights to flags victory. So we've got effectively Rick leading Class A. Class B is being dominated by Lorenzo Gualtieri. Class C, stunning performance from Salvi Gualtieri. So the Gualtieri and the Italian clan are going to be very happy today if they keep this together. And then Rick now chasing the back of Class C, and he'll be coming up on some tail ends over there. Let's see if he's able to get past without any incidents. Otherwise, I think Leon's going to be saying, great, maybe I've got a chance here.
Yeah, coming up, I think, on the back end of, is that Benny, I think?
That's Dierwold Smith.
Oh, Dierwold, yeah. So he goes flying past. The final lap here, of course, for him, he started, which is an important factor, because if he stays where he is right now and no issues on this last lap, it's, as you mentioned earlier on, flag to flag. No worries whatsoever. And this car is absolutely flying here today. There's not an answer from anybody on track to the pace that Rick has been finding. He got down to a 104 as his best lap time. We did get a 103.9 out of Leon, but that, of course, might have been
qualifying conditions.
Yeah.
I think typically when we want to find a competitor for Rick, we've got to look pretty close to home, and we've got to call in his boot to come and pedal the other car. And it's nice to see the Lorera brothers.
The second combined car out, please. Yeah. It's called combined racing for a reason.
Right, not solo.
Yeah, we want the combination of the Lorera brothers. Good job, though. Job done. And first place for Class A for Rick. He takes the victory. Second is going to be Leon Lopes. Just saw him in the background coming across the line there, and it'll be Fabio Vedetto who's going to hang on to beat out this man who's going to win out Class B. A fantastic effort from Renzo. Renzo heads down the hill. He's got quite a decent margin, almost 5.5 seconds over Macris, Pommersheim and Smith, but we did concentrate a lot of our efforts in terms of the coverage on that battle just in the back of it. You see he rolled out on this last lap. He knew that he had to just get it to the line. And it looks like that's going to be how they're going to wrap things up there for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place cars as well. I think Macris managed to hang on. Here's Class C. Salvi with a little bit of pressure at the end there from Nishal, but not enough to stop him from getting the Class C victory. So Classes A, B, and C wrapped up for the day in the first heat of the BMW M Performance Racing Series. Hope you enjoyed.
Osbagioni in taking the last podium position over there. Nice job from the naturally aspirated contender over there. We had Nishal in 2nd and Salvi in 1st.
Yeah. So Salvi, Nishal, and I think it was Hein actually who came through for 3rd. But Oz, as you said, sneaking through there. But my lap monitor is a little bit slow. So.
I've got a feeling Rick didn't know that was the last lap. He passed about the rest of the class.
He missed the flag. He went for another lap there. So,
Class C
well, we'll give him an extra lap there just for a change. I think he might have come 3rd last in Class C. All right, so let's wrap up our M Performance Racing Series Race 1 for Classes A, B, and C. Nick, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck for your first heat later on. We'll let you head down to see things get sorted out with your car. And, of course, I think the boss man will come and join me for that one, I'm sure, for Classes D, E, and F a bit later on. But we're going to head down to the pre-race area where Claudio has picked up on one of Warren Lombard from the Dunlop V8 Supercars.
Paul. Warren, you had a bit of problems yesterday in practice, and you seem to have them all sorted out. How was qualifying?
Qualifying didn't go as planned. We ran into some brake issues, which we hope we've sorted out. We've changed the masters. We kind of think it's that. So hopefully that's sorted and I can chase from behind. Not where I want it to be, but I guess I have to deal with what I've been dealt.
All the best, bud.
Thank you, buddy.
You brought the black cat out of retirement and it's not black anymore.
Well, I saw it parked in the poor garage in the one corner full of dust, and I thought, you know what, the car's there, let me dust it off and let me come and have some fun. And I mean, once it's in your blood, it's in your blood. You can't get out of it. I mean, these cars are so awesome. So yeah, that's why I'm back.
All the best.
Thank you very much, buddy.
Jerry Wilford. Seems like the new paint job has made you go faster. How does it feel?
The car's good. It's an awesome day, and the track was amazing for qualifying. My team, my dad have given me a brilliant car, and now we just got to try and convert it in the race. But it's just awesome. We've got such a nice bunch of guys that we race with, and on or off the track, things are happening. So excited to be here, and hold thumbs for me. Let's hope that I can turn this into a win.
Well, you got to get past the wily old fox there, Ben Morgan.
Yeah, Ben's obviously he's in GTX, so the configuration of the car is completely different. My goal is to stay ahead of these guys. Yeah, you know, the GT1 class. So that's all we've got to do. Effectively, we have a pole position. We've just got to keep it on the black stuff and bring it home.
All the best, bud.
Thanks, guys.
Right, so next up we've got Dunlop V8 Supercars, who are into the pre-race area. As you can see, they're about to roll out for their first heat of today's action at the Regional Extreme Festival, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. And in the break, of course, joining me in the studio is Carl Lawrence, who, of course, spends most of his times in the karting fraternity, but 9 times out of 10, he also climbs onto a microphone, and particularly when it comes to the World Karting Finals, he's, of course, synonymous with some World Karting. So I've got a World Championship commentator alongside me today, hey? So I'm gonna have to bring my A game. Carly, good to have you in the studio, buddy. Thanks for joining us and coming to Saloons. It's great to have you here. I know you've got plans aplenty in terms of what you're doing. Yeah, your main driver, of course, is overseas this weekend. She's in the FIA Academy class this weekend, isn't she?
Yeah, so Emma Rose dialing off to Spain, Valencia at the moment. She did really well yesterday in the top 10 all day, but she's there for the FIA karting trophy. She was invited by the FIA Women in Motorsport. We've also got Jack Moore there as well, though.
Yeah.
So 2 of our drivers overseas at the moment representing South Africa in karting, which is amazing. But I mean, you say world karting commentator. It was only the one gig, Greg. And I mean, I did cut my teeth with you.
Check the box,
so.
I haven't done them. I've done them, but I've only done them once. Jan brings the footage back again. Late Jan, so of course you did that. I never actually did one live, and of course with live stream, the way we're doing things here with the Extreme Festival, it's always great to have the knowledge that comes into play. You've had a couple of opportunities to sort of play around with these, and of course the main man you'll be looking at here is Richard Fuller, but it's nice to see what the older cars can do, and of course they might not be sort of the latest and greatest, but they still have a huge crowd appeal.
Yeah, look, I mean, we were talking about it off air, about the heritage of this class. They started years and years, I think, the early 90s.
84.
Yep, 1984.
Yep.
I mean, my father was involved with this with Rolf Duplessis.
Yep, exactly.
Rolf Duplessis now here in the paddock to help Richard Fuller. So a long heritage of these cars, but it's the sound of them and the way they move across the track that I think it just sparks some sort of passion in the audience, and this always becomes one of the greater
the reason
classes.
I asked you to jump in as well is because you've got an idea of how a locked diff works.
Yeah.
You know, these things run a locked diff, and they can do 140 in first gear. So that kind of shows you it's on a similar sort of karting level, but at 140 k's an hour is slightly different to what a normal kart can do in their first gears.
Look, I think as well that this is more of a throttle like a hand grenade. You got to be a little bit careful with it. You're too scared to give it too much because otherwise you're going to be swapping ends. But it's good to see, like you mentioned, Fuller. He's from karting, a karting background, so locked diff. There's a bit of correlation. So jumping into this as an X125 GP champion, you know, maybe it helps him a little bit. Yeah,
got a little bit of an idea. But he's got some guys he's got to contend with. Terry Wolford's put it on pole. Thomas Reeb is alongside him. You're going to have to watch out for the return of the Italian stallion and Franco Matteo. We just chatted to him there just before we went out on track, and Claudio said to me, did you find this car somewhere? He said, yeah, it was just in the corner of my garage. Hasn't run for a while. I was expecting to actually see him on the hill 3 weekends ago with the hill climb, and he was supposed to bring that V8 to the hill climb, but something must have gone wrong for him not to do that. He's kept it in the trim. And as they come to line up now, it's a slightly different lineup that I'm seeing because Ben Morganroot actually was the quickest car. Reason why I don't see him on my list here as the pole man is because he's actually a Class X competitor. So he gets to have the pole position, having set a 1 minute 0.915, 60.915 lap around here in a V8. That is cooking, buddy.
Yeah, no, that's a proper fast lap time as we head down towards the lights now. The lights are ready to go off. We're waiting for the start. There it goes. Ben Morganroot, well awake there, but who's that behind him there, Greg?
Yeah, right on his tail is Terry Wolford. Wolford with a good start. He's the man, of course, who was in pole for the GT1 category. Remember, with this class, you've got GT1s and GT2s, and just to bring you up to speed on how the difference is there, is the GT2 class run on old rubber. They're not allowed to have any new rubber on their car. They have to buy their rubber from the guys who run at the front end, which brings the cost down slightly in terms of your race budget, but it doesn't give you the same ability as what a new set of rubber will do at the front end. So you got Morganroot from Wolford, Wolford from Reeb, Reeb from Di Matteo having a good start there in the Black Cat, up into fourth place, just ahead of Warren Lombard. Now, we chatted to Warren Lombard just before you came through the door there, and Warren was just saying something didn't go right in qualifying. He couldn't quite find the lap that he wanted. He got Gavin Wilkins to have a look at the car in the interim, and hopefully he's now found that little bit extra pace. But you also need to take into account that there's a bit of strategy that'll be being played around with here. Because remember, the second heat of racing is an inverted grid. So does Warren go all out to try?
Whoa, big move on the inside.
Big move there from Terry into the final corner. Trying to find a way through there on Ben Morganroot. Ben just shut the door, saying, no, I'm not having any of that. You're going to have to work harder than this one. But I was just going back to that strategy chat. Does Warren push as hard as he can to try and get to the front to get the win here? Or does he hold back knowing that he's going to be on the front row for race 2? Always a strategy that comes into play.
You see, you can always think like that, but again, you still score points for your first heat. So whether you want to put those points in the bag towards your championship, or you want to take the risk that maybe in race 2 you can get your head down and get away, like Ben Morganroot is starting to do now after we saw a move from Terry Wolford. Maybe Terry knew that Ben was going to put the hammer down and he needed to get past early and keep this pack a 5-way race for lead.
Well, that's the reason I asked you that question, because you come from a pit lane background where you're telling these drivers, your drivers, what to do, what the strategy they need to look at. If they get to this point, go for the win. If they get to this point, maybe hang for the points, and if they get to that point, hang back. I know you don't have an inverted grid in karting, but if this was a situation and you were working with Fuller today, you'd probably say to him, listen, you're not going to catch those front guys. Hang back, hang tight, and let's see if we can get that front row start for race 2.
Yeah, let's see if you've gotten the car right. If we haven't quite got the car right, just don't push too hard. Keep those tires fresh. You've got a whole nother race coming up, and you're going to be higher up the order. So rather keep your tires a bit fresher, especially if you are Richard Fuller, just having a look here at the back of the front.
Yeah.
Keep your tires fresh so the start of the second heat, you can get the hammer down and maybe find yourself some gap.
100%, buddy. Now, as we look further back there, this is the GT2 class. Alan Ryan having a nice little battle there with Alki Kampan. Alki Kampan, of course, is the man who's leading the championship, I think, in that GT2 battle at this stage, having had a phenomenal round at Kyalami. In fact, I beg your pardon, in my ears, Wayne Spicer's actually leading it, and Wayne Spicer, of course, is in 4th place at the moment. I think that might change, though, Paulie, if you hear me there, if he stays as he is right now. I like to see the Adlam colours on Alan Ryan's car there. Of course, a former 6-time back-to-back champion in Mackie Adlam. No longer racing in the V8s, only piloting his Lotus in the Lotus Challenge these days. But needless to say, still supporting and giving Alan Ryan an opportunity to jump into a car. But keep an eye out on Kampan. If Kampan can get through on him, I think Alki Kampan is looking for the win and possibly to change things up in the overall standings. Because Wayne Spicer also had a fantastic run at Kyalami. I don't know if you were at that bumper day where we had the regionals and the nationals combined. It was a 2-day event where we basically raced on the Saturday, qualified on the Friday, but it was all the classes here and all the national classes combined into one massive event at Kyalami. Information for Wayne Spicer, from your point of view, ex-superbike rider. So has never been in a race car before, other than when he climbed into it in the very first outing this year in Dunlop V8 Supercars. So it's certainly a big change up for him. Likes the speed. He says, you know, he's getting a little bit too old and maybe a little bit too fragile to hang on to a superbike. And of course, if you go down on a superbike at my age, not your age, well, you're a lighting compared to me, you tend to not bounce back as easily as you would if you're inside a cockpit of a V8.
But at least you get to do similar speed here in this V8. You got to hustle this thing around the track on massive tires. Yellow flag there. That looks like Richard Fuller.
Oh, well, you better get down to the pits, bro. You're going to have a word with your boy. I think you gave him the commentator's curse, buddy.
I don't know. Don't be like that now. Come now. First time I've seen the man since karting, and I'll put him in the gravel with the commentator's curse. Unfortunate there for Richard Fuller, but he did mention in Friday practice he was having issues with brakes.
He did that yesterday as well, just to let you know.
So
he did exactly the same
at turn
thing.
2, though.
Okay.
And he did complain about the brakes, so maybe not driver error. Let's give him a bit of benefit. I don't know.
Pot around. Well, he was trying to get some potting soil there from the kitty litter, I think, eh?
You were mentioning Alan Ryan. I actually bumped into him working with Charlton Tromp and then Legend in the pits, and he was also saying comes from a background of F1 powerboats and Superbike, now driving a Westbank V8. And he says it is an absolute phenomenal thing to do, to jump from 2 wheels to 4, the change of the lines, trying to figure that out. But he's really, really enjoying this car as we look at Terry Wolford, though, still hassling on the back of Ben Morganroot.
Yeah, Morganroot's keeping him at bay for now. Yeah, the story of this class, of course, as you mentioned, we chatted about it earlier on, was the initial was modified Saloons. They were brought on board with Westbank joining the party in 1984. 50,000 Rand deal was put on the table, eh? That was the original signing for an overall sponsorship in 1984, and that ran for 3 seasons. So how crazy is that? If you think about it, a set of tires is nearly 50 grand now these days.
Yeah.
Safety car's out. That's because of the Fuller car, and it's in a bit of a dangerous position. But it also gives us a chance to sort of just see how things have gone here. The Italian Stallion's still up there into... he was in 3rd. He's now down to 4th with Reeb sneaking through on him on that last lap. So Reeb is up to 3rd. Warren Lombard maintains 5th place on the track. Or 4th place on the track, I beg your pardon. Fuller's off, as you can see there. Maybe add a little bit of that pot around stuff that's on the side there that got him a little bit sideways.
I don't know, but that car's definitely full of gravel right now.
That's going to be some work for the team, that's for sure. Alan Ryan continues to lead out Class GT2 ahead of Alki Kampan and Stevie Herbst. But we mentioned Wayne Spicer, the overall leader in the GT2 class, down in 4th place, consolidating points, getting what he needs. What's going to happen now is he'll concertina up behind Alki Kampan. And considering we finished 5 of 10, we've still got probably about 3 laps of race action to go, depending how quickly our marshalling team can work. And these guys are pretty rapid here at Zwartkops. There's a combination, of course, now of what was originally the Kyalami Grand Prix Marshals and the Zwartkops Marshals. It's now a joint combination team based here at Zwartkops all the time. But all the major events that happen at most of the circuits up here in Gauteng have some kind of input from this team. So it's great to see them. And without the Orange Army, we can't go racing. So we do appreciate, of course, all the efforts that these guys and girls do to keep us safe on the side of the circuit. Hunley and Doc haven't been called into duty today, and hopefully they don't. That's the most important and greatest part of a race day, is if your medical team stay in the medical centre at all times. And not that we don't want them to be out there, but it is a fantastic effort that they put in too. And we do appreciate everything that they do for us in terms of keeping us. There's Spicy. Haven't really seen a lot of him, but I can tell you he's loving life. And the wellness group, I actually got a chance. I'm going to show you. I'm going to put it up on my phone. You're going to laugh, bro. When I put it up on my phone, I'll show you. He gave me a chance to ride his Honda during one of our Thunderbike races that you used to participate in. So I'll show you. There's the Wellness Group Honda with yours truly on
there
board,
we
baby.
go.
Check that out, eh?
Even showing a hand
little
sign
peace
there,
sign there,
saying,
little
"How's it?"
victory sign, because I was coming stone last, but I gave it anyway, you know. Got knee down, so I was quite happy on that one. Had some fun there. But yeah, Spicy is a fantastic race competitor, and he absolutely loves his racing. It was a long time for him to decide where he was going to go, and I'm certainly glad he bought that Corvette and climbed into it, and is now becoming a seasoned competitor. And of course, our overall championship leader in GT2s at this stage of the championship, but a long way still to go.
But I must say, that is the one thing about coming to these events, especially Zwartkops Raceway. You drive in here. I was actually taking videos on my phone, and the guys all camping up around the edges, around the embankments with their gazebos up. And it's just how I remember motorsport. And this just encompasses all of it, 100%. More people here, more people enjoying it. And the most thing is, it's not always about the winners here. Also, you want to get out there, have fun, and enjoy the circuit. And our spectators get to enjoy that racing as well.
I don't know if we're hooked up to the PA today, but if we were, we could say how's it to those guys and girls out there. I think Leon Undal is doing it for us upstairs. He's going to look after what he likes to call Die Manne op die Walle. That's Die Manne op die Walle there on that back straight away. But there you can see, I mean, young and old, they're all here.
Oh, Richard's
Fuller's got going again.
I'm sure he'll go straight to the
pits. He's going to just pull all that gravel onto the track and take it all the way around. Thanks, Rich. Appreciate that, bud. Just pot around nicely there.
He just wants to make sure
drop the potting soil. He's put his hand up. He's going in. No, he's going in. He's going in. All right, so if that safety car goes in behind him, which it's possibly going to...
Lights are off.
Lights are off. Ben Morganhood's going to now have to dictate the pace for the restart. So we had 2 laps under safety, which means,
Terry Wolf
if I've got it right now, Terry can't pass him until they've gone across the finish line, and only then can he drop the hammer. They've got 4 to go. Let's just double check there on the left-hand side. Yeah.
He got a great launch.
3 to go, and a 3-lap sprint race about to start with Wilford putting the pressure on almost instantaneously. Now, the difference there on the restart, Carl, you would have seen on the start double wave yellows. They keep the double wave yellows right the way through turn 2, and a move on the inside from Wilford having a look to try and keep all the cars on track, because they tend to get a little bit overzealous, as you know, into turn 1 and 2. And then they would only get a green flag there at that marshal point. So that's on a normal start. On the restart, though, it's every man for himself into turn 1, which is why Wilford tried to capitalize on it.
Yeah, Wilford tried to capitalize on that one, though. It has put him in the clutches of Reeb. So heading up towards turn 4, if Reeb gets a turn 5, if he gets a good exit, he didn't, and that puts him in danger from Di Matteo. Looking down the inside, you can't move twice. So Reeb covering the inside, making sure Di Matteo can't get past. But straight away, it looks like Ben Morgan, who's just in this sector, 5, 6, and 7, seems to struggle.
Just battles a little bit of a bigger car that he's playing in there. Maybe not as nimble as the Falcon behind him. Remember, that's the Falcon versus the Mustang versus a Chevy Lumina. Here comes another Mustang diving on the inside of the Black Cat, that Jaguar XKR. And Di Matteo nearly lost out there to Warren Lombard. And a bit of manoeuvring between the two of them, but it's Gavin Wilkins racing versus Di Matteo racing there. And a nice little pack of cars here, all 5 of them. That concertina effect has worked well here. Certainly brilliantly done. It hasn't worked as well there for Stevie Herbst in 3rd. I thought he'd be a little bit closer. Someone's put a wheel on the dirt there. Possibly Warren Lombard trying to... Yeah, it was. That's why I dropped back so slightly. Lombard just a little bit on the dirt there, which had to catch the car, bring it back onto the grey stuff. I want to say the black stuff, but it's kind of like grey at this stage. It goes black on the first race of the season, because they always put that new top on. Yeah. That bitumen is just so nice when you get here for the Passion for Speed Festival, which of course is the opening round of any motorsport in South Africa. Class GT2. There's a little bit more of anxious feel going on there.
Whoa, big spin, Warren Lombard.
Lombard out of shape there. I think there's a problem on that car. Lombard had a problem coming out of turn 2 onto 3. He's now had a bit of an issue, and it looks like, Alan Ryan, going to have a look at him. Round the outside. He can't turn. I'm telling you now, there's a problem with that steering column. Yeah, Warren Lombard had to go straight. Alan Ryan went around the outside of him. Had to do a little bit of rally raid into the dirt on the outside of turn 8. And that's dropped Ryan out of contention. So Kampan would have now taken the lead. Aki's taken the lead of Class GT2. Lombard, unfortunately, I think something broke on the car. And
maybe when he dropped that wheel. Or when he dropped the wheel there on the exit of turn 2, it just might have shaken something loose and broken something. So unfortunately, Warren Lombard spinning it out, not sure there was an issue, and then making contact into turn 8. But it's the front 4. They're still pretty close together. We should be heading into our last lap now, if I'm not mistaken.
This is the last lap, yeah. So they're coming down to the checkered flag. I don't think there's going to be any change up there. The Class X victory and overall is going to go to Ben Morganroot. Second place and win in Class GT1 is going to go to Terry Wolford. That is a great turnaround for Terry Wolford. He had an absolute nightmare at Kyalami, so he's definitely looking to turn his luck around, and he starts the way he should do. With the flag out, second overall, but win in GT1s. Thomas Reeve gets second in GT1s ahead of the Italian stallion, Franco Di Matteo, for third. Lombard, unfortunately, ended up on the sideline, as we saw. But Aki Kampan gifted the victory, having stayed out of trouble. And it looks like Haps is going to get second. He is. Stevie Herbst gets second place there and keeps out Alan Ryan, who did recover, but unfortunately just not enough to get up there in that Adlam Auto machine of his. So he'll finish up in third place overall for GT2s. Wayne Spicer still going to come through, but he'll be finishing in fourth. And with that fourth and the win going to Aki, I think Aki might have taken the lead of the championship. I need to do some calculations after this to see whether or not that's the case as we go into race 2 later on. GT1 will certainly be now in the hands of Thomas Reeve. Yeah, thanks, Paulie. I was about to get to that one because of his awesome efforts at Kyalami. So we've got a nice way to bring things up for later on in the day. And, of course, with the inverted grid. Carl, if you're around, please come and join me for that one. It'll be really cool to have you back in studio. It was nice to have you here.
No, definitely.
We're going to shoot down to pre-race, and Claudio's caught up with Jaden Gerson before we get into the first heat of the of the ATE Volkswagen Challenge.
Jaden, Paul, in Class A, talk me through that lap. How was it?
No, qualifying went quite good. Hit 2 bangers there on qualifying, so I secured first place. Ian Walker just behind me, so yeah, qualifying went very good.
And the plan for the race?
You just get a good start, keep Ian behind me as long as I can, and then hopefully create a gap and take first.
All the best, Jaden.
Thank you.
So it looks like there's a little bit of work there for the marshals, as you saw. Bits and pieces of V8s going off track at certain areas and giving our marshals a bit more work to do to ensure that we've got a clean surface for the ATE Volkswagen Challenge, who are up next. They have got a 10-lapper coming your way. Just chatted there to the Ferro Energia driver, Jaden Gerson. He'll be looking forward to a big battle in this one. And, of course, that we're going to chat to his fellow front row with Walker the Stalker. Ian Walker, ready to go for race number 1.
Ian Walker, second. What's the plan to catch Jaden?
Yes, I think we were fairly close in practice yesterday morning and then again in qualifying this morning. So yeah, head down and give it a go. I hope we can have a nice race and make it a proper race for the spectators.
All the best.
Thank you.
Class B, how was that qualifying session for you?
Qualifying this morning was awesome. Nice cold track, lots of horsepower, lots of grip. It was awesome. Fantastic to drive the car in those conditions.
Plan for the race?
Plan for the race, keep it clean, don't mess up the start, and eyes forward.
Are you going to slow down and let some guys pass you and then pass them back?
I'm not built that way.
All the best, Stuart.
Thank you very much.
Josh Moore. Last weekend in the Rookies Cup, this weekend VW Challenge. How was qualifying?
Qualifying was good, came 4th place, only by a little bit though, so hopefully we can improve in the race and do what we did at Rookie Cup last weekend.
All the best.
Thank you. Adrian De Beer, Paul Class C. How was that qualifying session?
Oh, excellent, excellent. I hope to go, to get a lap 18.1. We went a little bit under. So very, very happy. Now to keep the pack behind me is going to be a bit of a challenge.
All the best, Adrian.
Thanks a million.
We just heard there from Adrian De Beer. It's going to be a bit of a challenge. Well, that's why it's called ATE Volkswagen Challenge, Adrian. Welcome to it. And a nice qualifying from you, buddy. You did say you wanted an 18.1. You got an 18.003 this morning for qualifying to beat out Stuart Koenig for Class C's honours. Stuart Mack, we chatted to as well. He's on pole for Class B, ahead of Aldrich and Lombard. I think Nicole Lombard will be looking to improve ever so slightly, but she has got her hands full of a man who took his first victory in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup last weekend in Aldo Scribanti's Volkswagen Rookie Cup class. So I think Josh Moore will definitely be able to watch out for. We chatted about his brother, who of course is overseas in the FIA Karting Academy Cup, looking to try and represent South Africa and fly the flag high there this weekend. We wish him all the very best if he's watching us from there in between his heats of karting. But Josh is out there just ahead of Chris Davison, John Koenig and Martin De Beer for Class B. Class A was Jaden Gerson, who we also chatted to, but his closest rival is in the Melavelo Cycles car, Garmin-sponsored machine as well, of Ian Walker the Stalker. And then our headline sponsor, ATE, is also the headline sponsor of the lady in third place for Class A, Elna Cruiser. So we've got 3 Class A's, we've got 7 Class B's, and we've got 10 Class C competitors here for ATE's Volkswagen Challenge. I mentioned Cruiser. Philip Cruiser, her husband, is in third place in Class C ahead of Mitch Kutsia, Dino Smit and Dimitri Zafirio. Don't see Michael out there today, so I did see him on the grid, but he's not driving today. Bryce Pillay in 7th ahead of Cody Peterson. Lolan Skuman and Justin Gower will be your top 10 in that Class C as they come to line up for race 1 of the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. They are also a 10-lap race. Everything from now on is either 10 or 12 laps, and then we got the 200-kilometer coming up a little bit later on. But that's how they line up there. Stuart Mack's car, giving a little low-down shot there of Mack's machine. as he's got some pressure coming from Nicole Lombard right behind him, who sits in third place on the grid. That is our pole man, the Ferro Energia machine. Alongside that, Cycles United, Melovelo and Garmin-sponsored machine of Ian Walker, the Stalker. He'll be looking to try and push through as hard as he can to try and stay up ahead and possibly get through there on Jaden Wilson. He had a good outing at Kyalami, did the Stalker. Cruiser will want a victory. She'll definitely looking to try and keep these two boys at bay in Class A. But she'll also be worried about the pace that Stuart Mack has found. Almost a second quicker than his counterparts in Class B. Aldrich is the second of the Class Bs, Lombard the third, and as I mentioned, Josh Moore, after his victory in Volkswagen Rookie Cup last weekend, sits in fourth place on the grid. 2 minute turns to 1. Remember, there's a gap in the grid there. That's just to designate the classes. So you've got white numbers out front, yellow numbers in second for the Bs, and then the yellow or white numbers on a red background for Class C. That's the differentiating factor there. While we're trying to watch, the lights are on. Time to drop the hammer. It's a good start there from Walker the Stalker on the inside. Not such a good start coming out of Jaden Goosen. The rest of the pack heading down towards turn number 1. You can see the Insure Risk cars already into the pack there. Looking for a way through is Dimitri Zafira, already putting the pressure on and finding a way past on Pillay. Bryce Pillay going to have to try and go defensive into turn 2 to keep him out. Look at this, they're getting real close. Up close and personal there. Koenig in the Northern Bolton tool machine goes around the outside, closing down on his brother just ahead there. So Stuart and Jono side by side. As they came out of turn 2, they now go line astern, and it's Philip Cruisers on the inside there of Stewie as they come onto that back straight away. He's at Stalker out front. It is. Ian Walker has got the whole shot. So Ian Walker hits the front from the word go, gets down into turn 2 and leads out Class A and the overall, ahead of Jaden Goosen and Elna Cruiser. 7 coming through there rapidly. Well, watch out for Dino Smith in that battle for Class C. The Class C battle is going to have a proper good little fight in that mid-pack as we see them coming up towards turn 5 for the first time. Stuart Mack leads out. Oh, a spinner in the background. It's Koenig. Koenig has spun out. Stewie Koenig spins out. And the first of those Northern Bolton tool cars drops right to the back of the pack. His brother just avoided him, ducking on the inside as they came through turn 5. Just missing his spinning car of the fellow Northern Bolton tool machine. But it's Walker the Stalker who leads out. And look at the pressure coming from that Ferro Energia car right on his tail. Jaden Goosen looking for a way past. Stalker keeps him honest. Goes on the inside, goes defensive. Might compromise his drive slightly coming at you. But Goosen follows him through. Mack closing onto the back end there of the back of Class A. And bringing along for the ride this pack of cars. Made up of Koenig. Looks like Mitch Cruiser. Nicole Lombard and then Chris Davison. Davison has moved up nicely in the GSI car. Now remember, the GSI car there, the generator services inclusive car, runs with GSI Opel livery on the side of it. It looks like a Opel Superboss livery, but it's actually generator service inclusive, all in the front end there, of course, of that pack. And then it is the Northern Bolton tool car there of Stuart Koenig. So Jono Koenig, the one who spun out, Stuart Koenig who stayed on, as we go back to the lead of Class A. Stalker, Goosen and Cruiser. Evenly matched, literally throw that proverbial blanket over, but not too much. Keep a little bit of a gap because Mack is starting to close them down. He's pulled ever so slightly away there from the second pack of cars there, and Stuart Mack at this point in time hangs on to the lead of Class B, but he's got Aldrich not too far behind him. Here comes Goosen on the inside of turn 1, forcing Walker wide. Walker might have to get out of that one. There is a car in front there. They're coming up on the back end of a slower car. And it looks like it might be Philip Cruiser that they closed up on. It is. It's Cruiser and Cruiser now that are side by side. Philip Cruiser must have had a problem somewhere on track as Alna goes through on her husband, finds a way past. But that slow car of Cruiser's caused a little bit of issue there for the Class A attempt there from Walker the Stalker to get through. Ian Walker had a big look to try and find a way past, but then had to back out of it, realizing that there was a car in the way. It was Cruiser who's had an off-track excursion or some kind of an issue on the circuit that's dropped him right out of contention for Class C. He's now been caught and passed by Stuart Mack and about to be caught and passed by Aldrich, Davison and Josh Moore. So Josh Moore in the 4 spot, looking for a chance now to stay ahead of Martin de Beer. Jono Koenig is the car that spun out. He's dropped down to 6th, 7th place. Nicole Lombard seemed to have some kind of a problem as well. I can't see her. She hasn't, according to the timing monitor that I've got in front of me, which is not 100% right, hasn't finished the lap yet. And I don't think she's actually involved because she was on the original list but hasn't made it out here for race number 1. Maybe they'll get her out in time for race 2. This is the 54 machine there coming through of Josh Moore. Now, Joshy, I did see Brad Liebenberg in the pit lane. So one of the coaches from the Volkswagen Rookie Cup is here in the house, probably helping Josh out with a couple of driving techniques and some data analysis to try and get this car to work a bit better and hopefully give him a little bit more track time inside the cockpit of a Polo. It'll be a similar kind of Polo to what he runs in Rookie Cup. But Joshy, of course, had a victory last weekend in Quebeca at Aldo Scribanti, so he'll be looking to at least get himself onto the podium, and in order to do that, he's got to catch what is affectionately known as Colonel Custard there. My good friend, of course, Chris Davison, who has been around in racing for a long, long time and will be the supplier of our lights later on when we need to turn on some lights for the Zwartkops 200. He'll be looking forward to a good battle in that one, partnering up with a couple of drivers this weekend too. But here we go. Across the line they go, and this time it is Jaden Hussen starting to pull away slightly now from Ian Walker. Walker falling to the clutches slightly as well of Elna Cruiser. She's certainly using those ATE brakes to very good effect, as she's able to stay with the Cycles United Melavello and Garmin sponsored car there in second place. Big gap down to the Class C leader, and still Adrian de Beer hanging on ahead of Koenig and Pillay. So no changes between that Class C battle just yet. Bryce Pillay, fastest of them though, in an 18.5. That's what's caused him to bring that gap down slightly between himself and Stuart Koenig in the now leading car from the Northern Bolton Tool team. So look just behind them, it's Mitch Kutsia and Cody Peterson will make up the top 5 in the Class C battle. So awesome to see that they are not holding back here. They're definitely wanting to try and close those gap downs if they can. The Lee Thompson Racing Machine here coming into sight. That is Mitch Kutsia. There is the gap between himself and Cody Peterson just behind him. And then Justin Gower. I'm not quite sure why Dimitri's fallen off the pace so big. He's dropped right to the back of the pack. So he must have had some kind of an issue as well on track. Dimitri Severio, a man who runs in Insurus colours. Fortunately not in the spot he'd like to be. Quick refresh of that timing monitor brings us back up to pace. 13.5s coming out of Jaden Hussen. 15.2s out of Stuart Mack and 18.1s out of Adrian de Beer. Those are your leaders in each of the respective classes and the lap times they're doing. So it's about a 2-second differential there between Class A and Class B, and about a 3-second differential between Class B and Class C. Walker 13.8s as opposed to the 13.5s, and we're getting 13.9s coming out of Elna Cruiser, and they're coming at this stage of the race. So you can see the Dunlop rubber is now starting to perform at its optimum. There's some heat in the rubber, there's some grip on the track. It's not a hard wearing surface that they play on here at Zwartkops, so there's certainly going to be ideal conditions out there for tyre wear, so they can afford to push the cars a bit more and play around with those tyre pressures to ensure that they get the maximum grip out of that Dunlop rubber that's provided by ATS Motorsport and Sumitomo Rubber. And of course they provide most of the rubber that races around the country these days. There are only about 2 or 3 classes that don't run on Dunlop rubber in the current climate of South African motorsport. So that's Cruiser now, I think, being caught by the leaders of Class C after he had an off-track excursion, or, as I said, some kind of an issue. I'm not quite sure where Philip ended up, but he's now basically about to be lapped there by Adrian, Stewart and Bryce, the top 3 in Class C. They head down towards turn 2, Cashel Corner, closing down on that ATE brake car of Philip Cruiser's. Martin de Beer also in that little pack. He, of course, is the back end of Class B, so not really involved in the fight for Class C. Justin Gower definitely would like to be. He's found a little bit of extra paces, Justin, this weekend, getting down into the 21s, so he's found himself a little bit of extra oomph in that car of his. but still running the rookie tape, so still learning the curves and learning how things work in motorsport. He's going to try and improve himself ever so slowly, ever so slightly every single time he gets into the car. Mitch Kutsia trying to close the gap now onto the back end of Koenig. Those two now going to be fighting for honours, I think, for podium positions as we're into the closing stages here of this first heat of racing for the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Mitch Kutsia has bridged the gap pretty rapidly onto the back end of Bryce Pillay, but I'm not quite sure if he's got enough laps in hand. 7 down, and we've got 3 to go. He may still have some time if he continues with his 19.5s. We had an 18.5 though out of Bryce Pillay on the last lap, so he was about a second quicker. So Mitch has got to find at least a second and a half if he wants to take that third place away from Bryce Pillay. And Elna, all she's got to do is find a way through here on Ian Walker. Spinner is Dino Smit, the all-core car, crashing out and into the kiddie litter down at turn 2. Possibly just running in there a little bit too hot on the brakes. Getting it wrong under braking. On the left-hand side there, I also see a car parked on the sideline. Is that... I'm not quite sure who that was. But there's certainly a car parked on the sideline there. And that's definitely not where you want to... Oh, there we go. It's Martin De Beer. Thank you. De Beer got going again. So Martin De Beer. I wanted to say, was it Martin De Beer? I just couldn't see the name on the back windscreen there with a little bit of glare that was coming from the sun there. So Martin De Beer gets going again. It's going to drop him right to the back of the pack of Class B now. Adrian De Beer hangs on for the lead of Class C though. And now in the mix, of course, comes the car that they've lapped, which is Philip Cruiser. And he's now starting to get into the way there, possibly of Stewie. No, he allows Stewie through. I think he's going to just wait until those cars get there before he gives it away. He's not going to give it away that easily. Doesn't have to, but he will have to when the car's on his tail. This man's given nothing away in the AutoZone car. Fantastic run here from Stuart Mack. They've really done a great job on that machine, and he's literally been untouched. Aldrich tried hard, but was found wanting in the end in terms of Class B. So as we just refresh that timing monitor, they're onto the final lap now. Jaden Goosen leads out as Demetrius Ferro gets passed by all 3 Class A competitors. Jaden went through earlier on there in the Ferro Energia car. There's the gap between himself and the headlights of Ian Walker just in the background. So he's pulled about a 3.5 second lead now over the Stalker. Walker will hang on for second place ahead of Cruiser by the looks of it, but there might be a little bit of late race pressure coming from Elna. They're both coming up on the back end of Justin Gower. Gower about to be overtaken, possibly lapped. He'll have one less lap to go for sure. Yeah, there we go. Stalker gets through, so does Cruiser in the background, and here comes the flag for the first time. And it goes to Jaden Kirsten. Good effort there from the Ferro Energia team. He wins out over Ian Walker and Elna Cruiser. That will wrap up Class A's top 3. Class B, we're watching the background for the AutoZone car. There he comes. So Stuart Mack will hang on and maintain his lead in the championship as well. So Mack over Aldrich. Aldrich over Davidson. That's a nice run there from Chris Davidson. He beats out Josh Moore. Here's Adrian De Beer for Class C. He's going to keep out Stuart Koenig and Bryce Pillay. There's going to be no change here between these 3, I don't think. Unless something dramatically goes wrong, which is highly unlikely with these Polos. They really are pretty much bomb-proof cars. And it's one of the signs of a successful category is if you've got cars that stay on track and hardly ever get any issues in terms of technicalities. So there it is. Adrian De Beer wraps up over Koenig and Bryce Pillay for your top 3 in Class E for ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Up next, we've got the BMW M Performance Racing Series. It'll be classes D, E, and F, and I'm sure Claudio is already down in the pre-race area looking to find a couple of drivers to take us through what their plans are for race 1. Okay, so the boss man's not going to come and join me for commentary today by the sounds of it, because he's down in pit lane and Claudio's caught up with him again.
Bernard, you're the one that went off there at turn 8. You own some real estate there now. Took me through that qualifying lap.
So I was trying my best to get into pole. You know, Rick got pole, so I tried to have a Portuguese lockout of the pole. It would have been my hack trick here as well. But just it seems like I hit a bit of oil and the car just spun and I was a passenger. Nothing I could do.
So you're going to open up a veggie shop there at turn 8?
Yeah, the Portuguese veggie shop turn 8, and we're going to start ploughing there too. But a big thank you to Shane and Uncle Mike from Problem Motorsport for fixing my car, and everyone else who helped me while I was dealing with all the admin. So thank you guys.
All the best.
Thanks.
Looks like Claudio's heading a little bit further down, or up the grid. Going to go and try and catch up there with Darby by the looks of things.
Darby, how was qualifying?
6. A little bit difficult against all the turbo cars, but hey, we like the challenge, eh? Let's go and enjoy.
All the best.
Cheers, man.
Okay, so as they start to roll out now for classes D, E, and F of this incredible class of M Performance Racing Series, it certainly looks like things are going well here from the organizers' point of view of this particular class, because they are definitely growing in leaps and bounds, as we mentioned earlier on with Nick Herbst, who joined me for commentary. I'm not sure if he's going to come join me again, but we'll wait to see. You never know. These things are always lastminute.com things that happen, I think. But we will be looking forward to seeing somebody come and join me, hopefully, for the M Performance Racing Series as we roll them out for the first time. Mario Hutting is on pole position ahead of Andre van Vuren. And I did see my good friend Nick running from pit lane to get here in time. I'll give him a little chance to catch his breath because he's taking a little jog there. But he's quite a fit guy, so he shouldn't be too long to get his breath. Maybe by lap 4 he'll be okay. But I did see you like running from pit lane there, and I thought, okay, you're going right. No, go left. You got to go left, and then when you get to the stairs, up the stairs. So you got there just in time.
I wanted a GPS to get back to this place.
All right, so we look at how things go here in terms of the classes D, E, and F. The way they line up, of course, are going to be not particularly the way they qualified, because there's a couple of guys that didn't qualify where they wanted to in these classes. There's been a couple of little issues, a couple of spins, as we heard from the boss man. He wants to open up a cafe down at turn 8, and he also tried to do a bit of a Portuguese lockout, I believe, on the pole position there, which didn't quite work out for him.
Unfortunately, not this time. Big class, super big class. So it's going to be, action packed with battles going between every single part of the circuit over here. So you've got to make sure you're on the pace. There's no reprieve. You can't fall back 3 or 4 or 5 seconds and expect to get that back easily, because not only are you going to lose track time, you're going to lose track position, and it's going to be an absolute battle getting past there. These classes, specifically Class E, is filled. We've got that development series with the E46s from NGK Pablo Clark, which is really incredible. We got
Ken Swartz
and Carabo right behind each other. So that's gonna be a great ding dong. And we've got Chloe, who's moving ahead and been doing her best times since the start. So those cars are moving up, showing what the new talent can do in this kind of spec regulated vehicles. It's really exciting.
I like what they're doing down at Pablo Clark with that. I've got to tell you, Karabo Malamela is a man I've got lots of time for. I actually got to do a lap with him and with Siyabonga Monkonkwana at the Festival of Motoring last year. And I can tell you something, if you get into a car with them, you will be highly, highly needing a change of underwear by the end of the lap because they can really pedal, and they were only in little Golf R's for us to play in for that weekend, but certainly opened my eyes up in terms of their abilities. Chloe, as well, as you mentioned, much improved in terms of her ability behind the wheel of the car, and we'll be looking to try and stay at the front end at least of Class F. And tell you what, if I look at Class F, buddy, we've got 11 cars out there, so this decision to go with a 6th class has definitely paid off.
I'm sure Bert at the beginning of the calendar year was saying, yeah, are we going to be able to fill that extra class? And like you said, we've got 11 cars there. You see a car with a bunting there, new entrant. That's a BMW M4. A couple guys actually with that bunting tape on the back of their cars. First race outing here. They're up from KZN. Traveling with the Warden's crew, so bringing a lot of new cars. I'm sure they're going to be moving up in terms of class as they find their feet, but that's why you can see that bunting tape on the back of the cars. It indicates a rookie or a novice.
You've monopolized Gauteng. You've sort of gone and taken over the Western Cape and Killarney with a BMW class, and now going to KwaZulu-Natal to do the same thing.
We know the BMW brand is strong there. Why not? So let's see the start here. Mario Hutting in the BMW M2 starting on pole over there from the turbocharged E36 and in Andre's hands.
Yeah, as they head down towards turn 1, those lights go out. Here we don't see yellow flags. Here it's every man and lady for themselves. They don't hold back. You've got to have your wits about you through turn 1, but more importantly, I think, is the difficult corner at turn 2. You can see a little bit of battle scars on the back end of Bernard's car. That's due to the spin he had earlier on in the weekend. But needless to say, they got the car sorted out. I believe it was the Grobler boys who jumped in there to get him all sorted out. So well done to Mike and Shane for getting that car back into pretty much race trim, less the undercarriage of the back end of the car. Great start from Hutting. Oh, he's opened up a huge margin already. So that's the way you'd like to start things out, I'm sure. And then as we go through there, keep an eye out on that mid-pack battle, because it's going to be a bit of a tight one there. You can see slowly but surely making his way through there is Eugene Gous. Neil Reynolds is already up there, and about to join the party is Nick Naidu.
Really tight mid-class D battle over there. So we got Gantolz defending from Neil Reynolds right now. Right behind him, Eugene Gous. And then we got Nick Naidu in his second session of the day after he'd raced in the M2. There we can see a Class E leader, or is it their current leader right now? So we got Vessel ahead of him.
Tian van Rooyen. He was started on pole position, so he's going to try and hang on to that and try and probably put himself in amongst those slower Class D competitors.
And we had a big move over there from the
exactly.
Duke Civils M240i on Davy Oliphant. He's a seasoned competitor right now. They're going to drag down to the first corner over there, but now Darby's going to have the inside line into corner 2. They keep it together. I think Darby's going to be able to take that position right back.
Darby will hold in there with that BMW of his. It's the older shape, box shape BMW that Darby likes to pilot. He was talking to us just
and then Tian goes wide over there at corner 2.
Out of shape.
We've got
held.
Claudio, I think, is now leading in that Class E battle over
just
there.
Snuck through there. I think Claudio Jardim just snuck through there. Vessel Mostert is in there as well, so keep an eye on him. But going back to that fact that it's a slightly older car, running amongst turbocharged cars as well. He's a naturally aspirated machine, so he's got a little bit more of a challenge on his hands. But he did say in his interview, just while you were running up towards me, how much he enjoys the challenge of fighting with the slightly more powerful cars, even though he has to dig deep.
The same battle going on right now. We've got another naturally aspirated E30. That's Richard Gantolz defending from Neil Reynolds over there in the turbocharged E46. So not as new, but same NA versus turbo battle going on. And now we've got Eugene Gous making a move onto Neil Reynolds going into corner 8. The battles are thick right now. Keep your eyes on the TV.
I love it. I absolutely love it. This is the kind of action we kind of expected to see all day long, and it's exactly what they're providing for us right now. Great move from Gousie. Thanks for coming. I'll take that one.
Big confidence into corner 1. Really great to see. Nice move from Eugene Gous. But now we've got, that's Nick Naidu right on the side of Neil Reynolds over there. He's going to have a drag race going up to corner 3.
And Darby's about to join them. Darby's going to tuck in and try and get a little bit of the slipstream. He's going to need to use the slipstream to run with the turbocharged cars, but that's exactly what he's going to try to do. There's your first 4 on track. Hutting, Van Vieren, Gernalds and Reynolds. But Reynolds, of course, now under a bit of threat, as you saw. And a bit of chopping and changing here now with the Warden's car joining the party.
And Darby's made away. He's ahead of that turbocharged car of Nick Naidu up the straight there. So great work to get ahead in corner 2. Now he's going to defend up the hill. But, we normally talk about a 3-way battle. I think we've got 5 cars. Nick Naidu goes super deep over there, off the track, into the kitty litter there. But he's going to rejoin, hopefully safely.
If he can, just keep the car going. Whatever you do, don't stop in that kitty litter, because... as we've seen in the previous races, and you wouldn't have seen it yourself, but in the previous races that we've had here so far this year, the new kitty litter is thick. You do not want to get involved in that, and if you don't keep the momentum of the car going through the kitty litter, you'll get stuck, and that's it. Your race might be done.
Proper stopping power, that kitty litter. Super important for safety over there. You don't want to go any further than that kitty litter, but makes it an absolute nightmare getting out of it. So great to see Nick Naidu back on track over there, but he's going to have a lot of work cut out for him if he wants to get back into that Class D battle. You can see one of the newbies right behind him in that beautiful gold BMW M4 right there, but he's at the chase. The kind of Class E races right now. So he's got Tianu fell out after that corner 2 incident, and he's at the back of that little pack right now.
Yeah, Sheldon Chetty's the man you're chatting about right there, the new man. That's the reason why you probably didn't recognize his name. But Sheldon having a good run there, and a top 10 finish, having started from the back of the pack, is not too shabby. It means he's had to come through Class F and E to get to the back of Class D. So not a bad run there from him. And it just shows you that maybe that little bit extra power has helped him out as well.
Not bad at all.
Probably got a little bit of experience as well, having driven down at Desi's Raceway. I'm sure a couple of these guys do. Speaking of experience, the Auto Trader car starting to make its way to the front end as well of this little fight for Class E. Now, if you look at the Class E fight, it's Vessel who leads out at the moment. Claudio's second. Carabo is up into the 3 spot, and Ken Swartz is right behind him.
Super tight Class E battle over there. I mean, that's basically 5 or 6 seconds splitting the top 5 or 6 competitors right there. So the pole positions and podium positions are absolutely ripe right now. There's no guarantees.
That's the man I was just mentioning right now, the BMG and Liqui Moly car. That is Karabo Malamela. Spends most of his time in single seaters, but every now and again climbs into a saloon car. Ken Swartz spends most of his time in single seaters and karting. He's a very good karter. In fact, one of our top competitors looking to go and represent South Africa at the World Finals. Kroblik pulling in the taxi. Must be some kind of an issue there in the
That's
Dunlop
actually Manny Ribeiro driving our taxi.
Oh, it's Ribeiro today.
That's our taxi OG, the yellow taxi. We've got Kroblik driving taxi 2.0. So that's that white. There we go. E90
there
straight
it is.
onto the screen right now. He's chasing. That's in our not E30, but the E30 custom over there in the form of Ari. He's chasing Zahir Sidat. He was on pole for Class F. Tight battle going on over there. Let's see what's happening behind there. We've got a couple of F30s in a cluster over there. We've got Sean Dodd, followed by Justin Brown. And then we can see, is that one of our new entrants over there in the E46 330i?
Yeah, back of that pack is that one exactly what you're talking about. And coming through there will be the likes of Ignis Duplessis. But I'm having a look at that little battle there. That's Corin Nienaber, who's in that car today, behind Sidat. So
right.
Nienaber jumping into that the old E30.
Ari's old car, okay, yes.
The 999. And that was, of course, for the battle for the lead of F. So Chloe has just taken the lead of Class F with that move. And now looking to try and hang on to it. 446. Oh, it's close. And then the 999 machine sneaking through there, Cameron Christian. So another one of the new competitors there. And there's just fights all the way through. It's really great to see.
Side-by-side battle, but it looks like he lost out in securing that move over there.
Brown comes through there in the 9.6 a bit further back, currently sitting in 5th place in Class F. So our top 5 in Class F are pretty much evenly matched there. There's not too big a gap between those first 5 cars in the F category. Chloe hanging on for now, but only just. And she's in a fight of note there with Keon Budaya and then Gerald Anthony, who's joined the party there for the 3 spot.
Now, right ahead of there's a Chloe following a Nick Naidu in that 1M, so doing super well. Really good outing for her. But that Class D pack and Class E pack seeing some great racing right now. I wonder if we can catch up with what's happening in the front of Class D. We saw that was being led out by Mario Hutting. Following him was Andre van Veer in the E36 turbocharged vehicle, followed by Craig Herbst in the E92 335i.
I wonder why you want to go to that one, hey? I think there's a certain maneuver that you want to be checking out there. That's Dottie. Dottie at the moment, he's currently sitting in about 4th place in that battle for Class F. The E class, of course, is led out by Hutting, but D is where we're looking for. So we'll try and pick up on them as soon as we can. But this is a fantastic little fight here for F Honours. And as they come across the line, completing another lap in anger, they are certainly not holding anything back here for classes D, E, and F, as we saw earlier on in Class A, B, and C. Onto the brakes here. 64 car, of course, having a fantastic run. And looking for a chance to just slowly but surely make a way to the front end. It's not quite there yet, but I tell you something, there is a fight of note about to unfold here, because we've gone back to sort of the mid-pack there of Class D. And Tian at this point in time is just behind that.
A bit deep over there from Tian.
A little bit deep, sideways, grass, dirt, tarmac.
And roundabout we go.
If we can get him onto the concrete, he would have gone into all the surfaces. So then it'll make him perfect. Just don't hit the pace car, Cole. Don't hit the pace car.
super hot coming into corner 5 there. So unfortunately, not a great a race here for Tian. Unfortunately, losing out a couple of positions at corner 2. But a great thing that he kept that. Who went off behind that?
Well, I didn't see who went behind him, but just behind him, I'm picking up on that 999 car. The 999 car is Cameron Christian. We mentioned the fact that he's one of the newer drivers. He's actually gone quickest out of the entire Class E competitors. He's just done a 1:10.5. 1:10.5 would put him into Class D.
That's going to break him out.
Yeah, he's broken out on his first outing. That'll work.
And that's great to see. We really need to see our competitors like that, driving a great-looking car like that, ready to move on up and get into positions where they ought to compete. We can see now that M4 going past, getting past Tian.
So Tian's got a little bit of a problem. You can see there. He gets out of shape at the top of the hill. Here's the replay. He gets sideways onto the dirt. He catches it. It goes sideways on the grass. Unfortunately, there with the grass, it just becomes an aquaplane effect.
Yeah.
It's a similar thing to being on the water. That grass is so slippery. Well caught though by Tian van Rooyen. A phenomenal bit of driving.
Great footage. Really enjoyed that bit over there. And nice to see that not causing any incident. We've only got safety cars right now. So continue on the racing.
Yeah, gets back on track pretty rapidly as well. As I said, if you can just go down to the skid pan where Jim and the team are doing some drifting, it's the only place he hasn't spun yet. So let's send him down there quickly, see what he can do.
See the sand pouring out the bumper there.
Speaking of lap times, wow. Andre van Vuuren just put in a lap time of a 1:10.195 out of Andre van Vuuren, trying to close down on Hutting. So he's turned the wick up in the closing stages. That was Caraba. No, it wasn't. It was Ken. Ken Swartz out of shape there.
So he must be probably making a move on his stablemate over there, going probably wide corner 8 and then returning back onto the main pit straight.
What would have done is dropped him probably out of that top 5 though, unfortunately for Ken Swartz.
Yeah, we've got our leaders, Mario, catching the tail end of Class F. So that's Shane in the Taxi 2.0. Craig trying to defend from the boxy of Gantholz over there. Not sure how long he's going to be able to keep in mind. Looks like Gantholz has just got past him.
If you lock up, you can keep it there. You don't want to be doing that too often. 7-4 machine there of Andre van Vuuren locking up under braking.
Is that last lap we've got
about
there?
To start the last lap. Yep, about to start the last lap, I think. Just want to refresh it because, as I said, I'm having to refresh it all the time. The signal is horrible. We're on to the final lap. Hutting, Van Vuuren and Gernholz. That are your top 3 for Class D.
And super tight battle there still between 1 and 2. Is Andre able to put some pressure there onto Hutting on the last lap? Let's see what is he able to muster. But looks like that M2 is pulling nice and strong on Mario Hutting down the main straight. Final opportunities are going to be quite minimal right now. It was
the late braking that caught him out there, so he's going to have to try and get that braking a little bit smoother without locking up. Look at the corner speed he carries. Great corner speed through turn 4.
I think Andre's got a chance. Oh, he's just not close enough.
He pulled out there to have a go. I don't know why he didn't carry the speed up the hill, because he was absolutely hauling through turn 4.
I wonder if Mario missed a gear there or something. He didn't really make some pace up. I'm sure he's waiting for that checkered flag right now, which he's 1 corner away from taking.
Yeah, heading down the hill into the final corner now. I think Hutting's going to hang on ahead of Van Vuuren. You can see in the background the 117 of Gernholz. A fantastic run there from him. Also in the naturally aspirated machine coming through for 3rd place. The flag is out. That is your top 3 in Class D. Across the line, Hutting, Van Vuuren and Gernholz.
And we've got Reynolds from Eugene Goos. No, we've got Darby Olivier.
Darby snuck through. Here is Goos coming to the line. That'll be for about 6th place. I think he's dropped back with a bit of a problem. You can see him slowing on that last lap. He manages to stay just ahead of that fight behind there, with Sheldon Chetty getting involved as well. We now wait for Wessel. Wessel Mostert will be the first. There he is. Actually just saw him go across the line there in the 12 car. So he'll win out Class E ahead of Claudio Jardim. Karaba Malamela will hang on for 3rd place for the top 3 in Class E. And then F will be looking for Chloe. Has Chloe been able to keep it all together here on this last lap? I think she may have. Yes, she has. Is this going to be a first win in Class F for a lady? It is.
I think it could be.
First win for a lady in Class F there for Chloe.
Oh, fantastic performance.
So a little bit of history. That's nicely done. Gerald Anthony comes through for 2nd. Kyan Budia comes through for 3rd. And is that
that's
a
certain
man
car,
that
Greg.
has a certain car that has a certain relationship to a certain commentator alongside me?
It could certainly
Something's
be.
gone wrong there. What's gone down?
Yeah, still some struggles with getting that N54 to not hit limp mode. We'll see if we can get the car sorted for next race.
Oh, I know you will. I'm going to send you back down there to go and have a chat to him and have...
Go from commentator to mechanic.
Go and tell him. That's not right. It's not how you drive this car. Look, do you want me to get in the seat and show you?
I think he just wanted to get some great, on-time
footage
of the car.
Lots of footage on the car.
Plenty of
talk about
airtime
it the whole time. Sponsors are happy. And we're into M Performance Racing Series Race 1 of A, B, and C. Done and dusted. Well done there to Mario Hutting, Vessel Mostert, and Chloe Stewart for the wins. Claudia's down in pit lane, catching up with some of our DOE Formula Vee drivers. We'll be back shortly with action on track.
Vaughan Hills, you've slowly been building pace throughout the year and you finally bagged your first pole. How does it feel?
Feels really great. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Working really hard in the background, making sure the car's prepped well, and obviously trying to stay fit. It's also quite a fitness thing, these racing. And yeah, excited, looking forward to it. Hopefully the first lap's quite good and clean, and look, if I can keep the first lap in front, I think I can pull a gap on the guy. So yeah, the nerves are there, not gonna lie, but yeah, hoping for a good race.
All the best, Vaughan.
Thank you very much, guys.
Lendl Janssen, you know that putting the number 1 plate on your car adds a 10th of time. It cost you pole this round. Took me through that lap.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, look, I was basically on pole the whole session through, and then it looks like Vaughan got me on the last lap. So, no, well done to him. I think it's going to be a great race.
Plan for the race?
Go as fast as I can.
All the best.
Thanks.
Cat, 4th place. How was that lap in qualifying?
We were struggling yesterday the whole day, so qualifying went well. 4th place, it's not where we want to be. We want to be chasing Vaughan and Lendl, but we're going to be there today, so keep an eye on the car. Hopefully we can go forward from here. And yeah, this is just for Wim Jack and Wim Marius. All the best, guys. We're thinking of you guys.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a smash in Kailami, went upside down. So trying to recover here, the car's still being set up, but I mean, if I can stick to Gert and them, then we should probably get there.
All the best, man.
Thanks.
So as you can see, a couple of cars still out on track that need to be recovered. Once we've got them back into pit lane, we can get things going with the first heat of DOE Formula Vees, partnered by CIM Lubricants.
here for Mark. Not a bad qualifying.
Yeah.
Took me through your lap. How was it?
It was really unexpected. I was in the low 10s the whole quali, and then something just happened at turn 5 and 6 where it just stuck and came through turn 8. As I went through turn 1, I saw on my dash it's a 198, so I was through the moon. Personal best for me, so everything is really getting to grip now with this track.
All the best, man.
Thanks so much.
Peter Hills. Seems like Formula Vee has now become a family affair for you guys.
Yeah, it's so great to see my son on pole. Very proud of him. And yeah, I hope he can pull the win off.
And your plans? How was quali?
Yes, you can see, I'm only 8th quickest this morning. But I think we've got a plan up with the sleeve here, so let's see if we can get to the front.
All the best, Pete.
Thank you.
Brandon Hills, unusually low spot for you this time out. What happened in qualifying?
Ach man, we're just trying to get this car to get some grunt, man. This little donkey doesn't want to go, but we're doing our best, and let's see what we can do in the race.
Well, the paint job certainly helps blinding everyone around you, so maybe you'll pick up some time there.
Yeah, that's the plan, eh? That was the plan.
All the best, bud.
Thank you.
Formula Vees rolling out now for their first heat of the day, courtesy of DOE and CIM Lubricants and all their associate sponsors. Fantastic to see Was that a van shot on purpose there from Claudio? Trying to get them to get sponsored by Vans as well. Hey, they've got a whole bunch of sponsors. New sponsor that's joined them this weekend, of course, is fantastic to have Flight Hand Cleaner jumping on as part of their association sponsorships. And we wish all the very best, of course, to Jack Shricks and his father-in-law, and of course to Melissa's dad as well, who are both under the weather at the moment. We wish them a speedy recovery, and hopefully they can be back in the race stables where they're supposed to be as soon as possible. It's one of the reasons why Jaco Shricks is not here this weekend. His dad is quite ill, so we wish them all the very best from everybody here at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, but also from everybody particularly down in the Formula Vee stables. Looking at how things are in the championship, we just saw Vaughan Hills is on pole position, which is a huge move for him. He's third in the championship, and he's about 18 points adrift on Lennel Janssen, who of course is our overall championship leader, ahead of Gert van den Berg, who we also chatted to. Peter Hills is tied with Vaughan in the 3 spot. Carl Watt is there in 5th ahead of MD Bester, and I remember MD Bester, who we chatted to there in the pre-race paddock, was the man who had a massive crash at Kyalami and of course ended up flying almost a story high in the air over a fellow competitor. Great to see that he's recovered, got the car back up and started again, and repaired in time for the second round. So fantastic effort there from his team to get him all good to go. Sean van der Linde also looking for a chance to come through there. Will only be starting from 7th place. So it's basically a reverse of the championship positions there between him and Theo Vermaak in terms of their grid positions on track for this first heat of DOE Formula Vees. So as I said, Lennel Janssen, Gert van den Berg and Vaughan Hill and Peter Hills are your top 3 or 4 because of the tie in positions there for 3rd place between our 2 Hills boys. And then if we look at the association championship, it's Mile who is leading that championship, but only 1 point. And James Carter, who is the man who is quicker than him in qualifying and starts in 11th place behind Johan Goos, will be looking to capitalize on the fact that he is a position ahead and a grid position ahead as well of the championship leader in the association class, Mile. So Mile Stewart, Clinton Kane, Marcel Bluchnout all looking to go to battle, but it is a fight for Stewart, Carter and Goos, who are split by 5 points. Dane Stewart could join the party as well. He's only a couple of points adrift on that, and a further 2 away from the battle for the top 3. And then Reinhard van der Linde makes up the top 5 overall in the association championship. So that's how they stand coming into this round and into this first heat. Remember, it is a standing start for these cars. They will now go into the start procedure. And once again, we look forward to another epic battle here with the DOE Formula Vees. 5-minute board. It's the fastest 5 minutes of your life, I can tell you. They don't actually stick to the allocated times. Lights out and we go racing. That was actually a 5-second board, Greg, but anyway, we won't worry about that. Who needs to worry about the facts in the story? You know how it goes. They're going down towards turn 2 right now, and it is every man and lady for themselves out there as we head there for the first time in anger. And it is going to be Vaughan Hills who hung on. It looks like he might have just stayed ahead and possibly ahead of the man who's closest to him, his closest rival there, Lennel Janssen, looking for a way to come through and try and retain at least the overall championship lead. So as they come onto that back straight away, it is Hills versus Janssen. And Janssen in 2nd place at the moment. It's a good start there coming out of Carl Watt, Gert van den Berg right behind him. And then they fan out for the latter positions of the association category further back in the pack. A little bit of smoke coming off the 77 there of Helder Gavea. Gavea with a bit of smoke going straight into the face there of Barry Stewart, I think is right at the back of the pack. Here comes a move for the lead. Possibly going to stick it through into turn number 7. He'll go around the outside of 7 to try and make it stick, and there we go. New leader. Lennel Janssen's at the front and now moves Vaughan Hills into 2nd place. Right on his tail is his stablemate from Mangaza Racing. There are 2 light blue cars out there from Mangaza Racing. Peter Hills is one of them. The other one is Carl Watt. And then there are 2 bright yellow cars there of the Hills brothers, Vaughan and Brandon. Down into turn 1. Rest of the pack are flying through there. Good start as well coming out of Jaco Smit. He's there in 12th place. James Carter just ahead of him by the looks of it, so we'll keep an eye on the improvements of those cars further back in the pack. We'll have to keep refreshing this timing monitor all the time because of the signal issues we're having here at Zwartkops, so apologies if it's a slightly different look and feel to what we've got on track, to what I'm talking about, but I'm trying to watch both at the same time. flying through turn 4. First 5 cars, literally 0.7 of a second between those first 5 cars in the Formula Vees. Amazing start to this one coming out of Lennel Jansen. You did hear from him in his pre-race interview that he didn't quite get the start and the start to the qualifying he wanted. Is that Mila in the background or Dane? Mila or Dane is spun out there by the looks of it. I think it possibly might be Dane. I'm just checking to see 18. Yeah, I think it's Dane that spun out. So he's had to wait till all the cars have got past him to turn that car around to get going again. Lennel Jansen completes lap number 2 in anger. This is a 12 lapper for these cars. DOE Formula Vee is always doing 12 laps around the track, and first 4 literally with that proverbial blanket thrown over them for good measure. About to join the party with them is Theo Vermaak. He's not too far behind MD Bester, who wants to be there too. We got a stationary yellow flag going into turn 4. So wonder what's happened there. Possibilities of a car that's in the way somewhere. I think that might have been because of Dane Stewart's spin at the top. I'm just warning them in case that car's not out of harm's way, but I think it got back up and going again. Waved yellows tells me it doesn't, or it hasn't. Maybe it's stuck on the sideline, and yeah, there it is. It's in the reverse road there. So the slip road that heads up past AMG Driving Academy and the driving experience there from Mercedes-Benz is where we see the stricken car. And unfortunately, that's going to be probably the race done there for that particular machine. Not what that car wanted. Dane Stewart, unfortunately, out of race number 1. 10.408 from Vaughan Hills. Fastest car on track sits in second place as they complete lap number 3. Kat van der Berg trying to close down to the back end there of Carl Watt. They've pulled a small margin, and it looks like, has Theo Vermaak got through on MD Bester? I think he has. Yes, he has. Theo Vermaak is through on MD Bester, just in the background there for what is going to be 5th place on track. Ahead now, and looks like Peter Hills also trying to get onto the back end now of MD Bester. Just to take into account, remember MD Bester, I'm going to mention it again. He's the guy that was upside down flying through barbecue and Yukske at Kyalami only about 2 months ago. So massive recovery from that man after that huge incident. And well done to the team at Mangaza for getting that car sorted out and putting it back onto almost race pace. MD Best is currently on a 10.7, and the leaders and the fastest cars are doing 10.4s. So it's only 0.3 of a second off after that big crash. You can see he's taken the advice of most racing drivers that have had successes in their careers or had big crashes in their careers. You try and forget both as quickly as possible. That way you can continue doing what you need to do and do the sport that you love the most. Lennel Jansen certainly loves the most, especially when he's at the front end. And he maintains his gap over the hard chargers, which are Vaughan Hills right on his gearbox as they head into turn 2 Castrol. Carl Watt and Gert van der Berg. That's how they stand at the moment. Gert van der Berg trying to come back at Watt as they get onto the back straight away. Is he close enough? It doesn't look like it. Then it's Theo Vermaak. By the looks of it, with a bit of smoke coming out of... Is that out of Watt's car? Watt might have a problem. Yeah, he puts his hand up and he allows Theo Vermaak through. Carl Watt seems to have some kind of an issue there. And Vaughan Hills now down into the 109.8s. Fastest car on track is the second car on the circuit. But a 109.8 is only 1/10 of a second quicker than the 109.9 from the lead car. So he's got to find at least half a second more. There we go. Watt putting his hand up, just waving the cars through. Van der Linde goes through. So does Brandon Hills. So there's a bit of smoke coming off the back end of Carl Watt's car. He realizes there's a problem. He's going to probably peel into pit lane. That'll be the end of the first heat of DOE Formula Vees for him. 8 more laps to go for these guys as they came through there. 4 down. Vaughan Hills putting the pressure onto Lennel Jansen, starting to realize there's a bit more grip available to those Formula V's out there. And the Dunlop rubber starting to work well. Here we go. Another lap completed. That's Milé Stewart. Further back in the pack, he's down in 12th place at the moment. So he maintains a little bit of a margin over James Carter. Carter and Blichnout in the latter part of that top 10, or just outside of the top 10, depending on how you look at them on track at the moment. Here comes a move from Vaughan. Vaughan Hill goes wide into turn number 5. Now tries to cut back on the inside. Trying to find an inside line into turn 6. Wasn't quite close enough to have a go. but definitely putting more and more pressure onto the back end of Lionel Janssen. Janssen will be used to that. He's had a couple of cars in his seasoned career that have done that to him on numerous occasions, and he soaked it up on most of those occasions. This time he does the same thing as they cross the line and complete another one. That will be the halfway stage. 6 down and 6 to go. Vaughan Hills applying pressure, but not making it stick just yet. Maybe setting things up for a little bit later on in the race. Doesn't want to go too soon and allow Lionel Janssen a chance to come back at him if he does get the lead. But what it has done is slowed them up slightly and allowed MD Bester to join the party with Gert van der Berg right behind him. It's a massive turnaround there from MD Bester's point of view as we watch. That's the 18 car. Is that Dane Stewart back on track? He is. Dane Stewart back on track, but now possibly into the clutches of some lap traffic. So Barry Stewart, Helder Gavea, and Dane Stewart all being lapped by the cars who are still in the race lap on our first heat of DOE Formula Vees. Theo Vermaak under a bit of pressure now as well. Oh, Peter Hills looking on the inside there, trying to find a way past. Can he find it? No, he can't. Hills is applying big pressure there onto Vermaak, and right behind him, watch out as well, because there's a bit of pressure there from Johan Goos coming through there in the Forza. That Forza chassis with the halo effect type device over the top end of the cockpit. Goos putting the pressure on you into the second half of the race onto the back of Peter Hills. Hills goes defensive into turn 2. Watch for the change of line coming from Goos as they come out of Castrol. Try and get the drive onto that back straight. Be right under the gearbox there as they come through onto that back straightaway and maybe use the slipstream effect. That's what Vaughan Hills was trying to do to Lennell, but Lennell's pulled slightly away now because Vaughan is going defensive on MD Bester. Bester having a really phenomenal return here after that big track crash at Kyalami. He closes in. Doesn't quite have a look just yet. That's because Vaughan has pulled slightly on him on that lap as well. There's a dive on the inside from the 90 car of James Carter. Trying to find a way through there on Jaco. Jaco Smit has to give up. I think Carter's got the line. Will he have the drive up the hill though? We'll wait and see as they come up under braking. He's got that inside line, and I think there's the change up. Yes, Carter's through. Carter makes it stick, gets through there onto Jaco Smit, but Smith comes back at him. And then they line up behind. There's 5 cars behind. They're all involved. Bluchnoot is one of them. It's fantastic to see that. And I think Clinton Klein might be the other one. It is some maneuvering happening here from these 5 cars. Kind of what we like to see in Formula V's when 5 cars are going 5 abreast into the final corner with 4 laps to go. That is some fantastic Formula V action, as we always get from them. You'll never be disappointed with a Formula V race, I can tell you. Gert van der Berg in 4th, fastest car on track at the moment. As we continue the fight here with his stablemate there in Jaco. Smit ahead of Carter, Bluchnoot and Stewart. Some body work or something off the car, one of the cars. He's stuck in the middle of the track there. Not quite sure whose car that is. It does look like Mangaza colours for sure. Maybe off Vaughan Hills. Oh no, that's 88. It's Miele's. I think that might be 86 Miele's, whose bodywork has come off. It's just the nose cone top that's come off that car as they complete another lap in anger. That is number 9 done now, so there's probably 3 laps to go for these lead cars. Nine laps completed. Still no change up for the lead as Lionel Janssen hit the front on that first lap. This is further back. Carter, Bluchnoot, Stewart. Into the pack comes Miele. That's Miele's front nose cone. Oh, and a spinner. A big spin in the background there. Clinton Kane got that all wrong. And it looks like joining him for the party was that a second sprint from Dane? I think it was. But I think he got caught out by whatever Miele dropped onto the track. So we had some fun and games there. Clinton Kane spun out. And with that, I think Clinton dropped some kind of fluid onto the surface, which might have caught Dane Stewart out. Let's go back to this little fight. This is between Peter Hills. This is for 4th place with Theo Vermaak. Theo Vermaak has got Goos right on his tail. And then not too far behind that comes Sean van der Linde and Brandon Hills. About to join that party. Make it a 5-way fight for the lead. must be something on that corner, because a couple of guys have now run wide. Maybe just getting caught out by it, and it just catches them at the wrong moment. As you're expecting the car to hold traction, it breaks traction. You've got to catch it, run wide, and onto the dirty stuff, which is not ideal. So here we go. Further back, that's the pack we were watching earlier on. Smith continues to hang on. Ahead of Carter. Is it now? Oh, I think it might just be squeezing through the 5 car of Marcel Bluchnoot. That CIM Lubricants machine has snuck up into that 3rd place for this battle. This is, of course, the fight for 10 to 13th place on track. Just as good as we're seeing from these 4. That's the important thing, and the awesome thing about Formula Vees is that each and every pack will have their own little fights, and they'll be just as exciting as each other. This man looks like he's looking to hang on, though. I don't think we're going to see any changes here from the front end as they're about to start. Change of surface flag I did see up at turn 7 as they start their final lap. It didn't seem to trouble these 4 cars as they came through, though. I think it might just because of a bit of rubble that was pulled onto the track there by one of the cars. There should be a change of surface flag down here at turn 2. Have you seen all the dirt on the inside of turn 2 there at Castle Corner? Whatever you do, don't go into turn 2 and try and use that inside lane. There's a confirmation of that change of surface flag. Just seeing it as the cars come through there. But let's continue our thoughts and see what's going to happen here at the front end of this first heat of DOE Formula Vees. Defensive driving coming out of Lennell Janssen. He's not going to allow Vaughan Hills through. Vaughan Hills wants his victory, though. He took pole position away from Lennell. And now going to try something special. Goes late on the brakes. Tucks on the inside. Is he good enough to get that wheel on the inside? No, he's not. Just not enough to get through there. Now as they come out of turn 6, they flick it through 7. Down the hill. Can he use a little bit of slipstream? No, he's not close enough. He's gone defensive to keep out MD Bester. Second place is going to go to Vaughan Hills. The win is going to go to Lennell Janssen. Janssen takes the first victory from second place on the grid. The pole man goes to second. And it's MD Bester with a phenomenal return to racing up into 3rd place ahead of Gert van der Berg. Van der Berg on that last lap, fastest of all cars today. A 109.256 out of Gert van der Berg in the Start My Car machine. Brilliant job. And then further back from that, it's Peter Hills, Theo Vermaak and Johan Goos who come through ahead of Sean van der Linde, Brandon Hills, and Jaco Smit has been bettered on this last lap. I think, yes, he's got through. James Carter's found a way through. So Carter trying to get some more championship points in the Association Championship. Moves his way up into the top 10 overall to wrap up our first heat of racing coming out of DOE Formula Vees. A great effort there from them. So that wraps up our first half of the day's proceedings. We are literally right on time as well. We've got a circuit cleanup due. It's probably a good idea because there's a lot of rubble around some of the circuit corners that might need to be sorted out. And of course, straight after that, we'll be heading into the race 2s, which is after the circuit break. 13:45, expect to be back on track. So come and join us once again here at Zwartkops on our live stream at about 20 to 2. So we can get you ready to go for the Liqui Moly Super Vees Race 2. Then we've got the BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B, and C, Dunlop V8 Supercars, ATE Volkswagen Challenge, M Performance Races Series D, E, and F. And then the second heat of what we've just seen, the Formula Vees out on track before we go for 200 kilometers of endurance-style racing with the ATS Motorsport Zwartkops 200. That's how things are going to run for the rest of the day. We'll be back at probably about 20-odd minutes from now to bring you more action here from the Regional Extreme Festival, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Well, it does say we'll be back in a few moments' time, but we do have a couple of things we need to get done in the break as well, I believe. So I'm just standing by for the crew to give me the cue, and we're going to be chatting about what I mentioned earlier on in the day. Awesome blanket drive that was done for this weekend. So looking forward to that in a few moments' time, and then back into racing. We kick things off with the Liqui Moly Super Vees. Welcome back to action from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. We're about to get into the second part of the day's proceedings, and that of course starts with the Liqui Super Vees. They're about to get out on the circuit, and as they make their way out, we of course always do something special on this day. It's the Zwartkops 200 day here at Zwartkops, and the blanket drive has gone really well. As you can see here, there's a couple of people around Gauteng. They're going to be pretty suitably impressed with a little bit of a warmer winter, courtesy of all of our drivers who've gone all out to ensure that we can get some people a little bit of warmth for the winter time. A big thanks to all the drivers that supported this initiative, and of course this is going to go to a really worthy cause, which will give everybody a chance that hasn't got something warm this winter to get something warm and to stay warm, courtesy of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Right, a quick run up the stairs there quickly to get back here in time for some commentary. Only just getting back here in time. But nice initiative there. Unfortunately, looks like one of the Liqui cars might have had a bit of a problem on that first lap. Is that early B? I think it might be. Just catching my breath. Getting back up to the top here. Jean Leroux leads things out at the moment, as he did in the first heat. And it looks like coming from the back in that BJ Pro welding car. We'll have to keep an eye on that car because it had such an incredible turn of pace. Albertine Pinard eventually got himself up into the top three and then had some problems right in the closing stages. Fabien Lance diving through, finding a way past. And a safety car has been deployed. That'll give me a chance to catch my breath. Apologies on that. Had to go down to do that little link for the blanket drive. And once again, a massive thanks to all the drivers that got behind that blanket drive to get some less fortunate people a little bit of a warmer winter, and I'm sure that's going to go down really well with the team that we're supporting there. And a massive thanks to all our teams for supporting Zwartkops and the initiative put together with the Extreme Festival Regionals at the Zwartkops 200. The ATS Zwartkops 200 is a little bit later on this afternoon as we're watching the Super Vees from South Africa around on their first lap. Looks like some kind of an issue out there caused a problem for one of the cars, and with that we had to go to safety car. I think it's that machine there. Was it possibly Gendre that caused the problem? I think it was. It was Gendre that had the problem, and unfortunately he has dropped right to the back of the pack. So he's got going again, and under safety car, of course, he's allowed to drive at about 80% of his normal pace to get to the back of the pack. But what is going to happen now is he'll start from the back of the pack. He can't come back to the front, which is now in the hands of Lucian Ramchanda. So it was Gendre, the leader, that had a problem there. Also, just want to send out a shout out to, of course, a couple of the drivers that sent some messages through. Normally we'd get them on our Facebook feed, but with the signal here this weekend has been pretty poor. We unfortunately weren't able to run my laptop and my iPad to show what was going on. But some information coming through there. Apologies there to Jandrea Johnson in car number 31. On the timing monitor, it's under Gendre, but it's actually Jandrea. It's a lady driver there at the back of the pack there in car 31. So apologies for the commentary earlier on, but that was passed on to me by Marius Jackson. His daughter, I think Morgan, was supposed to drive, but Jandrea got a chance to drive in this one this weekend. So apologies on that one. We'll get that all sorted out, but that just sorts out one of the things that we had to get right, and information that was passed on that would usually get onto our screen, but unfortunately I'm not getting that this weekend. So as you can see on that side of things, it is Super Vees in full flight now, and at the front end of the field it is a big battle there between Fabian Lance and Early B. The DJ is in the house looking for a chance to squeeze through, maybe up into second place. Has he got through there? I think on Fabian, yes he has. So Fabian demoted down by Early B to third place. She falls into the clutches there of Grant Will and Kursi van der Merwe. But we're going to keep an eye out on the number 2 car. There's a bit of fluid coming out of the back end of Fabien's car. Lots of fluid, in fact, coming out of the back end of Fabien's car. That'll be a concern. There's Grant Will trying to find a way past there in the 18 car. He'll pick him up relatively easily. He runs that famous yellow helmet design that the late great Ayrton Senna had as his option. And great to have him in the mix there in the number 18 machine. At the moment, fighting there with Kursi van der Merwe. There's a big fight on amongst the all-liveried Liqui-Moly cars in the front end of the pack. The only one that's not part of that Liqui-Moly livery currently, I would say, is possibly Tony from Benoni. He's looking to get up there as well in 7th place. He's in the sort of reddish-pink car in the background. So as they come through there, the first 6 cars all out of the Liqui-Moly stable, but of course all these cars are sponsored by Liqui-Moly. So looks like they're in for a bit of fun and games at the moment, I can tell you. This is the second heat of Super Vees. They had a fantastic first heat, which was won by the man who's at the back of the pack at the moment, setting the fastest lap times. 11 sixes coming out of Gendre Leroux, as opposed to the kind of 1 minute 20 odds we saw in the pack under safety car scenarios. But as they come through now, you'll see them dropping down, and those times should be dropping pretty rapidly as they cross the line. Lucian Ramchanda will be looking to hang on to the lead. Fabian Lance dives back up the inside to find a way through there into second place. And it looks like Early B might be under a bit of threat again now from the 2 cars behind him, which is Kursi van der Merwe and Philip Pilligen. So some fun and games as always in the Super Vees, but of course this is the first time that we've actually seen them at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport as part of the incredible outing that we've had here. And of course I've got Big Jim on the line at the moment sending me a message to tell people that we've got spinning and drifting happening down on the skid pan. So make sure that if you are watching here on your smart devices and you are here at Zwartkops, please do yourselves a favor, go down to the skid pan and support Big Jim and the team from XS. They are currently on the skid pan as we're doing Super V commentary. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far that we've brought you here on the live stream, but some action aplenty still to come your way. And if you want to be in a car and be drifting around the skid pan here at Zwartkops, then make sure you get down there as soon as possible so that you can see exactly what the team are doing there from XS Promotions. They are down on the skid pan while we're watching these guys and girls go at it for the second time today. Genre Leroux down into the 110.07s. We've got 120.7s coming out of the front pack here. There's 27s, 20.9, 20.6s. So he's literally almost 10 seconds quicker than any other car on track. But Gendre is having to find his way back through this pack of cars, which not easy to do when you've only got, is it a second lap of, it's a second heat of 10 laps. Yeah, 10 laps for Super Vees. So he's got about 6 or so laps to go. Make that 5 laps because they're at the halfway stage. And a spinner at turn 2. I think that might have been Gendre again. Is it? Yes, it was. He's trying so hard, he's spinning himself out. So he's down into the 109, still the fastest car on circuit. 111's coming out of Lucian Ramchundra now. 12s and 13s out of Fabian Lance and Kursi van der Merwe. That's kind of where we sit at this point in time. And certainly that's not the way Jean-Andre wanted to finish up his day. It is a fantastic little battle in the first one. It was kind of for the sort of latter part of the top 5 though, as Jean-Andre disappeared ahead of Lucian. But these 4 cars were in a bit of a fight of their own. Kursi van der Merwe, Philip Billigen, Grant Will, Tony from Vanoni. Early B, of course, was in 3rd place in the first heat, so dropping down to 7th is not quite where he wanted to be, but he's also into the 14s now, so there must be some kind of an issue there for DJ Early B. That's the man we're talking about there, the 77 car, the pink car of Tony van Benoni. Love that. I'm sure it's not his real surname, but he's definitely from Benoni, so I think that's why he's gone with Tony from Benoni. It was an awesome little run there from him as well in that first heat of racing. So let's see how he goes now. Jean-Andre Leroux will be the next car that has him in sight. He's putting the pressure on there, that's for sure. And he's now looking for a chance on Will on the inside. Can he make it stick? No, Grant Will holds him at bay. Keeps him very honest as he goes through there. You can see just how tight it's getting between the two of them. It's really, really good stuff here between Grant Will and the hard-charging Tony van Benoni. Is that the change up for the lead? It is. Fabian Lance hits the front. We have a lady driver at the front of this pack, and one of SA's finest carters has gone to the front end of the second heat of Liqui Moly Super Vees. I think Ramchundra's got a problem because Kursi van der Merwe has capitalized on that issue as well and has gone to second by the looks of it. Yeah, there's definitely a problem there on Ramchundra's car. He's lost out 2 positions, make that 3 into turn 2. In the space of the straight and 1 and 2, he's gone from 1st place to 4th place. Some kind of an issue in that car, in that Super V there for Lucian Ramchundra, the current champion in the class. He's got the number 1 plate for a reason. But that has now given Fabian Lance a chance here to possibly wrap things up for a victory. And considering the fact that we're already into the second half of this first heat, of the second heat I should say, it is a super effort there from the young lady to get to the front end. She's now got about a half a second or so ahead there of Lucian Ramchundra at the last time they crossed the line. But of course that's all changed up now. It's now Kursi and Philip Billigen who are ahead. And there you can see an ailing car. Big problem there. Look at this. I think there might be something wrong with the suspension there. Breakage on the suspension. Look on the right-hand side back. Yeah, there's definitely an issue on that car. It's not driving like it is, and you can just see by the wing. The wing is skew, and the back end of the car is facing almost the opposite way. So Ramchundra must have hit something, or maybe hit a curb, done some damage to the car, which is going to allow Fabian Lance a chance now to take the victory. If she can keep out the attack that comes from behind from Kursi van der Merwe and Philip Billigen. Actually saw just in the background as well, Jean-Andre Leroux was not too far behind those 2 cars. So there is still a chance there for Jean-Andre to be in the mix and possibly into the top 3. If he gets into the top 3 overall, he will still be in the running for the overall victory, considering the fact that Early B has had a problem and he's dropped down to 10th. And we've just lost Lucian Ramchundra. So if we can get Jean-Andre 2 positions higher, he's still in the running for the overall victory. Let's keep an eye on that number 2 car. These are the first 3 cars on track. Let's see how far back. You can just see in the background. There it is in the background. It is Grant Will and Jean-Andre Leroux. Still stuck on the left-hand side there. Under yellows will be Lucian Ramchundra. Let's see how big the gap is. Is that... Oh, it's Jean-Andre. It's not even Will. It's Jean-Andre ahead of Will now, and Will maintains his margin over Tony van Benoni. So the first 4 cars now under threat. And the 4th car is the most threatening car out there, doing 109.8 into the closing stages here of this second heat of Super Vees. It's a fantastic run there from Jean-Andre. Good recovery considering he dropped right to the back of the pack. Stopped on the sideline coming out of turn 2 here at Castrol on the first lap. And then fortunately with the safety car was able to catch the back of the field and has slowly but surely made his way through this pack. If he continues to do what he's doing right now, the 109s, the rest of the pack in front of him are doing 11s and 12s. He is between 2 and 3 seconds quicker than these 2 cars ahead of him. And unfortunately, he's on the last lap, so it might only be a third he could potentially get to. And that's not going to be at turn 5 because there is a yellow flag up at turn 5. So he won't be able to make the overtaking maneuver he wants to on Philip Billigen until he gets down into turn 8, which I think he's going to go for. This is Fabian coming out of turn 6 into 7. He can't overtake here either because of that car on the outside line. Fabian comes down the hill. Watch out for the opportunity here. Here we go. Diving through for third place in the background. I think we're going to see Jean-André Leroux will get through. Lance is going to get the victory. She comes through, but I think it's going to be, yes, indeed, Jean-André Leroux who gets back up into third place after going right to the back of the field. And with the space of 6 laps to play, came back into third place overall, which will give him possibly the overall victory for the day. So that is an awesome bit of driving there from Jean-André Leroux. His final lap time, a 1:09.755 there. And that is absolutely spectacular stuff there from him as we wrap up the second heat of Super Vees and get ready to go with BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B, and C. Right, so a man who was supposed to join me for the first one but didn't, He had a little bit of admin duties to do there, I see, boss man. But a nice field here, 54 cars in total, not quite the 70 we had at Kyalami. But I was chatting to Nick earlier on and saying to him, the way you've had to split these cars, 30 to 35 cars on this grid, on this track, makes it a lot of traffic to deal with.
Yeah, so obviously we've got ABC, these cars now out on track. They're the faster cars, so it's better that they alone, because they'll potentially, like the faster Class A cars, will potentially lap a Class F car 2, maybe even 3 times. So yeah, it works. It's also a safety aspect because of the size of the fields. I think Zwartkops can only take 38 cars, and you can just add a few. I think there's a percentage that you're allowed to add. That's your max. So it's like 40 odd cars max.
Yeah, 100%. And I think what we saw in the first one was the small field of Class A's was not taken away from the class of what Rick could do in his machine. But both Nick and I were saying, it is known as combined racing, so aren't there supposed to be 2 of them?
Yeah, well, Paulo's, I think he's still battling with his turbo. He had a turbo issue at Kyalami, and they haven't resolved it. And Rick's actually out in his N55 power plant. He's got an S55 as well, which is your M motor. So his car's actually probably 2 seconds off the pace. He should be doing
what he could do, yeah.
Yeah, he should be doing a flat 1 minute around here.
Well, he did a 1 minute flat on qualifying. He did a 60.59, I think it was, in terms of his qualifying. So he's got the ability to run around here at that pace, which is phenomenal, considering the fact that these are the top end of BMW's racing fraternity around the country. Now, also, while they're doing this warm-up lap, chatted to Nick about the fact that you've got a whole bunch of new drivers here. You've gone to Cape Town and you've gone and created an entire class down in Cape Town. Now you're going around the country, but I believe KwaZulu-Natal are the next in your target.
Well, Cape Town actually is racing today, the Cape Town Car Club.
Yeah.
Their race series.
Yeah, they've got the power
today.
series on that weekend.
Yeah, and then we're going to East London in August. So there's a whole lot of guys from PE and East London want to join us, and the Cape Town guys. So we should have a strong field there. And
so
then
just
Durban,
people from all over the place.
There's a whole lot of Durban Oaks that have joined us for this series here. I think I stand to be corrected. There's about 6 or 8 cars. That have come. There's a whole lot of new M4s, so they're giving a bit of the Oaks and ENF
It's a tasty safety car you got there as well. Hey?
Yeah, no, it's quite an awesome car to have. Thanks to BMW South Africa and Pablo Clark Racing for letting us use that car.
Right, let's get into it now. This is the second heat, of course, inverted grid, which means that the man who won will start from 3rd. So a bit of work to do there for Rick, but shouldn't be too much of an issue as those lights go out. Watch out in the background as well for the return of Anton Pommersheim. Arguably the most dangerous driver in race number 1 was Anton. He was literally all over the Class B competitors. Although Renzo won out in the end by quite a nice margin.
Yeah, I think he didn't finish the last lap. He only had 9 laps on official timing. The others all had 10. Okay, so that's why he dropped down to 4th.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to watch out for him and see how he goes now for this second heat. And of course, he had pace, as I was going to say, and it looks like that pace is already there. Well, as they start things out, it is Lorel expected to be at the front end, exactly where he is. And it doesn't look like Leon Lopes has had the start he wanted. He's in amongst some of those Class B competitors. Must have had some kind of an issue coming out of turn 2.
And there's Salvi, also a Class C leading competitor, closely followed by, who's that? MTech.
Yeah.
So that's Reinhard Miller.
Reinhard Miller, yeah. Miller had a fantastic outing in the first one, I got to tell you. He was getting it sideways through a couple of the corners and putting on a spectacle of note.
Not often did you see Renier in front of Leon.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Carlo Gobini. I think Leon's got an issue because he's going quite slowly around there. There's
definitely a problem there on that car.
All of Class B is now past him. That Class B of Pommersheim, that's built by Fos Freddy, that car in picture now. There's about, I think there's another 3 being built like that. It's a E46 shell with a B58 3-litre turbo motor in.
Yeah. I can tell you something. I had a X6M last weekend. It was spectacular. I should bring it along to this class. Give these guys a run for their money. Here we go. Up into turn 2, and this is where the battle's starting to unfold a bit. Here comes a big move from our Free State-based driver, Leonard Archer. Archie sneaking through there.
And just behind him is Varish. We used to race together, but he's moved up into Class C, the new Class C. He's found a bit of pace there, so he's having a bit of fun there in Class C now.
He's not sandbagging like you.
I don't sandbag. I just go into tyres backwards.
We saw that, a little bit of damage on the back end of the boss man's car. But listen, I got to tell you, this is going to be a tight battle here. I think Archie's in for a run for his money there. He's not going to get through as easily as what he thought. Ozbagioni starting to come through there rapidly.
And he's behind a diesel. That's one of the other diesels that's come to the party.
Correct.
Unfortunately, Gary's still having some issues after the hill climb with his car, so he's not yet this weekend. That diesel's from Durban, and there's another diesel from Durban in Class F.
So a couple of diesel-powered machines come into play now. I think what Gary's done for the diesel-powered machines is showed them what they can do in amongst turbocharged, supercharged, and naturally aspirated machines. So they can run pretty much line astern or even ahead of some of the cars.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue is the heat. That's otherwise they're bulletproof.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, and I think that's why they're going to probably come into the road now, into the winter season, and into the cooler conditions that we've got on the next couple of rounds. So hopefully that's the case, and they can run amongst the top end.
Yeah, so now obviously with the winter season, our breakouts change slightly by 0.5 faster. So yeah, obviously because of the winter and the temperature and all that, the car should be running a lot faster. I see Leon's battling behind Class B. He must have an issue with the car.
No, there's definitely some kind of problem there for Leon Loubser. It's not where he'd like to be. Pommersheim hasn't got through on him just yet, though. Macros has. So Nick Macros has found a way past, but maybe Leon's issues have sorted themselves out, and he's not going to try and nurse that car home. Front end of the field, though, a super run. And I tell you, it's not a bad run in the day if you can stay at the front end with Fabio Fedetto leading things up. He didn't expect that.
Rick's in
other
front.
Than Rick, I'm saying, other than Rick. Rick's another ball game. Okay, you could have an A+ class for Rick.
Yeah, it'd be great if Paulo would come and race again. So Paulo would call out to you, come and race again, Paulo. We're waiting for you.
Yeah, Paulo Lorao. I told you got to be here, bud. I'm going to mention the name a few times just to say, the combined racing team means it's combined with two. You can't have a combination of one. You have to have a combination of at least two or more.
So also there you see a Class C car. That's ours. He's naturally aspirated. He's fighting amongst all the turbos. It's a sort of an issue that we have in all of our classes with the turbos and the NAs. So there's a bit of banter.
I think it works well.
It's banter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it kind of gives you a target,
Yeah.
As a naturally aspirated driver, if you're able to run, and we chatted to Darby, I think just before you guys went out, Darby was saying, his box shape is a naturally aspirated and he's fighting amongst turbos, but he enjoys the challenge.
Yeah.
So if you want to have a bit of a challenge and you have got a bit of racing ability, which we know Darby's got, he can run with turbos and give them a run for their money.
Well, look at Kalami in my last race there. I'm an NA car and I managed to hold off the turbo cars, and that's a horsepower track. So somehow, it was just luck there for me, I think. And
experience as well. Experience counts. A lot of the time, it's a lot to do with experience, but also the setup of the car, how it runs on the day. You guys had a long break between races, so sometimes it's the head being right by the time you get onto the black stuff.
Yeah, for some of us it's a short one because you got to do ABC. There's 2 races, DF 2 races, so it's quite a long day for some of us.
Well,
but
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is it Nick Naidu who's doing
he's
C
racing,
and F?
He's doing Class C and D. Yeah, so that's him in picture now. He's got his M2 out here, and then he's got his old 1M, an original 1M. That's a rare car in South Africa.
That's a rare car to have racing with as well.
And he races with that car that he made into a full race car.
Nothing wrong with that. So he's had a busy day.
Leon's moving up, but he's not very fast at the moment.
Not like the pace we saw earlier on. So I think we'll keep an eye on his progress. But listen, it's still going to give him a second place there and possibly the lead still of Class A. Because Rick hasn't raced in Class A yet this year. Fabio, or maybe Fabio gets it. No, Fabio will probably take the lead of Class A's championship.
No.
Not enough.
Leon's quite far ahead.
Okay, so yeah. That's the reason why he's probably staying out there.
Unfortunately, Bob was out in the first race with a mechanical issue with his gearbox, I believe. So he picked up some nice points. They still get full points for these 2 races, Class A and B, because there was 4 cars on track on the weekend, including practice. So they do get their full points.
Okay, so that's a rule change that you made as well.
Yes, so
originally you'd say
if it was 3, then it would be like 8, 6, and 5.
Correct.
But because it was 4 cars, no matter when it was, as long as it was during the race weekend, if they step foot or a tire onto the track,
fantastic.
A 4th car, then they get full points.
To be honest with you, I think that's a great move on your behalf because there are a lot of guys that sort of suffered because of that. They would lose the championship by 1 or 2 points because their class wasn't big enough during the race weekend at whatever track we were at. So hats off to you guys for thinking through that, and I think that's going to work really nicely.
And there we got Nicky Dix. He's chasing after Vrish. So there's again a turbocharged versus a NA battling. These 2 yellow turbos, and
there he is in the background.
Your more modern M4 versus an old E36 3J turbocharged.
I think Varish, he's got a lot of experience in the BMWs, but there's a huge amount of experience coming from Nicky Dix. As I said, that you just given him the commentator's curse. That wasn't me, Nicky. That was all him. Okay, all my boss man alongside me here. He was the man.
My fellow teammate with a S54, so I feel sad for him now.
Yeah, exactly. You got to give him a heads up there. You got to give him a shout out too. I was sending Nick Caps down earlier on to go and shout at Dad because he literally got to Gary Formato's wall and stopped. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, well, actually, I've got to thank him. Because of him, he someone's gone off in the background.
Oh, it's a big one.
It's Nick Macros.
It's Nick Macros.
He's hit the tie barrier.
Yeah, Macros, that's out of turn 4.
Possibly no brakes. That looks like quite a big impact.
Yeah, that was a big impact down at turn 4. Possibilities of a safety car as well.
What lap are we on?
We are sitting, I've got to refresh every time. Sorry, buddy, hang tight. I'll tell you right now. We have now completed lap 7.
Lap 7 out of 12, so we haven't done the 16.
Haven't done a full.
So possibly they will just circulate
on
safety car till they get 67%, so we can at least call the race.
So you're going to have to get JL out there in the safety car. So you picked up a COC as your official safety car driver as well, hey?
Yeah, because the car's got roll cages in it and all that, it's just a bit easier for him to get in and out.
In and out of the car, yeah. Oh, Nick's okay. That's cool. And he unfortunately looks like some kind of, it's not a Hans device. I think that might be the Alpine Star one that he's got on there. But he's got the neck brace on, which is a good thing. Is it compulsory for you guys to have it?
Yes, we've got a compulsory. Big incident at Kailami a year ago with, I forget his name, Michael
Safiro, yeah.
With his Polo, and then also Steph Cavalieri.
Yes, that's right.
Fortunately, Steph walked away because we had a 6-point harness. Our rules is a 6-point harness.
6-point harness is the way to go.
And
for sure.
Since then, we actually made it compulsory for Hans device, and then also now class A, B, and C, or A and B, if I recall, is optional to put those nets around the seats. I forget the name. We bring them in because obviously those cars are quite quick. So I make it optional for the first year, and then following year or two, then we make it compulsory.
So slowly but surely
just
bring it
to add the safety. We want to make it safe for the guys.
Safety is number one option, but that's, I like the way you guys are thinking there. Let's have a quick refresh of this timing monitor. Unfortunately, the reason we're doing this for your info is the signal here today is quite shocking. It's nothing we can do with it. Rick, Leon, Fabio, that's your top 3 in Class A. Lorenzo, Anton, and Renier. Fabio.
I wonder if Fabio and Nectar had any
possibly. He's dropped down to 3rd at the moment, and he's running in on lap 7, so he hasn't crossed the line yet. He's about to cross the line. That would be him across the line there now. Maybe he dropped back after that off-track excursion with Nick. Maybe he was involved in it, or I don't know. We didn't get the final say there, unfortunately, but that's kind of what happens. If I do another refresh, maybe it'll give me an indication.
The medics are now arriving by Nectar, but he's out of the car. He seems to be safe.
Yeah, he's out of harm's way.
Our cars are very well built. German engineering, I suppose you can say that. But also with the roll cages, to specification. So they're well built cars.
Well, you can see Hunley going across just to have a quick chat to see if Nick is okay. I think he was because he got out the car pretty quickly. I don't think there was any problem there. They're going to send down, that's recovery 2 from turn 5 to go and help recover that vehicle and get it behind the tyre barrier. Unfortunately, it is end of the day there for Nick Macros.
Okay, the pace car should actually be in front of Rick, not behind it.
Maybe Rick doesn't realise it's a pace car. He thinks it's another race car because it does look like a race car.
There's Fabio still on track, so he must have dropped off somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe some sort of an incident there, maybe some oil, we don't know.
Yeah, possibly. Good possibility of that.
Everyone seems to be on track.
I don't see anybody other than Nick that was involved in that. And if I go down to
I see Miller's dropped back a bit there as well.
Nick.
Reinhard Miller.
And Nicky Nick, so the only 2 cars that
Reinhard Miller is pulling in, so
Miller's having to pull into pit lane. We're staying under safety car for the next couple of laps because that car's still not out of harm's way. And that means that we'll just be maintaining the gaps that we've got. What will happen is, though, it does allow the concertina effect to happen.
Okay, there we go. The safety car's now in front of Rick, so now we're in position. So as soon as they get that car out the way, we can go back to racing.
So there we go. Now we're in the right order. It's not too far by the looks of things from getting that sorted. Macros is staying with the car. It might still be drivable from outside of the track back into pit lane. Or at the end of the race, they might give him a chance to
pull it into that little section there with the orange tyres. That's a little gap in the wall. If I can just get it in there, then we're fine. We can go.
Nick staying with the car there. You can see
it's got a bit of damage.
There's a lot of damage. Yeah. It's a lot of cosmetic damage. Hopefully no big problems underneath that cosmetic damage.
46 guys aren't having lekker time this
No,
weekend.
they're having a
Now,
tough time of it, eh?
And it's the same quarter panel that I've busted, so we might have to look for two.
Do you think that fire marshal did her hair that color just on purpose, or is it just me? Because man, that is the brightest red I've ever seen on a lady in my life.
Oh, it matches her suit.
It does. And as a fire marshal, that's what you want. You want to be able to be seen, I suppose. There we go. Right, so it is Rick Leroux of the combined racing team who leads things out in Class A ahead of Leon Loubser, who's recovered, but still sits in second place there, just ahead of the leader of Class B, which is Renzo Gutteri. It's Anton Pommersheim and Renier Smith who are the top three there in Class B. Class C, incredibly, it's Bilal Ahmed who's leading things out there ahead of Nick Naidu. And then Ozbagioni in third place. Salvi's down into fourth and Leonard Archer in 5. But Salvi's been the quickest on the last pass.
I just hope that they didn't overtake under yellow, safety car yellow, because there's a lot of changes from when we were when they were last racing.
Yeah.
So there's a high likelihood there's some overtaking under yellow, which means 30-second penalties. They shouldn't be overtaking.
You're going to be having a tough
So
time.
yeah, I'm going to have some fun with them.
I'm going to have to go and do some work downstairs now.
And I've got to try and race, so
that's how you got to do it.
There wasn't
That's how you got to do it, but that's how it goes. That's why you get paid the big bucks, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I wish.
All right, so still under safety car here. This is the second heat of BMW M Performance Racing Series. It's classes A, B, and C that are on track. We started with a class of 54 cars in total, which is why we've had to split the A, B, and C, D, and F categories. And also because of the size of the circuit, you can't have more than 38 cars on track at one time. So that's also giving you an opportunity. But remember, the last time we were out with these guys was at Kyalami, and it was a field of 70 cars, I think you guys fielded?
Yes, correct. Yeah, we had 70 cars. Again, ABC split from DEF. So we were fortunate enough to have it split. We did it at M-Fest in October last year, and it worked perfectly well there. Before that, we were forced to have max 60 cars, because that's the max. Kyalami is 50 cars max, and you can add 20% to the max.
Sure.
So we had 60 cars. We couldn't go more than that. So luckily, I managed to convince Tanya to twist the arm a bit, and we managed to get 70 cars on the grid.
That's incredible.
It was an awesome event.
A massive field. It was a good event. It was a really good event, and I think it did motorsport a huge amount of justice to be back at Kyalami and to show that the Kyalami Massive came out. You know, a lot of people on the sideline. One of the biggest crowds I've seen at Kyalami in a long time for that weekend. So it shows that a bumper weekend of motorsport is exactly what a lot of people in Gauteng are looking for. Dierwald Smith's had a bit of a tough time of it this weekend, but
he just broke out into Class C at Kyalami.
Correct.
He was in Class D with us. It's basically M3 S54 with a turbocharger and an 8 HP gearbox, a ZF gearbox. So it is extremely quick down the straight.
What I'm saying is, and the point I was going to get to with him is that there are a couple of drivers already today that could possibly have also broken out on the times they did in race number 1.
I see
we got
safety
the
cars
pace car
coming
back
in.
pace car back into pit lane, and it's now time for Rick to drop the hammer again.
It looks like some of the guys are sleeping because they've gone. They've bolted.
Leon's found some pace now in the second. He's got a little bit of fire under him.
Lorenzo was a bit sleeping there. He's big gap to Class B.
So Renzo catches Class B out there big time and leaves the rest of the pack, Pommersheim and Renier Smith behind him.
Pommersheim is now going for Fabio Fredetto, who's a Class A car.
Fredetto seems to have found a little bit of a late race lack of pace as opposed to the pace that you need at the end of the race day.
Just also a reminder that the Class A cars are on full slicks, and the Class B, C, and the rest are all on Dunlop semi-slicks.
On semis,
Everyone's
yes.
on Dunlop, yeah.
Dunlop rubber, of course, is the entire categories racing today are all on Dunlop. So incredible job there from the ATS team and from the Sumitomo Rubber Company. They are supporting motorsport in a massive way here in South Africa.
I think now they need to watch out there for Renier Smith. I think he's trying to get past Pommersheim, and then obviously I think it might be a bit difficult to get hold of Lorenzo.
Not going to get Renzo, but he can definitely get Pommersheim.
Probably about 2 laps left.
Yeah, it's 2 laps.
One
We're
lap
on the final lap now. We're on to the final lap, so we should be going through now to get that checkered flag.
No, I think it's lap 12 now and then checkered.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Onto this one to start.
Oh, no, it's checkered already.
No, it's checkered flag.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought so. This thing
Timing
changes all the
monitor
time.
says
No, the
lap
monitor's
11.
always up and down. As I said, it's a signal issue here.
So it was just a 1 lap sprint race.
So Rick took it from Leon Loubser, Fabio Fredetto in third place. Renzo takes it ahead of Pommersheim and Renier for the top 3 in Class B. And I think it's Nick Naidu who came through, yes, beating out Bilal and Ozbagioni for the top 3 in Class C. So that's how we wrap things up for classes A, B, and C of M Performance Racing Series. And I'm going to let you head on down and get ready for race 2. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm going to go out to my very loud. I don't know if you guys heard it.
Very loud.
I've got a very short exhaust with
We saw that. Yeah.
So I'm going to go
we
out
might get some complaints from up the road here in a few moments' time. But yeah, thanks for joining me,
I think
man.
they might love it. It's an M3.
Hey, bud.
Hey.
Those folks love anything that's got M on it, bro. Here, I tell you when.
Hey, man.
Tell you right now.
Thanks, Greg, and thanks for everyone who was watching.
Awesome job. Catch you later on, and thanks for joining me for commentary. All right, we're into our second heat of Dunlop V8 Supercars now, and it is. I've got. Sorry, I can hear you perfectly, Carl. Carl's joined me again. Carl Lawrence, of course, our karting extraordinaire commentator. The Bahrain World Karting Finals coming up in the end of. It's in December, I think. This
yes,
year.
it is. End of November. End of November.
End of November. Okay.
So I'll be in the UAE for the Challenge of the Future with Brody Cooper Darling and Emma Rose, and then I'll shoot over to Bahrain. It only got confirmed last week. It was tentatively confirmed, and then I got a phone call saying,
whatever.
"Why is your
didn't even mention a certain voice of choice who wants to join him in commentary?
Of course I did.
We're trying to get there eventually. One day I'll be big enough to join Carl in commentary on an international karting event. The World Finals, by the way, is what he's doing. But we're not doing World Finals today. We're doing the final heat of the Dunlop V8 Supercars. And of course, with Dunlop V8 Supercars, what happens with this is they invert the grid. So it's going to be an interesting turnaround here, because it looks like it's Steve Herbst and Alki Kampan who are going to be on the front row ahead of the hard-charging Warren Lombard. Now, I did mention the fact that if Lombard didn't quite get to the front end by the end of race 1, his strategy would change.
I must add that Warren Lombard, the only car that I saw in the pits, putting new tyres on the left-hand side of his car. So as far as I understand, Dunlop V8, you are allowed two new tyres per weekend. So he's put 2 new on his left-hand side, the only one I saw. And Richard Fuller, we did have a check. Brake, fade into turn 5, same as he had into turn 2 on Friday. So they've put a lot of work into that car, and hopefully that's sorted and done.
Well, we'll wait and see if that's the case. Adam Automotive Machine there, that is Mr. Ryan himself, Alan Ryan. He'll be starting just ahead there of Warren Lombard, I think, as they come to the line. The pace car will move off into pit lane. That's our official safety car, courtesy of Pretoria Toyota. And it's got some new fat tackies and mag wheels on there. I think somebody's given it a little bit of an upgrade there, maybe from the boys from Laudium there, making a plan. But here we go. It is Dunlop V8 Supercars. There'll be double yellows into turn 1 and 2, as that always is for these big bangers. The Rolling Thunder, that is the Dunlop V8 Supercars, makes its way into turn 1. Watch for the back of the pack. I also got some news sent to me which I didn't know about, and it's something that you might not know about either. It was sent in between the 2 heats as we go down into turn 1. Not much changes there. Steve Herbst hangs on to the lead of the race, but some information that was thrown at me by Sean Hepburn says to me that, by the way, Ben's car is a Chevy, and problems there for Terry Wolford dropping to the back end. Is it the Chevy LS1 with the paddle shift? I said, no, it's not. So that's just confirmation there that I'm just giving you there. Ben is running his Mustang. That's what he runs. The only Chevy in the field is Thomas Reeb. That's a Chevy Lumina, which of course is, I think, is the ex-Jimmy Orby or Brandon Orby car that ran in the Orby Brothers colours. It's now in Mobil 1 colours. Look at Fuller's
on it.
Just pushing his way through, muscling that pot around car. He's not potting around this time, that's for sure. There goes the Chevy on the inside of Alki Kampan, moving up to 4th, and a little touch there between Kampan and Fuller into turn 8. A little manoeuvring on the sideline there from Kampan. Look at the Italian stallion hitting the front. He goes through turn 1, and Franco Di Matteo hits the front for the first time. So it's Di Matteo who's out front now of the pack. You'll see him come through the foreground ahead of Lombard, Hapst, and then Reeb, and up into 4th place by the looks of things is Fuller. That's a good start from him there, buddy.
Yeah, Terry Wolford, though, obviously having a bit of issue. Ben Milgreed getting up the inside in that Mustang. I did chat to Wolford about the difference on that Mustang. Apparently, sequential gearbox, paddle shift, and a little bit more horsepower and an extra 6th gear. So
that's why he's in Class X.
That is why he's in Class X. And the reason why Wolford wasn't able to get onto him through this sector of the track, but because he's got more gears to go down, he can't brake as late. But saying that, he's down the inside of Fuller braking so late, I thought he had brake problems again there, getting down the inside and getting another move down up to 3rd.
Yeah, gets ahead of Hapster, who drops back into Alki Kampan's clutches. So Stevie Hapster, our pole man, loses out there to the slightly quick. Look at Ben Morganhood sideways out of turn 7 and getting it to grips there as they head down the hill, fortunately catching the car. So according to what Sean Hepburn said, that car is not running a Ford or Mazda engine. Apparently it has got a Chevy engine in, and I'm not quite sure if it has got a Chevy or not. It's definitely the Mustang body, that is for sure, that Morgan Reed is running. But he's got that paddle shift. Someone's off at turn 1, has put a wheel onto the dirt. I would possibly say Warren Lombard. I'll just stand to be corrected, but he tends to run some wider lines through certain corners than most drivers. Lombard trying to catch the Italian stallion here, Franco Di Matteo.
Well, he was all over the back of Franco Di Matteo earlier. Maybe he's just dropping a wheel. He's lost that gap. But those two new left-hand side tyres obviously helping him. I had a chat with the team while he was in the pits. They had the nose off the car.
Yeah.
Apparently the steering rack let go at the exit of turn
you can see
2,
that.
why he lost it. So you called it right.
That.
Definitely damage on that car from the last one. But these front three seem to have a bit of a gap, though, on Richard Fuller. Looking at the times, I don't know if Richard's going to be able to catch this gap.
No, I don't think he's going to. Looking at the lap times, Di Matteo quickest at the moment at a 10 dead. 1 minute 10 dead around this track is a relatively hot lap time. But of course, that's probably going to have changed up now if I refresh the timing monitor. They should be running in the sort of 4s, 2s out of Di Matteo, 2s out of Warren Lombard, 3s out of Thomas Reed. So those were the first couple of laps that they're running in the 10s. That was just to sort of get the cars all warmed up. Now that those Dunlop tyres are up to race pace, Lombard's still battling with steering there. You can see it's not working like it should. That car normally is on rails around here, I've got to tell you. So I think Gavin Wilkins Racing and the Lombard team, the Pep Boys automotive team, they've done everything they can to try and fix that steering rack. Hopefully it holds for the entire race, because the second place is definitely where Lombard would like to be finishing. And considering the fact that Franco Di Matteo pulled out the Italian Stallions Black Cat only a couple of days ago and decided to jump in lastminute.com to come and play here, this is not a bad outing for him at the front end.
Yeah, I think Lombard just pushing a bit harder, because judging by the lap times, he was purple previous lap. So
yeah,
it is a brand new steering rack. So maybe just getting used to the new front end. They might have changed the toe in, the toe out to get that car to handle a bit better. They knew he had a good starting position. They knew he had new tires. So maybe just getting used to that and trying to catch that gap to Franco Di Matteo. But locking the brakes and going into deep into turn 2 is not going to help you catch that gap.
One other factor we need to bring into account here for the people watching here, Carl, is that with the inverted grid, they get 2 extra laps. The first heat is a 10 lapper. This is a 12 lapper. So there's 2 extra laps for them to play with, which is why maybe Lombard might be biding his time. Doesn't want to go too soon. Catch the Italian Stallion, be too close to him, heat up that radiator, maybe get the car to overheat a little bit. And, well, Wolford's back out on circuit. Whatever the issue was, Terry Wolford has got back on track. He's a lap down and closing onto the back end there of Alan Ryan.
They're up the inside on a good exit on turn 2. He's going to have to run all the way through 3. It's going to be an easy pass into 4. So whatever the issue was with that car on the first lap seems to have gone away, and he's moving himself back up the field. I know it does say on the timing there 1 lap. Is that not just going to
don't stress, the timing is not on live timing. We are live timing with a refresh every 30 seconds, and if I don't refresh it, it's not right. Wolford is 17 seconds off Richard Fuller, back onto the original race lap. So he is made up that ground that he lost earlier on when he seemed to have some kind of an issue. Whatever it was, maybe he pulled into pit lane, they sorted it out, and he dived back straight out, not losing a lap, but dropping back into the clutches, though, unfortunately for him, into the GT2 battle that's raging here between Stevie Herbst, who leads out, over Alki Kampan in the Mustang.
Definitely the brightest car out there. Let me just put my shades back on so I can watch the screen down the inside into turn 1. He's looking wiser to it. He doesn't want to make any incidents. Doesn't want to ruin anybody else's race in a different class than him. But definitely trying to get that. There's that gap now. It's closed the game between Franco Di Matteo and Warren Lombard. So Warren Lombard still got to turn a pace, and he can still hang in there. But it's a long race, and these big, wide, sticky Dunlop rubber, with them throwing the tires down, the throttle down, and burning 11s on the exit of every corner. I don't know how long tires are going to last in a race like this. Franco Di Matteo already going defensive on Warren Lombard, so he knows Warren's got the pace to get past.
Yeah, I think Warren definitely has got the pace. He's certainly looking the quicker of the two of them. Let's wait for them to cross the line here before I refresh. Lombard has a go into turn 8. Does he make it stick? I think he might. He might have the line to get through there on Di Matteo. They come across the line. Let's see what happens as they cross that line. Di Matteo is still on the lead lap according to the timing monitor, but there you can see Lombard gets him into turn 1.
So into turn 1 they go. Let's put him under pressure from Reed. Reed's going to go for the inside into turn 2. He's late to the break. Lombard locks up. He almost collected the back of Lombard there.
He did.
But he's got the move done on Franco Di Matteo, leaving the 11s on the exit. That's going to ruin his exit on the way out. Is Di Matteo going to have a look into turn 4?
Yeah, I like that. That back end stepped out properly on that Chevy. And some big black Dunlop rubber lines being put down there as he came out of turn 2. I like that the way you put that, the 11's being put down. Brilliant. Up to the top now. Let's see if Di Matteo can come back at him. He's going to have another look. He's on the original rules, and that's the reason why you'll see those white lines down the middle of the circuit there. The original rules of V8 Supercars were the white line rule. If you came up to a corner like at turn 5 and at turn 2, and those white lines were in play here at turn 8 as well, these dotted white lines that you see. If you're on the outside, you had to stay on the outside. You weren't allowed to come across on them, which gave an opportunity. Bit of smoke, I did see that. I do see that. Gave an opportunity to drivers to overtake, and it made overtaking a bit more easier for the drivers. They've now left it in the hands of the drivers to find their own way. So those white line rules do no longer apply to this category of racing. But In the days where it was part of a strategy that you used to play with. You would literally hang on to the inside line and compromise your fellow driver's drive out of the corners.
Yeah, 100%. We used to call it white line driving. You had to pick a lane going into the corner. We had it in Polo Cup. But now the rule more of don't move twice. A move here for the lead of GT2 down the inside. Good move through one.
Compound gets him. Yeah, Herbst down into the clutches now of Terry Wolford. Wolford with a slightly more powerful car. And, of course, with probably a bit fresher rubber than what Stevie's got on. I don't think Steve's going to fight Terry Wolford's path too much. He knows that Alki's got through now, and there's still a little bit of a margin there before you see Alan Ryan. One car who didn't make it out for the second heat is Wayne Spicer. So Spicer could potentially lose the lead of GT2s with his DNS as opposed to DNF. That did not start is what Wayne Spicer will have next to his name here for the second heat. But if you look at the way they're going, Terry Wolford doesn't seem to have the pace to actually get past those two GT2 cars in front of him.
I think Terry just taking more of a mature approach. He knows that there's something wrong with the car. He knows the car's ailing. Why get involved and ruin a GT2 race? Rather just circulate and, there's those 11s again. Early on the power, hard on the power in the back of that car, just stepping out and sliding, almost looking like we're watching a drift competition.
I like that.
But Reeb obviously putting the pressure on with Warren, and Warren not too comfortable out in front. He wants to maintain a gap. It's still a long race, and there's definitely some body rubbing on the back of that car.
Yeah, I think maybe with the setup that they've changed at the front end, maybe the back is not 100% right, but there's definitely a little bit of rubbing as racing happening there in terms of tyre and body work. I don't think it's engine related. It's probably that, maybe it's that new thicker left-hand side rubber that's catching the body work a bit more than the more worn one he had on earlier on. But needless to say, it's not stopping him from going fast in a straight line. There's a bit of smoke coming off, but it's still maintaining some good pace. Let's see whether or not that's going to affect him into the closing stages though. Lombard heads down into turn one, still leading this out ahead of the hard charge coming from Thomas Reeb. Now remember, Thomas Reeb at this point in time will be looking to try and maintain at least the lead of the championship in GT1, I beg your pardon. So he's in second at the moment, a second place, 102.5 out of him on the last pass. So he's found some late race pace compared to the 102.6. Well, 102.5, 102.6 is nothing in it. So it's not really a big advantage. But listen, a 10th here, a 10th there, and you put it all together in one lap, that makes half a second, then all of a sudden you're back into the mix.
Yeah, only 8 tenths separating the two of them. There's 2 tenths between the top 3 at the moment in terms of time, so they're all running very close together. I think it's more about consistency. Thomas Reeb just needs to stay within those 8 tenths, 7 tenths. If there's a mistake from Warren Lombard, then he can capitalize on that. So just be consistent, don't burn the tires too early, and maybe you can have a go later on in the race.
I've got Paul in my ear there. I didn't quite hear that one. Just give me that one again, Paulie. I see there's a car that has gone missing. I think it's Ben Morganroot that's the car. And looks like Terry Wolford also has gone missing again as well. So Morganroot was, of course, the man to watch out for at the front end in race number 1 with the extra power that he's got out of that machine. There's Terry Wolford on the back straight. He seemed to have gone missing a little bit there, but he's dropped back slightly. So what Terry's going to do now, exactly what you said earlier on, he's going to just try and stay out there and secure 5th place points, because by the end of the season, those 5th place points might be enough for him to still be in the running for the championship overall, depending on what happens at the next 4 rounds of this championship.
You know, the last thing you want to do is decide to pull out of a race because you're frustrated, you know you've got a problem, but you lose those points, you get to the end of the season, and you've lost it by 2 points. It would be the most frustrating thing to happen to any driver. So rather just circulate, make sure that car finishes, and get as many points as you can towards your tally at the end of the season.
And also the other factor that you've got to take into account, you never know what's going to happen out in front of you. You know, there might be a big incident between the 2 lead cars, and then you go from what is a lap down to possibly still 3rd or 2nd even in the race, depending on what happens out front. Right now we're watching with a little bit of concern about additional white smoke coming out of that car. It's a bit more than what it was earlier on, but Lombard doesn't seem to be too worried about it. The COC has not been put out a black and white flag just yet for him either, saying that he's under the eye of the COC. So Lombard, I think, is onto his final lap. Yeah, he's onto his final lap right now, and was looking to maintain at least that gap between himself and Reeb to ensure the victory. 1.45 seconds, so 1.5 seconds basically there. Morganroot still circulating at the moment, and if we look at the overall standings as opposed to just by class, Morganroot currently down in 5th place overall behind Fuller.
Yeah, Fuller, great recovery to 4th. Looks like those brakes have managed to make it throughout the entire race. Zwartkops is known for hurting the brakes. It's too short of a circuit to cool these big brakes. They need to get as much air in as possible. You need a long straight to do that. But as I say that, Warren Lombard about to come and shake the floor and come past the main straight here for the final time.
Yeah, taking the second heat in the Rolling Thunder, the V8 Supercars driven by Dunlop now. Fantastic to have them on board as the official sponsors for this category. They've jumped on with great aplomb. And there you go, Warren Lombard. His tactics, well, spot on according to what I called in race number 1. I said he would stick around and possibly win race 2. Exactly what he tried to do, and he got it right. The Italian Stallion comes through for 3rd place behind Thomas Reeb, who was in 2nd. Your man Richard Fuller there in 4th place. A good run there, and a better run from him in the Potteran car there for the 4th. And in 5th place, taking Class X, will be Ben Morgenroot. Aki Kampan will be coming through for the win in Class GT2. He's in the other Mustang ahead of Steve Herbst and Alan Ryan. Terry Wolford will still finish up in 5th overall, though, for Class GT1. So he'll still be securing himself some good points as we watch Aki Kampan come to the line to win out Class GT2. That's Dunlop V8 Supercars done and dusted. Once again, Carl, thanks for joining me, buddy. Much appreciated. We are moving into the next part of the day's proceedings, which is the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. They've got a 10-lapper coming your way very shortly. So we're about to kick things off here for the second heat of ATE Volkswagen Challenge. It's a 10-lap race coming your way, and more action expected here amongst them as we get into the thick of it here. It was a fantastic battle at the front end in race number 1 between Ian Walker and Jaden Goosen. Eventually Goosen winning out over the stalker. Elna Cruiser coming through for third. Stuart Mack was comfortable on his own sim at the front end of Class B, and Adrian de Beer also hung on for the win there from his pole position. They're both starting from the same place they started from earlier on, and all three of our winners are on pole position for each of their respective category classes here in ATE's second heat. 1 minute board will change to 30 seconds. This 5 minutes, of course, is the fastest 5 minutes ever of your life, because there's 30 seconds already. 30 seconds will change to 5. 5 goes to lights on. And as soon as those lights go off, that's when we go racing. Once again, great start from the inside line coming from Ian Walker. That inside line is normally the better line to be on at this stage of the race. He's got the whole shot down into turn 1 is Walker. So Ian Walker in the Melavellos Cycles United and Garmin-sponsored car. He's out front and leads that Ferro Energia machine of Jaden Goosen into turn 2. Goosen round the outside though, looking early on to try and make a move through. The Insure Risk car there of Dimitri Safiro just ahead of the hard chargers coming in the background of Cody Peterson, Dino Smith. Looks like coming through there as well was Justin Gower. Much better start from him. Stuart Mack looks like he's managed to hang on to the lead of Class B. He has. So Mack has got Aldrich behind him, and it looks like it's pretty much the same order that they were in earlier on, other than the fact that I think it's Chris Davison who just got ahead of Josh Moore. Happy birthday to Josh Moore. Only found that out a little bit later on in the day after we'd finished the first heat, so apologies on that one, Joshy. But happy birthday, bud. Hopefully you can get yourself an overall podium for your birthday present. I'm sure that that'll be certainly one you'll be looking forward to. I know that your brother overseas is trying to push hard in the karting cup that they're involved in, him and Emma Darling. Doing a superb job there flying the flag high for South Africa. But this is ATE Volkswagen Challenge. All of these drivers flying the flags high for their respective sponsors at this point in time. Let's see what they can do now as they're going into this really, really awesome start to the proceedings for ATE Volkswagen Challenge Race 2. We've completed the first lap in anger. Stalker leads out over Goosen and Cruiser. Mack, Aldrich and Davison. And there you can see Philip Cruiser with a bit of battle scars on the side of that car. I wonder if that might be the reason why he dropped back earlier on in the first start. Adrian de Beer trying to hang on to the lead of Class C ahead of Koenig and Bryce Pillay. That's kind of where he'd like to be, but of course not always where it's easy to be, particularly when you've got such a competitive class around you. Not an easy thing to do, but needless to say, that's what's happening. Pillay at the moment leads out that Class C, so De Beer's got a bit of work to do. Got to find about 0.6 of a second and then still be able to get past the man in front of him. Mitch Kutsia, better start from him in the Lee Thompson racing car. There he is in shot right now. He's ahead of Stuart Koenig and Philip Cruiser as they head up to the top of the hill and past AMG Driving Experience and the Universal Racing Stable there on the left-hand side. So it is Bryce Pillay who leads out this time in Class C. Bit of work to do there for the black bonnet and red car of Adrian de Beer. Mitch Kutsia under a bit of pressure. Has he got a problem? I think he might have. Koenig's got past him, and I think around the outside, here comes Cruiser. No, might have just missed a gear. Cruiser tucks in behind him. So Kutsia in the Lee Thompson racing machine, just unfortunately losing out there to Koenig in the Northern Bolton tool car. And then it's Philip Cruiser in the second of the ATE machines, just coming through the head of the Insure Risk machine of Dimitri Safirio. Yes, that is the Opel GSI logo on the side of that car, but it stands for Generator Services Inclusive. So we're loving all the support that they're going to be giving later on when we put the lights out here at Zwartkops for the ATS Motorsport Zwartkops 200. And of course, this is what the battle is all about in Class B. That's Aldrich in second. Look at the gap that Mack has pulled. Mack has pulled about at least 2 seconds ahead of everybody else there on track at the moment for Class B. So having a super run once again is Stuart Mack. And if he continues the way he does this, there's a very good possibility he could hang on to that number 1 plate, because he is certainly having a good one. Change up there for third though. Hello, Josh Moore has found a way past. So Joshy, the birthday boy, sneaks through on Chris Davison and gets up into third place for Class B. Down into turn 8, into Volkswagen corner they come. And across the main straightaway, still with 7 to go. 3 laps completed. A little bit of pressure coming as well here from Nicole Lombard. Lombard starting to put the pressure on. Looking for a way through onto, is that Jono Koenig? She's got ahead of her. Yes, it is. So Jono Koenig being pressurized a little bit there. Just ahead of them is Martin de Beer. He had some problems in that first heat. We would have seen him on the sideline for a little bit. Got going again, but eventually I think ended up a lap down. Elna Cruiser putting the pressure and maintaining the pressure she had almost all race long on the back end of Ian Walker. And that Melavello Cycles United car is trying to hang on for second place. Watching Jaden Hussen pull away about 1/10 of a second every single lap. So despite the pace that Walker's found in this new car, it's his first time in Class A. He's certainly not quite up to pace yet on the Ferro Energia car ahead of him. Take nothing away from Ian Walker. He definitely knows how to pedal a race car and will do everything he can to stay ahead of Elna firstly, and then try and use, well, maybe the two of them should work together to try and close that gap down on the lead car. Might be a better plan. Don't fight until you get there and then resume the battle once you're there. It's the old karting adage, but it doesn't always work out the way you want it to. So Stalker heads into turn 4. He's trying to maintain that gap over Elna Cruiser. Further back, this is Bryce Pillay leading Class C. Still keeping that margin. He's staying ahead there of Adrian de Beer. Adrian de Beer stays ahead of Koenig. Koenig's pulled a bit of a margin over 4th place, which is now, by the looks of it, Philip Cruiser. And Mitch Kutsia, he took a little bit of strain on that last lap. Is he still there? I didn't see him in the background. Just watching Nicole Lombard have a little look into the turn 4. Here comes Class C onto the back straight. No, Mitch is still there. Sorry, beg your pardon. Just caught me out ever so slightly with the light. So Kutsia still in 4th ahead of Cruiser. Cruiser ahead of Dimitri Safiro. And the Safiro is slowly but surely making his way up into that top 5 hunt. Nicole Lombard in the PSA car under a bit of pressure, looking for a way through here on Koenig. Jono keeps her very honest. They go side by side out of turn 7, now down the hill. And Nicole will tuck in behind Jono, maybe come for a slightly different line through the final turn. If she can find a way through here, she'll get the outside line and try and hang on to that outside line, because it becomes the inside line for turn 2. But you have to have the ability to hang on to the outside line here for turn 1 to make that one stick. She's doing it. That is exactly what Nicole Lombard has to do now. She's got the inside line for turn 2. Is she good enough on the brakes? Has to be late on the brakes to make it stick, and does it. Sets it up from 3 corners back. Perfectly done. Textbook racing. Just runs wide. Commentator's curse there, Nick. Sorry, babe. As you come out of turn 2. So, yeah, textbook driving there from Nicole Lombard until the last part of that, and just ran a little bit wide, which cost her some time and opened up the door once again for Jono Koenig to sneak through. We've got a yellow flag waved up at turn 5, so somebody must be off maybe in the slip road there, or even in the kitty litter. I can't see if there's a car in the kitty litter. The angle doesn't show us that, but definitely a waved yellow into turn 5, so there must be some kind of an issue that's transpired here. As we watch Class B down the hill, Mac ahead of Aldrich ahead now of Josh Moore. Great drive here from Joshy. Really, really spectacular drive from this young man, celebrating his birthday today. He would love an overall podium to get that birthday celebration going. Francis Aldrich is going to keep him off the second step of the podium, though. I don't think he's going to give that up without a big, big fight. So incredible driving here from Josh Moore. Using this, of course, for some extra seat time to prep himself for the next round of the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. So it's not a bad day in the saddle there for the young Rookie Cup winner, or race winner of one of the 2 from PE. 199 coming in there. That is Martin de Beer. So it looks like more problems there for Martin de Beer's car. Had an issue in race 1. Has had another issue here in race 2. That'll be Cody Peterson under a bit of pressure in the second of the Insure Risk cars. He's being hounded there. I think that's by Justin Gower. No, that's Nolan Skuman, beg your pardon. Very similar colours on those cars. Nolan Skuman on the back end there of him. Still Bryce Pillay maintaining the lead, but there's a bit more emphasis being put on to that attack mode now from Adrian de Beer for the lead of Class C. A super run here from the 2 of them. Yeah, there's definitely more a sterner attack being put on here from De Beer's point of view. He's going to have a look down into turn number 8. He might have good enough drive out of turn 7. Is he close enough to make it stick? No, I don't think he's going to have to go here. Maybe hang on for 1 or 2 more laps, if they've got them. As I refresh that timing monitor, we are into lap 7 completed now of the 10. So leaders have got about 2.5 laps to go. These guys have got still 3 to go. So De Beer still got some time. Still enough time there to plan an attack to get to the front and steal the victory away from Bryce Pillay. Make it a double win on the day there for the poleman. Let's see if we can get it all right. Nicole Lombard has now got through and made it stick. And there's been no answer yet from the Northern Bolton Tools car there of John O'Koenig. So Lombard up into 5th place overall for Class B. Olna Cruiser still in 3rd place behind Walker the Stalker for Class A's, 2nd and 3rd. Goosen 3.5 car going into turn 2 at Castrol. So it looks like he's going to have it all plain sailing here is Jaden Goosen. Only car to get down into the 13s at the moment. He got a 13. No, in fact, the lie. It's the second car going into 13s. Elna did a 13 earlier on. So Elna's done a 13.841. It's a 13.491. Fastest lap of the race so far from our leading car, Jaden Goosen. John O'Koenig currently lapping in the 17s and 18s. So that's the differential between Class A and Class... Oof. Nicole runs wide. That's going to cost the... Oh, that's a huge mistake there from Nicole. Pressure being put on there by Koenig, and she buckles under the pressure. So John O'Koenig sneaks up 1 place. Nicole Lombard runs wide and onto the dirty stuff, unfortunately, there for the second part of the race. So Koenig, unfortunately, just didn't get it right there. Such a pity there for her. Nicole Lombard running wide and onto the dirt. As we're getting into now the closing stage, what are we looking at? 2 to go. Looks of it, yeah, 2 to go according to the lap monitor as well on the side of the track. So this is how we're going to be wrapping things up. I think they're actually onto their final lap, if I'm not mistaken, because this is lap 9 according to me. You got 1 more to go as well, Paul. I've got one more to go too, so I think it's 2 to go on this one. So we'll wait and see what happens. We've been caught out all day long, unfortunately, by these guys. So we'll wait and see what happens here into the closing. But it is definitely Jaden Goosen who will be looking to take that checkered flag, because he's now pulled almost 5 seconds up the road from Walker the Stalker. Somebody's run wide out of turn 4 and put it onto the dirt there. There's just a big dust bowl out of turn 4. And going in there at this time of the day makes it a bit more difficult, because the visibility is normally quite bad with a slightly lower sun into turn 4. But with a lot of dust out there, it makes it even more difficult. There we go. Just gets rid of the back marker relatively easily. Does Goosen, finding his way through there on Justin Gower. And now heads down towards what we think is going to be the start of his final lap. Let's have a look and see. Yeah, 1. No, checkered flag. There we go. Checkered flag is out. So we got to just stand by, Paul. You never know. The way the timing monitor's working today, no one knows when the final flag is going to come out. I think it caught a couple of drivers out even. That's how bad it's been. So there you go. Win goes to Goosen. Walker takes 2nd. Cruiser takes 3rd. Here comes Class B's winner, Stuart Mack. He's going to win out over Francis Aldrich and Josh Moore. Your top 3 for the birthday boy. He'll be happy with that. And there you go. That's nice. On the sideline. That's cool to see. Big Graham Nathan giving Josh Moore a big shout out there, saying well done. Bryce Pillay hanging on here for dear life. Only just, though, ahead of the other 2 cars behind him of De Beer and Koenig for the win in Class C. Quite tight stuff there between the 3 of them. It's going to be less than half a second between these 3 cars as they cross the line. And that's how you like to finish up a race. That close after a good 10 laps of race action. So congratulations to the winners there, Jaden Goosen, Stuart Mack and Bryce Pillay. ATE Volkswagen Challenge are done for the day. Up next, we're going to be heading into classes D, E and F for the M Performance Racing Series. And it looks like Mr. Gunpath will be joining me for some commentary, because he's stepped into the studio sneakily out of nowhere. So as soon as we've got cars on track, we'll be back with action here from Zwartkops and the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola. you come in here, you come in up top here, and I'll just flick you on, so you're going to be on when we start. And that's the man I'm talking to alongside me now for the second heat of BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D, E, and F. We're just chatting off air there, Varish and myself, about a couple of new concepts to this category. Not only the amount of drivers, and of course new rookie drivers coming from KwaZulu-Natal and you going around the world and poaching drivers, but the cool thing, Varish, is that you just showed me the incident report app that you guys have now launched as well. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I think we've got Craig to thank for that, because he designed it quite nicely. I mean, we had the paper system going.
Mhm.
We felt that we need to have an electronic system where we can record immediately. So now we can immediately take down the competitors in terms of who's having an incident, and it timestamps the incident as well. So the 30 minutes starts counting, and it goes to a database as well, so we can see who the naughty boys are all the time, and we can start talking to them.
Straight to the COC, so he's got indication as to who's putting in the reports, who's putting in the troublemakers all the time, and can be sorted out pretty rapidly as well. That's a nice concept, and I think maybe you need to pass that data on to other categories, because there's a few classes that I end up not ever doing prize giving with because of all the trouble that they cause on track. Might be not a bad plan.
We won't mention any names.
No, we won't go there. Not going to name and shame anybody, but there are a few that I do some commentary on that could certainly use that kind of technology. It is, but it's the way things are going. I think we talk about the technology in these cars and how well they're built, and they put in turbos and whatever they're going to build in terms of them, different engines and different chassis, etc., etc. That's all well and good, but to run a series like this, particularly when you're up to 70, 80 cars per round, you've got to have the ability to police it. And I think guys come to the series because of how well it is policed. They know exactly where they stand, and they know that they can't get away with anything that they want to try.
That's exactly it. I mean, we very proudly a no contact series, and we want to make sure that we keep it like that.
Yeah.
So that guys can come, they can bring their pride and joy. We know how much money they spend on their cars. They must be able to take the cars home the way they brought them.
One car we want to mention there, of course, in this class particularly, is a very special. Is it a 1M that Nick Naidu's got?
Yes.
And it's like one of, I think, maybe 6 or 7 in the country. I don't think there's a lot of them around.
Yeah, it's one of 6 or 7, and he's got 2 of them.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's racing
and
one.
He's racing one. That's my man. I say no more. I'm a firm believer that a race car should not be stuck in a museum.
Definitely.
Should be out on a racetrack and being given a chance to give it full taps.
Yeah.
So we got a special car out front as well, courtesy of BMW South Africa, which has been the lone car, and our COC will now pull it into the pit lane to allow Davy Olivier, who's on pole this time, with the reverse grid. Him and Neil Reynolds will start things out on the front end, and they've got Gernholz and Van Vuren, but Mario Hutting had some great pace in race 1.
Yep, let's hope we can keep it up and that the temperatures behave themselves in the turbo, and we should see some good racing.
Lights out of racing as they go down towards turn 1. Let's see exactly how that's going to turn out. Hutting already putting the pressure onto the back end there of Skippers, Van Vuren and of Gernholz. A great start. These two had a fantastic dice. Ken Swartz and Karabo have been fighting like literally hammer and tongs in those two development BMWs that are in this category, which is great to see. And of course, a good initiative to bring some young drivers through. I know we were mentioning the fact that you and I chatted about it off air, and of course at one of the prize givings, when Leighton jumped into the car. You know, the fact that you've got a young gun who's a potential world champion in his own right coming into your class just shows you that you need to get those younger drivers involved in the series, along with the seasoned campaigners that are out there.
And I think it's very good for the sport. And if you look at the talent that's out there, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Karabo at Kalami, he took the mineshaft sideways, and he was in full control. I mean, these guys, they go from go-karts to BMWs, but they keep up the skill.
Yeah, and of course Karabo spent a bit of time in some single-seaters as well, so he's kind of got a good array of experience when it comes to race cars and how to handle them, whether they're front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive. He's in a relatively quick and powerful rear-wheel drive machine. It's not a full-spec or modified machine that he's been, but what they've done at Pablo Clark is they've given them a car that will be competitive.
Yes.
So at least give him a chance using his experience to run with the other cars. And that's what Bernard was speaking about earlier on, and what Nick was chatting about earlier on too, is the differentiating factor in these cars is whether you've got a turbocharger, a supercharger, or a naturally aspirated. And then with that, as we see the 10 car going in there, unfortunately, looks like a problem there for Kian Budaya. So he's unfortunately had to pull in there, and I think he's one of the KwaZulu-Natal boys, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
eh?
yes, that's
Yeah.
Nick Naidu's son. So yeah, it looks like something's wrong with that car. And he was doing very well.
Yeah, he had a good run in the first heat, that's for sure. Speaking of good run, Neil Reynolds is putting some pressure on here. He's now found a little bit of pace here in the second heat. But incredibly, only 2 laps in, and we've got Mario.
And Mario goes
commentator's
off.
curse.
Farming.
If you just keep quiet, Greg. Just shut up, Greg, because you're keeping these guys. Every time you say something, they go and make a mistake. Mario on cue. Thanks for that, bud. Make me look good. Yeah, but that's what happens sometimes. You kind of mentioned the fact that they're going so well. It took him 2 laps to get to the front. It's going to take him another 2 laps to get back to the front again. Don't worry.
And the chairman's trying hard as well.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's way up nicely. Yep, in 7th place overall at the moment, so not a bad run.
And you can hear that car in Brackpen.
There it goes, just over my left shoulder. You'll hear it in the background, wailing down into turn number 1 with the lack of silencer. I'm sure you could have phoned. I've got a mate down the road here, Nirav Singh, car alarm exhaust. He could have made a plan for you.
No, look, the exhaust has got to match the driver. You know, they're both loud. They both make a noise, so it just matches the driver.
Exactly. Well, as they come into that back straight, Olivier hangs on, but Josie now putting the pressure onto Reynolds as they go into turn 4.
Darby's doing very well, I think, in the naturally aspirated car there.
That's just pure experience right there.
It's lovely to see that boxy going that quick.
You know, he's a multiple champion in his own right in various categories, but his sort of most notable was when he was part and parcel of that production car team and ran amongst some seriously factory represented cars from BMW, from Opel. I think there were some Fords involved at that stage as well, and they were running in the Subarus, which were not a recognized team as such. They were a factory supported team, and Davy was certainly one of the fastest drivers out there in that category, so he knows what to do, and he's very good here as well in various categories he's
look
raced
at that. There's a 330 against the M3, and that 330 is on that M3, so that's a development driver there, right there.
Ken Swartz showing the way around. Ooh, car slowing up there.
That's Nick
with a problem. That's not what you want. That is definitely not what you want at this stage of the race day. But needless to say, it can happen. It's going to be some kind of technical gremlin that's jumped into the car there. You've had it on numerous occasions as well, but sometimes it's a case of trying to drive around it as well, because you know, with the importance of the points scored, particularly when you've got a full class of cars, you don't want to be out of the race. You might want to just stick it out and nurse the car to the end.
Now, one of my best races was when my throttle linkage came off, and on the pedal.
Yes.
And I quickly tried to get it back. Lorenzo helped me put it back on, and I started at the back. And when I finished the race, I was back in 4th position.
There you go.
The best race I ever had.
You don't ever give up in motorsport. And if you can't fix it with duct tape and a zip tie, then don't come racing. Anyway, looks like Darby's trying to hang on for the win here, and it doesn't look like there's an answer there coming. The only problem I think Darby's going to have is if Mario gets through. If Mario Hutton gets through there's a chance that he might just change up the way things go at the front end of Class D.
And this is 12 laps now versus the 10, so it's got 2 extra in the mix there. But so far so good. He's keeping them at bay.
Reynolds keeps him out for now in the Valve machine. That Valve Hospital machine is always a good car to watch out for. And just dropping by the wayside there was Gernholz and Van Vieren. And just watching as they come through there. Is it Karaba out in front now? Yes, Karaba still maintains ahead now of Kent Swartz in this little battle. So a great little fight between our 2 development drivers.
Both from the same stable, same car. That's pure talent.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Pure talent there. Equal cars. And if you're up at turn 5 now, please just because there's a very loud car coming there towards you as Bernard makes his way up. Now Bernard's up to 7th overall. He's into the 11 2s, but we're getting 10 3s out of Mario Hutting. And he's sitting in 3rd place, being hounded there in his ability to get through. Here we go. Here's a possibility. I thought he might have a go.
Reynolds keeping him honest. Well done, Neil.
Neil's having a good run. He is. It'll be easy. Darby putting a wheel in the dirt. That's how hard he's pushing. So he has to push a little bit harder because he doesn't have the straight line speed that maybe the turbos have got. Looks like there's the curve end car there.
Yeah, Andre's just waiting for them to mess up.
And I think with Andre, what he's done there is he's kind of like just sat in the background watching to see what's going to happen, because if it does go wrong, he knows he's got plenty of time still to catch Darby.
You'll probably see Andre from sort of lap 8. He'll start pushing forward.
Start turning the wick up a little bit. Yeah. So that's going to be lap 5 we're on now, according to what I've got, but I'm going to do a little refresh here. Hutting. Oh, he's through. So now sets his sights on Darby Olivier. His last run was a 10-3. Wow. Darby's doing 10-9s and Reynolds was doing 10-8s. It's a matter of time, I think. That's what we're going to do here. If Hudson can get there and stay on track and not make any mistakes, I think he might be able to secure the double victory.
So we've got Tian
Tian Class E at the moment ahead of Vessel. And then it's Malamela and Ken Swartz fighting for the 3 spot.
And we've got the
it's Dottie.
The Dotsters leading Class F. Okay, Dottie, keep it on track, please.
Well, if he can, it'll be good. But more importantly is, have a look at Chloe Stewart's times. 14.9's coming out of her. She's half a second quicker.
Wow.
So I think there may be a chance for her to close things down and might just squeeze through there in the closing stages. Watching Ken Swartz come up onto the back end, that Auto Trader car closing down on the Liqui Moly sponsored machine out front. And continuing that little fight there for what is 3rd place in Class E. I've got to get your thoughts on this, though. I mentioned it to both of the other commentators so far today. I particularly think it's been a phenomenal effort that you guys have put in. Class F is working.
Yes.
If you look at, what are we sitting on? Okay, there's only 7 cars there, but this morning there were 11.
Yes.
There were 11 Class F cars. So to bring in that 6th class...
and
Oh, hello.
Darby.
There we go. Darby going defensive, keeping out Mario.
Yeah.
Mario losing out there big time, but Darby's also lost out because it looks like Reynolds might squeeze through. Or does he? No, he doesn't.
Well, that's definitely going to be an incident.
There we go. Get the app quickly. You can actually put it in now for him so that half hour doesn't expire by the time the check comes out.
That's turn 5.
Yeah.
That's turn 5. Are we B pillar or are we B pillar? That's what we got to check. Yeah.
If he's B pillar, then he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
If he's not, well, then he might have been able to get through there. It's not done yet, though. I think the car's still going.
Yeah, they're both still going.
And it's not going to give up without the fight. He's going to try and find a way through there. Gernholz runs wide.
Oh, no.
That's not what you want to do through there. Stay out of the kitty litter, whatever you do.
Yes, I hope everything's still on. I hope the splitter didn't come off.
Looks okay.
Looks okay.
Lost a little bit of ground.
Yeah, that car, with all the development, has done very well. If you compare when Shane was racing it to what Richard's doing with it now, I mean, it's much, much, much faster.
Right, up to the top of the hill they go, and it's defensive line coming out of Darby.
And what did we say about Andre?
Yeah, you said he's going to turn the wick up. What do you say, turn 8? Hang on a second, let me just refresh this. And I'll give you your exact prediction. Bang. Lap 8. Turn the wick up. I think there's a little app there on your phone that's going straight to Andre's car, that Curvent car, the second one of them in the field. But the boss has come along for the party as well.
Yeah.
The chairman of the board is about to join this party. He's onto the back end there of Neil Reynolds, who's dropped back after that little incident.
Looks like Hutting's also dropped off quite a bit there. Oh no, he's third. No.
Mario's in third, but he's trying to make up the ground that he lost after tapping Darby up into turn 5. Probably took that lap just to see if everything's okay when he turns in, when he brakes. Nothing's broken, nothing's worried. He has Taxi 2.
Get all the sand out.
2.0.
Oh, look at this. There he comes.
This is it. Round the outside of 4, you would have some big cojones.
Oh my goodness.
Nah. You're not going to be Darby Olivia through there. No. Somebody else, maybe. Maybe not Darby. Here comes Mario, though. Mario putting pressure on him. And onto Darby up towards turn 5.
Let's see. 3 into 5. Does it work?
Usually not, but this time, unfortunately, line of stern.
Well done, guys.
Back markers coming into play, though. They're about to catch the back end of this Class F field. This could turn things around here pretty dramatically, Amrish.
Well, Darby's put his lights on. Get out the way.
Coming up, I think, on the back end there of Miguel da Costa. So he'll be well aware that the lights ablaze means, and there you go, a frantic blue flag saying, please give me some room to play.
That's Claudio going out, number 44. Something must be wrong there.
Jardim. I thought it was somebody else, but it was actually Claudio Jardim. Yeah, well spotted there. So he's unfortunately out there with a bit of an issue.
Well, you see, he's got the best number 44.
There we go.
Let's not start that.
Let's see if that commentator curse comes into play a little bit later. Alrighty, here we go. Onto the back straight now. Another back market to negotiate, of course, is
Shane in
the taxi.
Yeah.
The 2.0 version with Shane Krobler on board, and he'll get out the way.
Okay.
Here we go. This is it. For the lead, up to the top of the hill.
Bit of a move there.
Sure.
Andres seems to...
Look at Mario, though. Mario went with him.
Oh, well done, Darby.
Darby hangs on for dear life, keeps out the hard charge from Van Vuren. Reynolds has joined the party.
Shane's just saying, leave me out of this.
Shane's like, what am I doing in here? Just go. You just go and get it done, please. I don't want to be playing around here.
That top 5 is really going for it.
Quick refresh as they cross the line there. Let's see if there's any changes in further back in the pack. No, they stay the same. Still Tion, still Vessel, and still Karabo. So no worries there as we concentrate our efforts here on this little battle.
And Uncle Dodd is still in first.
And it's Chloe's ahead.
Hey, well done, Chloe.
Chloe's got ahead of Dottie. So some changes there. Let's go a bit further back here. We're picking on the 9. That's Cameron Christian. He had a fantastic start, eh? You see that first heat, he was back of the pack. And I think he finished up in about 10th place overall. So good run there from the other driver out of KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, all these new guys are showing their skills. Look, they just needed some time to get their racing feet, and now they're showing us what they can do.
And with that, of course, they're putting in the times that are going to allocate them
here
into the right
Mario,
classes too.
And again, we've got a 3-in-1, but Davi's keeping them both honest.
Davi's biggest skill here is car placement.
Yes.
He's just putting the car in the right place so that they've got no way for them to overtake.
That's the biggest boxer you'll ever find on the track.
The thinnest car out of those 4, but yeah, the widest. No doubt about it. All right, what do we got there? Is that 1 or 2 laps to go? I think it's 2. Just double checking here as I do a little refresh again. 1 lap to go. Thanks, Paulie. So 1 to go for these 3 and some back markers. Corin Ninoba is one of them.
So Neil's dropped out of that battle?
Yes.
Okay. So
he's dropped back slightly there. Coming up on the inside of some back markers. Is this going to affect Mario's chances? It might do. He was having an attempt on the inside there, but couldn't quite find a way through on Van Vuuren. Van Vuuren hangs on for now. Oh, is that car broken?
No, that's braking. That's brakes.
That was late braking.
Very late braking.
How much later do you want to be on the brakes to keep out Hutting? He had to be, though. Hutting's going to try up to the top of the hill now, under braking for turn 5. Can he get it right? Yes, he can.
Yes.
There we go, up to 2nd place. Needed another lap.
And
if he hadn't made that mistake, I think he might have got through earlier on.
Undercut didn't work. And
watch out for the boss for
Bird
3rd.
is also trying the undercut.
Oh, squeezing through there. Van Vuuren saw him coming, shut the door. So down towards the final corner they come for the last time. It is Davy Ulefu who's hung on flag to flag here. What an incredible bit of driving there.
Hats off, Davy. Well done.
International Race Supplies BMW takes the victory. Van Vuuren in 2nd. 3rd place goes to Hutting, and the boss comes through for 4th.
Yeah.
Great drive.
But he keeps his hand in the window this time.
Yeah, this time out. we gave him too much hell last time, that's why.
Tian taking the next
Tian going to take Class E. Yes, he is. That's how they go down the hill. And then we're going to try and pick up on Chloe in 446. That's the 999 of Cameron Christian. He's going to come through for 5th place in Class E. Behind Ken Swartz, who beat Karaba to the line, by the way.
Okay, so that battle.
So a little change up there between the two of them there.
There she is.
And a great drive coming out of Chloe as well. To wrap up a good day's racing for BMW M Performance Racing Series. Hats off to your boys. We'll see them at prize giving. I'm sure they're varish, but thanks for joining me for the 2nd heat. Much appreciated.
Thanks for having me. And yeah, I'm so glad there's no cars in the kitchen litter.
That's always good. Davy Ulefu with a win in D. E goes to Tian van Rooyen, and Chloe Stewart wraps up Class F for the 2nd heat of M Performance Racing Series classes D, E, and F. Up next, it's DOE Formula Vees. Our 2nd last race of the day, but the final sprint of the day from Formula Vee. Making them onto the circuit now for the second time and the second last sprint race of the day, or the last sprint race of the day, second last race of the day. DOE Formula Vees, partnered by CIM Lubricants. And a good race in the first one saw about 4 or 5 cars battling for the lead. It's normally the situation in Formula V. And I think we'll see more of the same here, as Lennel Janssen will be lining up on pole this time ahead of Vaughan Hills. MD Bester with an incredible drive to come through to third place ahead of Gert van den Berg. If you remember correctly, if you watched any of the live stream feed that came from Kyle Army, MD Bester ended up literally flying through the air upside down through Barbecue and Yuxkay. And they fixed that car in the time period between Kyle Army and now to get it ready for this race. And he finished up on the podium, just behind his teammate there, Vaughan Hills. Gert van den Berg kept out Johan Goos and Peter Hills. Theo Vermaak was in the mix for a little bit, then dropped back down in distance. Brandon Hills and Sean van der Linde had a bit of a fight of their own, but they'll be looking to be a little bit higher up, I think. But we did hear from Brandon in his pre-race interview for race 1 that they haven't quite got that car of his firing like it should. James Carter beat out Jaco Smit for the top 10, and then it was Marcel Bluchnoot with Milé Stewart fighting there with Reynard van der Linde, Anton van der Merwe. Further back in the pack as well, there were some great little battles, but we'll pick up on those, I'm sure, as we get into the thick of it now for the second heat of what is going to be Formula V's 5th outing this year. So we got a red flag at the front, we're going to wait for a green flag at the back, and as soon as we get that, we go into the race start procedure. Here we go. The lady with the red flag will move off the circuit. The green flag is shown at the back, and we go into that start procedure. 12 laps of Formula V coming your way now. As soon as those lights go out, drop the hammer. Wow, lots of smoke out of one of the cars right at the back of the pack. And that's not always a good sign when you start a race with that much smoke coming out of the back of your car. Mid-pack starting to heat up right from the word go. They're kind of fanning out there for turn 2 now at the front end. Janssen has got the whole shot. He hangs on to it. So uses that pole position to his advantage to keep out the attack coming from MD Bester, who's already putting pressure onto Vaughan Hills as they went through turn 2 and into the exit of 3. Onto that back straightaway. We'll pick up exactly what happened there. But no, it is MD Bester who's got through. MD Bester now looking to try and squeeze through on Lennel Janssen. That'll be a turnaround for sure. Imagine if MD Bester can come through to take a victory after flying through the air only a couple of months ago. What a turnaround for that side of things. That'll be brilliant as he comes up now, up onto braking. Gert van den Berg with Goos on his tail. Then it looks like it is Hills, and right behind him, Brandon. So Peter ahead of Brandon, so dad and son fighting hard there. One thing we got to take into account, unfortunately, is we're not possibly going to see Carl Watt back onto the track. He ran bearings in the first race, and unfortunately will be out of this second one. They put a brand new engine into that car, and it wasn't quite set up right and ran some bearings. So has to do some work here between now and the next round. Peter Hills maintaining that inside line. Theo Vermaak is putting pressure onto the back end of Brandon Hills as they come through turn 1. Now looking possibly for a chance to sneak up on the inside of Van den Berg. No, not getting there. Quite close enough. But Theo and Brandon are literally wheel to wheel. Lennel Janssen trying to open up a little bit of a margin. And it's not a bad idea in Formula V's to get some breathing room between yourself and your fellow competitors, especially if the two teammates are fighting each other as opposed to working together. Hills is not working quite with the way things MD Bester would like to go. MD at this stage in second place, not picking up on our timing monitor, but certainly still there in second, ahead of Vaughan Hills. Goos and Van den Berg, and then it's Peter Hills, Theo Vermaak, Brandon Hills, and Sean van der Linde just behind that. Second pack, once again, it's Jaco Smit who leads that second pack of cars. Smit's got Milé Stewart, Marcel Bluchnoot, James Carter, and Anton van der Merwe in close attendance. That's the pack we're talking about right now as they come through to complete another lap. That's 2 down and 10 to go. Milé Stewart trying to find a way through. Can't quite make it stick through to turn 1. Maybe have a go here into turn 2, but he's under attack as well. Big assertive attack coming there from Marcel Buchnout. Buchnout trying to find a way through, but not always easy to do when the cars are so evenly matched. It's all about race strategy and, of course, the amount of experience that's out there. At one point in time, I think we had about 9 or 10, and possibly even more, South African championships that used to race in this class at the same time. And incredible to see how they give each other enough room, but also put on a spectacular show in terms of racecraft. That Forza chassis is looking pretty good, and Josie's got that thing dialed in now. Wasn't quite at the front end initially, but now that they've found all the settings and they've got the settings right, it's becoming a big force to be reckoned with, and force is the definitely pun intended format of that comment made. And he's now putting the pressure onto the back end of race 1 pole sitter, Vaughan Hills. He was out of shape, slightly under braking, trying to keep off the attack and fend it off from Johan Goos. It's a bit of a concern to see Davidson's car parked on the inside as well, just to sidetrack there, and it is a sidetrack that we saw, because Chris Davison is supposed to be piloting that car in the Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons and SuperHacth combined ATS Motorsport Zwartkops 200. And if that car's there, that means it's possibly had a bit of a problem that's not fixable. Oh, good dive there from Goos to keep off Gert van den Berg. Van den Berg had a look on the inside. Goos saw him coming, slammed the door firmly in his face, not allowing Gert van den Berg through. Smit still going at it there with Stewart. In fact, going at it with six cars fighting there. It's brilliant. Look at this. Smit, Stewart, Carter, Van der Merwe, all in the mix, all fighting hard and all for honours here in the second pack of cars here in Formula Vee. DOE Formula Vee have got 2 packs of cars driving for honours here today, and the majority of them fighting for wins in their respective categories. But this one, of course, has only got 2 classes. One is the championship, and one is the association championship. So there's still some honour to be held here amongst these hard-fighting points thieves that are trying to take the points away from each other. They come up into turn 5, go the leaders. A little bit of a margin opening up now for MD, as Gert van den Berg tries to find a way through. They've both got, Goos and van den Berg have found a way past on Vaughan Hills, who's dropped down to 5. Here comes Vaughan trying to come back. Van den Berg down into turn 8. He gets up the inside and gets it done. So Vaughan must have made a mistake somewhere. There's definitely going to be a change up here on the standings as they cross the line. It's Lendl Janssen, MD Bester, Johan Goos and Vaughan Hills. So that is definitely a big change up to what we see on our timing monitor, what I've seen. So let me refresh that quickly one more time. MD, fastest man on track that last pass, 1 minute 10.136. But it's a 10.181 that came from Lendl Janssen. So what is that? 0.05 of a second. Not going to make any dent in the armor there to the lead of 1.9 seconds that Lendl has got if you're only doing it at 0.05 of a second per lap. Need a lot more laps if you want to close that gap down. Or you need Lendl to make a mistake. Vaughan Hills trying to come back at Goos now. Goos hanging on. Will there be a dive on the inside? No. Goos goes defensive once again and fends off the attack from, was there now 5 cars behind him. Vaughan Hills, Gert van den Berg, Peter Hills, Theo Vermaak, Brandon Hills. All fighting for third. 1 and 2 seem to be in a relatively comfortable margin. Certainly first place. First place at this point in time looks like it might be in the hands of the man who's got the number 1 plate, Lendl Janssen. Further back, is that a change for the lead of this group? I think it is. Jaco Smit might have just been overtaken there. Oh, that's a big one in the background. That's a huge one in the background. That is a big one. That's Mealy Stewart, and by the looks of it, I think that might be Marcel. No, it might be James Carter. It's Carter. James Carter with a massive crash, clipping the wheel there and flying over the other stricken car down there, the 86 machine of Mealy Stewart. So we only caught the back end of it. I don't know if Paul can give us a replay at some point if he can, but right now it'll definitely probably going to be a safety car scenario because of where those cars are on the exit of turn 2. In fact, it's gone straight to red. Red flag coming out due to the severity of that crash. We won't show the replay, of course, until we've seen the driver climb out the car and he's okay. There he is, he's okay. So that is confirmation. And you can see how unhappy he is, having landed in the dirt there, the 90 car of James Carter. So Carter and Mealy Stewart coming together under braking into turn 2. I'm not quite sure who the protagonist is in that, but both of them a little shaken but not stirred. Once again, Hunley, Doc and the medical team on call almost instantaneously to check if the driver's okay. They both had Hans devices on, so there shouldn't be too much of an issue there, hopefully, for the drivers. I don't think there'd be too much issue in terms of Mealy's injuries, but because the car rolled, they'll be a little bit more concerned about James Carter and definitely want to check everything okay with him. It's arguably one of the best medical teams in the country when it comes to circuit racing, so you can't ask for a better team to be in attendance there. He's certainly going to feel that in the morning. And going to pop this car back onto its wheels. 3 of them, not 4. And how many laps did they complete there, Paul? I think if I refresh mine, how many have you got? 5 done. So they haven't done enough to be full race classified. They're going to probably have to keep them on the grid and let them restart. Yeah, 5 done with Lendl Janssen, MD Bester, Johan Goos, Vaughan Hills, Van der Berg, Peter Hills for Mark, Brandon Hills, Sean van der Linde, and then Jaco Smit. And then just behind Jaco, that's where the chaos reigned between Mealy and James Carter. So while they're waiting on the grid there, let's have a look at that replay. It's only the tail end of it. Yeah, it's definitely James Carter. Carter flying over the nose cone there of Mealy. And then ending up on the tyre barrier, which then flipped the car over onto its side. And it's basically on the side and where the driver would be sort of in the sand. Fortunately, with that roll cage that's built into that car and the way the cockpit is designed on a Formula Vee, it's quite a safe cockpit that they do race in, and that's the reason why we were able to see James Carter extricate himself from the car before we needed the medical or marshal intervention to get him out of harm's way. There it is in the background. Look at that. It's just wheels clipping. In single seaters, if you clip wheels under braking, it's going to end up in tears. You can just ask MD Bester about that. He was a lot worse for wear than what James Carter was, but still, Carter upside down at one point in time there, slamming into the tyre barrier, into Cashel Corner, and ending up exactly as you see him right there. So a big moment there for James Carter, and well, he looks okay. As I said, I think he's going to be a little bit shaken but not stirred. I can see Mealy trying to get back into his car. They might be able to get his car back on track, actually. I don't think he sustained too much damage, but certainly Carter's car out with a broken left front end. And probably a quite shaken driver. Amazing. Haven't seen big crashes in Formula V's for a long time, and this is a space of two races now, and we've had 2 big incidents. Fortunately, showing how well these cars, they've sustained the test of time, celebrating their 60th anniversary this year. Just shows you that the development in those 60 years have made a very strong little race car. And despite the dramatic crashes we've had at Kyalami and today here with this one, no injuries of significance. And hopefully that's the case and long may it can continue. We're going to see Andre pick that car up and put it onto the back end of Big Max. That's how strong that big man is there. Stephen there as well, helping him out, trying to get the car onto the back of Big Max, as our marshals frantically sweep all the debris off and use some leaf blowers and other utensils to clean the circuit as quickly as possible. Once again, another call out there to them and a shout out to the amazing job that they do. Track manager there, John, in the picture as well. Don't have any confirmation as to how many laps the restart's going to be, but I would say they're probably still going to have to do another 5, at least maybe 6. Because they completed 5, which means they would have gone back 1. So maybe even 7. Great work there by the marshals and the medics. Looks like they've got that car cleared. They might give Mile a chance to get back on track and pull him just onto the circuit so he can take up a position at the back of the grid. Just to get that car out. You can't push it out of that thick kitty litter. The new kitty litter here at Zwartkops has worked really well since they've put that into place. So some awesome stuff that has to be sorted out there. But it has worked brilliantly, and it's done its job on numerous occasions to slow cars down and stop them from having big moments. But also, I just saw there, they were taking James Carter back to the medical car, probably just to take him back into the pit lane to the medical centre, just for a final checkup and clearance to make sure that everything is good to go. And that's probably better done inside the medical centre than on the side of the track. So, as I said, arguably one of the best medical teams in the country, on call here for all circuit racing that takes place at Zwartkops. Donovan and Hunley and the crew there, getting that all sorted out. Is this car able to start on its own, or are they going to pull it round? It looks like they're going to pull it round. You see in the background as well, part of the Extreme Festival, of course, is the entertainment that's provided off-track. The Kazoo Racing Academy kart circuit in the background there with the little development karts gives a chance to some of the fans that are here to go and experience what it's like to be behind the wheel of a race car. So the next time you come to Zwartkops, make sure you head down to Leroy Poulter's Kazoo Racing Karting Academy and get a chance to go and have a drive around there with a couple of the little four-stroke karts they've got there. Really awesome little track they've got there too. Don't forget that we had big Jim McFarlane and his team from Access Promotions here as well this weekend on the skid pan. They will also be here, of course, for the next round of the National Championship Extreme Festival that happens in June. While we're talking about dates coming up, there are a huge amount of significant dates coming up in terms of the Extreme Festival's point of view. As I mentioned, that date, 21st of June, is the National Extreme Festival back here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. It will also be the debut of the official first round of MSA4, the new single-seater category. That'll be making its debut here. The weekend after that, we head with the regionals to Red Star Raceway. So all of these classes you've seen today will be at Red Star Raceway on the 28th of June. And then we head down to the East London Grand Prix circuit on the 19th of July to have some fun with the national classes at the East London Grand Prix circuit. Remember that there was a change up in the calendar as well, so the 23rd of August would have been Maputo, but due to a couple of incidents and bits and pieces that we couldn't quite get right in terms of the logistics, the regionals classes, these ones that we've seen here today, will be making their way down to the East London Grand Prix circuit for their championship round instead of going to Maputo. ZX10 Cup, of course, will also be at the Festival of Motoring. They form part of our National Extreme Festival. And then they head down to Cape Town on the 13th of September for the penultimate round of the National Championships. So those are just a couple of dates to keep in mind here at Zwartkops. There's quite a few other events that will be happening, of course, over the couple of weeks to come. Always just good to watch the social media on Zwartkops or on the Extreme Festival, because they've got an incredible way of doing things and make sure that everybody knows exactly who's who and what's happening with each of the classes and categories that race here. But other one, of course, the big one is Top of the Hill. 22nd of November is the other big event that we need to keep your eyes and ears peeled on, because if it has anything to do with what happened on the Samola Hill climb, the Top of the Hill event is going to be as exciting, because we've got some of those top guns coming to participate here at Zwartkops as part of that incredible Top of the Hill event that will wrap up the National Circuit Racing Series here from Zwartkops' point of view. The last event of the year as a part of the circuit racing extravaganza that gets brought here every single year. So give them a chance to get some heat back in the rubber after been sitting there for about 15 minutes or so. Just a chance to just get a little bit of heat back into the rubber before we go back into the start sequence. Paul, I don't have any indication on my timing monitor as to how many laps this is going to be on the restart, but I would assume it'll be about 6 or 7. No idea yet either. Okay, we'll hang tight until it comes up. It is 2A and 2B that they are starting here. So this is the second start of race 2 of DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubricants. Lionel Janssen and MD Bester will start on the front row. It'll be Gous alongside Vaughan Hills for the second row. Gert van den Berg and Peter Hills will make up the third row as they come through here into turns 6 and 7. So safety car rolls into pit lane. And here we go for the restart. What the Vees do is they do a restart, and it's basically a rolling restart. Line astern, no one may overtake until they've crossed the finish line. They don't go back to a standing start again for the restart of Formula Vees. Looks like parked on the sideline as well. A couple of issues for a couple of cars out there too, which we'll keep an eye on. This looks like one of the cars had to be pulled off the grid there by the looks of things. So not quite the start that everybody wanted, but certainly now as they head down towards turn 3, it's Lionel Janssen exactly where he was earlier on, hanging on to the possible lead of this race ahead of Johan Gous and Vaughan Hills. Gousie, okay, looks like he's going for a 7-lapper here. So 7 laps coming your way here for the second start. And this is where things could change around dramatically in terms of points scored, because Lionel Janssen's got MD Bester on his tail. MD Bester's timing monitor or transponder is not picking up, but he's definitely there in second. Gous runs a little bit wide out of turn 5, giving Vaughan Hills a little bit of a whiff there, possible chink in the armour. But that's not always an easy thing to do. You might see it, but you might not be able to capitalise on it. Gert van den Berg sits in the 5 spot right now as they cross the line. And that's 6 to go. Yeah, so 7, you were right, Paulie. 6 to go there. Is that Anton van der Merwe's car parked on the sideline? I think it might be. So we lost the 90 car in that big crash that happened. Milé Stewart, I think, has started from the back. No, it's Johnny Geyser. It's Geyser's car. It's the 64 car, beg your pardon. So that's Johnny Geyser who's out of race number 2, start 2. But Lionel Janssen continues to lead things from the front as the number 1 and the champion. MD Bester returning from that big crash at Kyalami in second place, with Johan Gous highest position for that Forza chassis of his that we've seen so far from that car, ahead of Vaughan Hills and Gert van den Berg. 5 cars starting to get into the mix. They pulled slightly away there from Theo Vermaak. He's got a little bit of breathing room over Brandon Hills. Brandon's got about half that breathing room over the charge coming from Sean van der Linde. And Peter Hills behind that. Fastest car on track is Gert van den Berg at the moment, as he has a go around the outside of Vaughan Hills into turn 2. Hills holds the inside line. He's going to try and get the cutback to get through on Johan Gous. He might have got it right. I think he has. As they come onto that back straight, they are back wheel and front wheel side by side, but eventually Vaughan sneaks through. Makes his way up into third place now. Gous has not given up. Neither has Gert van den Berg. And Van den Berg's stablemate there, Theo Vermaak, who's joined the party. So Vermaak got through on Brandon Hills and pulled the gap relatively quickly to the back end of this front pack of cars. He's now looking to put the pressure on and get through on Van den Berg as they head down the hill. Vermaak looks inside, just shows the wheel doesn't go just yet. Maybe going to hang tight for a little bit longer. Wait a bit more before he makes a move. MD Bester stays ahead there of Vaughan Hills. Brandon Hills pulling slightly away from his dad, Peter. Pete, been a great run there. Peter Hills was chatting to us about the strategy that would have to come into play. Hasn't worked out for him. The 7-4 car of Anton van der Merwe pulling into pit lane. He's got a problem. Randall Janssen controlling things from the front though. It's about a second up the road now. MD Bester under massive pressure from Vaughan Hills. Vaughan goes around the outside of turn 5. He'll be looking for the inside of turn 7 if he stays there. That's the idea, but he gets run wide, or he gets run onto the dirt, onto the grass, and has to. Oh, that's a massive moment. Vaughan Hills coming straight onto the circuit in front of Van den Berg and Goos, and the two of them collide. So Hills, Goos, and Van den Berg coming together, coming out of turn 7. It was Vaughan Hills that was run wide slightly there going into turn 7 as he tried to find a way through there on MD Bester and Johan Goos. Vaughan stayed on track even though he was a protagonist in the incident behind him. His coming back onto circuit was could have been seen as a little bit dangerous. Sean van Linde spinning out, coming out of turn 2. Lionel Janssen with a massive margin now over MD Bester. It's promoted Theo Vermaak up into 3rd place. Vaughan Hills, and I think that might be Brandon behind him. Yeah, it's Vaughan Hills and Brandon Hills now running 4 and 5 on track. I'm quite sure if we can get a replay of that one, Paulie, if you can. Just to see what went wrong there, but it was certainly 2 cars that were compromised by the return to the circuit of Vaughan Hills' yellow Mangaza racing car. Let's have a look at it. They've just come out of that. There you can see MD forces Vaughan wide as they come through turn 6. Vaughan has no option other than to go onto the dirty stuff. He cuts across the grass, and as he comes back onto the circuit, oh, he just tags Goos, and Gert van den Berg saw what was happening. He went wide to avoid it. He wasn't actually involved in the initial tag there. Then has to try and catch the car from hitting Johan Goos' spinning car in front of him on the grass. So some spectacular driving skills there from Gert van den Berg to hang on to that one. First of all, to avoid the first contact, and then to avoid the second contact while he was driving on the grass. So, wow, that could have ended up a lot worse for wear than what it did. Fortunately, all cars back on track, but there's definitely going to be a little incident report, I'm sure, put in there. And is that Brandon Hills out? It is. Brandon Hills putting his hand up. He's out and parks on the little slip road. He'll wait there until the end of race 2's second start. Vaughan Hills is back into the mix though, and looking to try and still steal that second place away. He's going to have a look on the inside of Theo Vermaak as they come down the hill. Sure. Well, we saw a pretty spectacular crash in the first start of race 2. We've seen a pretty spectacular incident which didn't really have too much damage to any cars that are still involved on the racetrack, other than demoting them down some positions. But Vaughan Hills stays in the hunt for second place with Theo Vermaak and MD Bester. MD Bester forced him wide. He had no option. Although if he had backed out, he might have been able to tuck in behind Bester, but he kept it buried around the outside and still looking for a chance to get through on MD. MD was not having any of it. Just forced him wide off the circuit as he came back on. 2 cars tagged. One missed him, and unfortunately Jan Goos went spinning wildly down the hill on the grass. Lendl Janssen possibly going to be coming to start his penultimate lap. Or was this last lap? This could be last lap. Apologies. My timing monitor all day has been horrible, Paul. So I think this is last lap. Yes, it is. It is last lap. Coming to the flag. Lendl Janssen with 2 wins out of 2 starts. It's actually 3 wins out of 2 starts because he got 2A and 2B's win. He'll take the victory over MD Bester, who hangs on ahead of Theo Vermaak and Vaughan Hills. Peter Hills in 5, Gert van den Berg in 6, with the fastest lap there on the last lap of a 109.623. We saw Sean van Linde spin out coming out of turn 2, but he managed to hang on for 7th, beating Marcel Bluchnoot and Johan Goos eventually coming across the line in 9th. after recovering from that massive tap that he got from Vaughan Hills as he returned to the circuit. So that's how they wrap things up in DOE Formula Vee, and that's powered by CIM Lubricants and the lubricants that are involved and all their associate sponsors. Massive thanks to them. I did say they always bring some great action. Didn't expect to see two big incidents like that in the second last race of the day. We got one more race to come. It's going to be the ATS Motorsport Zwartkops 200. That'll be on track in a few moments' time. It's made up of the Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons, the 111 Sports and Saloons, and a SuperHacth combined. And I'll be taking you through the first couple of minutes and then leaving you in the hands of Leon Undal and Wouter Rust to hang on while I just shoot down to do prize giving for the rest of the categories. And then once they are done, I'll come and join Leon back in the studio here for the final part of the day's proceedings. So that's how we're going to be wrapping things up here from Zwartkops. We've got one more to go. It is the Zwartkops ATS Motorsport 200, and that'll be on track shortly. Once we've got cars on track, we'll be back with commentary. Zwartkops 80th Motorsport 200 about to take place. That's a 200-kilometer event. It's about 83 laps, but a man who's done about 83 laps or more is joining me in commentary. He's going to be joined by Wouter Roos initially, while I just shoot down to do the prize giving for the first ones. The norm list, we got a norm list, we got our timing. Pete's starting in Voti's car. Piet Versace, of course, from Origin Oils. It's great to have him there. But Jonathan Visser actually put it onto pole position in the qualifying this morning. So he's going to start from the front row on the pole. Leon Odendaal is joining me initially here for the first part. I'm going to shoot down and do prize giving and then come back and join Leon. And Leon will be joined by Wouter Roos, who'll just hold the fort while we go and do those other categories, prize givings. But if you look at the way things go here, Leon, in terms of the classes and the way they're going to line up, there's a nice mix of Class A and the GT categories all combined. So I know there were only 3 GT cars here this weekend, but if you take into account that this tends to be a bit of a race of attrition because 200 Ks or 83 laps around this track is a long way, and there's a lot of work still to be done. And you're going to see with the dying light, things change up dramatically.
Yeah, Greg, it's going to happen. Yeah, it's not necessarily the fastest car. You need to be consistent. And like you said, they'll be later when this race finishes, it's going to be almost dark. It's about endurance here, consistency, and then there's just to tell the people there's one pit stop. It's a compulsory pit stop.
Compulsory pit stop has to happen at some point during the race. It can't happen within the first 5 minutes or the last 5 minutes, and it has to happen at some point. You can do it in the 5 minutes and 1 second if you want to and get it done and dusted, because most of these cars should make the 200 Ks without having to refuel, but you have to come in at some point. What that does is it just negates when drivers are sharing a car. So like Wouter and Piet Versace are sharing a car, and when they come in to do the driver change, it'll take them about 3 minutes to do that driver change. So if you're not having to do a driver change and you're only going to come in for a pit stop, it gives you an advantage. So to negate that advantage, they've said, right, everybody must come in for a compulsory pit stop, and that means that you can do your driver change. When they come in for their pit stop, hopefully we'll have Claudio down in pit lane as well, so you'll see a bit of the action down in the pit lane. The driver has to get out. The driver himself or herself has to wash the windscreen of the car. They have to take one wheel off the car using non-power tools. It has to be done with non-mechanical tools.
Manually.
So, basically man-made power that has to take that front wheel off, back wheel off. Doesn't matter which one it is, but a wheel has to come off the car, be put flat on the ground, and then put back on the car during that 3-minute compulsory stop.
Yeah, so it's all teamwork and tactics will come into play. The guys, most of these guys actually is just one driver. Not a lot of guys opted for the 2 drivers. But so it's sometimes when they go to a pit stop. Also, sometimes, Greg, you wait for that safety car, yellow flag, and if you're in your period, you call it your window of your. Because what do you think? This 83 laps, and it's around about 2 hours or a little bit more?
Yeah, it's I don't know. If you look at the lap times these guys do, they do 1 minute 10. So if you take that, it's about 80 minutes. So it's about a 1 hour, 20 mintes, hour and a half with incidents that could be coming into play. So there's still a long way to go here. Hour and a half will means that they're going to be finishing up just after 6 o'clock this evening, and that's still going to be dark. And what we'll find then is Team GSI, who are not going to be on track by the looks of things, because I don't know if you saw during the last race there with Chris Davison in ATE Volkswagen Challenge, he unfortunately had the car parked on the sideline. So here we go. We're now under starters' orders. It's a rolling start. Jonathan Visser will lead the pack. Alongside him will be, actually should be alongside him, but as opposed to behind him. But that's because I think Visser is a Class A car. Yeah, so Class A.
Wouter's car is...
Wouter should be in second place. I think Jonathan's on the wrong side. That's what's caught out a couple of drivers there. Visser not realising that when the lights go out, he needed to be on the right-hand side. That's pole. Wayne Robb goes around the outside, though, into turn 1, looking for a chance to sneak through early on. And then this big pack of Ferro Energia, 111 GD Sports and Saloons and SuperHacth category cars head towards turn 2. Now, you can't win a 200k race in turn 2, can you?
No. But Greg, the track conditions is actually cooling down now. The guys will still get some heat into the tires, but although you can't win this race in turn 2, but some of these guys, they're going to go for it already. But you need to get into a rhythm, Greg, as we can see now. There goes what
you have to do is get that rhythm. There's no doubt about it. If you're not in a rhythm by the time you get into at least the third lap, then you're going to start to feel it. But what you're going to find, though, is with so much traffic, it's not easy to get into rhythm because you're already fighting almost into turn 4 on lap 1. You know, there's little patches and little packs of cars that'll get together that are evenly matched because of the classes they would normally race in. But by the end of the race, some of those quicker cars from the lower down classes have made their way into those top 10 positions, and then all of a sudden it becomes vital to stay where they need to, and they fight hard for those positions.
Yeah, initially you see the guys now, they're sort of vying for positions, and once they're in their position, then they should be getting into a rhythm. As you can see, our big field here, Greg, awesome to see in the ATS 200 kilometers. Someone's gone away. Lebotski's gone off there. Cold tires, as I said, lap number 2. Cold tires, and let's hope he can just keep it going.
I think Wayne is driving on his own as well. Yeah, he is. He's driving on his own. That's Stoti for Mark there, an ex-Superbike rider, jumping into a BMW for the first time only a couple of weekends ago, getting a chance to see what what the Ferro Energia class is all about. And he's become a big rival with Mel Spur, actually. So a nice little battle expected between them, I think. But at this point in time, it looks like we have got Jonathan Visser. Is he still leading things out? He's not. He's
I'm not sure. I can't see him, yeah.
This is Piet Versaki. So Piet Versaki actually leading things out at this point in time. So he's taken the lead there in the Vouter Rus and Piet Versaki car. Wayne Robb in second. A little bit further back, we pick up on some of the SuperHacth competitors that are in there as well. So interesting to see how this is going to turn out. But because this could be a completely different scenario by the time we get into the thick of it. What I am going to do, though, Leon, is I'm going to give you the can so that you can hear Paul in your ears. I'm going to shoot down quickly to try and get that prize giving done as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And then get back to you here for the second half of this race.
Okay. Okay, everybody. Here we go. So, first few laps of this race, the guys are still bundling up. There's Maris Leroux. He's looking good. He had a problem in this morning's sprint race, but good to see him being back in the fold of things. So, leading out is Piet Versaki. Piet Versaki in the Wouter Rus car. Then Wayne Robb. And looks like Piet Potgieter as the guys go through turn 4 up the hill. Yeah, at this stage everybody's still close together. And looking good. Someone going for a move on the inside there. Is that BMW? That's for Mark. Yeah, good stuff there, good move. Now they go through turn 6, 7 down the hill. Turn 8 is a sharp left-hander. Maris Leroux looking for a position there on the inside. Okay. There's a aerial shot from the guys going through turn 8. Just to show you. That corner's, someone late on the brakes there and going wide. Yeah. That is exactly what happens at turn number 8. Late on the brakes. And just having a look to see who it is. Trying to pick up on a number, but it's mate. Yeah, it's Leonard Osher there in the Hyundai, I think. Yeah, he went late on the brakes and a little bit wide. So, initial stage of this race, and the guys are pushing each other hard. There's for Mark, another trying. Maris Leroux, Mel Spur coming through. Another BMW, Ishmael Pay. Let's see who's coming. C11 going through there. Up the hill, there's a Porsche as well. So we've got lots of Polos, Golfs, Porsches. There's a Scirocco, 2 Honda Balladas. As the guys come through turn 5 at the top, it's a right-hand, short little straight before you get to turn 6, 7 S's down the hill. Hard on the brakes. Yeah, for turn 8. Zwartkops is 2.4 kilometers long. You turn left 3 times and right 5 times. Okay, early days in this race and all looking good. Still leading out is Piet Versaki from Wayne Robb, Piet Potgieter and Johan Labuskig. Good stuff. There's 227 going through the turn number 2. It's a Porsche. Look up there. Yeah, that's Marius Malherbe in the Porsche. Ismail Peck coming through. This is your view coming up to turn 4. There's your aerial shot. Turn 4 is faster than you think. As you can see, when you're in the car, it looks sharp, but it's a high-speed corner. As the guys still jostling for position. And I'll say welcome, Wouter Roos is joining me here. And he's gonna help me talk us through this.
Good afternoon all. Welcome to the Ferro Energia ATS 200 kilometer endurance race we're having at Zwartkops. So yeah, the idea is obviously to finish first, but you have to first finish, as everybody always says. But we have a good number of cars. We seem to have a high attrition rate at the moment for the first couple of laps. But let's see how this thing develops. Nothing is won on the first couple of laps. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, Wouter, it's a long race. It's an endurance race. There we saw one of the guys pull off. Actually, this morning in the sprint race, we also had a few guys with problems, but they hopefully sorted it out before this race. As I see Marius Leroux going through turn 4, and he was one of the guys who actually had a problem this morning. But yeah, so as you said, it's a long race. There's Marius Leroux, and behind him, I think, for Mark, putting some pressure. At this stage, now it's time to get into a rhythm and hold position. Look at your consistent left arms. That's for Mark in the BMW. And in front of him is Marius Leroux.
Yeah, the trick in this race is obviously we can stop as many times as we like and refuel as many times as we like and change as many tires as we like. The problem is, however, whoever stops more than once is unlikely to actually do well in the race, because most of these cars will only stop once. The pit stop is typically around 5 minutes. It involves adding fuel to the car, and we have to remove at least one tire, place it on the ground, and put it back on the car. You're obviously welcome to replace that tire for a less worn tire to improve your chances and your road holding going into the rest of the race.
Yeah, Wouter, in your car, for instance, do you guys have to refuel?
We have to. All these cars have to refuel.
Okay, so
yeah, it's actually to do 200 kilometers in the upper class cars, you would need 200 liters of fuel because they run at about a liter a lap. So it becomes, we're doing 83 laps, so you need 83 liters, and it really doesn't help you to carry 83 liters from the start of the race, because you will simply be too slow and obviously destroy your tires before you get to the end.
Yeah, and you guys, when are you guys sort of planning to do your pit stop?
We have a couple of new rules this year. One of the rules is if you have more than one driver, obviously if you have two drivers, each of the drivers have to do at least 35% of the race. So and if you bear in mind that we'll only stop once, you must make sure that the first driver does at least 35% of the lap, which is round about lap 35. If you stop at lap 35, some of these cars, the tanks are not big enough to add enough fuel to get you to the end of the race. So most of these guys have a bracket. I believe the pit stops will be somewhere between lap 36 and 46 to give both drivers the opportunity to do their 35% and have enough fuel to end the race.
Okay, that's awesome stuff. And I see, Wouter, most of the guys actually opted for just a single driver, no driver change. Do you think a bit of fatigue, tiredness can come into play?
Oh, absolutely. And at the moment, the light is still good. So although we fitted some lights around the circuit to help on the corners, the reality is that fatigue will definitely happen. And in about 40 minutes, it's that silly time between light and dark. And one needs to be very careful to retain your concentration.
Okay, awesome stuff. So yeah, we'll just, is that Melspur coming through?
That's Mels. So if we look at the positions are a bit difficult at the moment. Piet Visagi in car number 1 is leading Class A. Second in Class A is Wayne Robb. Third is Piet Potgieter. And fourth is Jonathan Visser. If we look at Class B, Maritz Leroux is leading. Then Sean Vermaak, the guy in the very good-looking BMW you see now. Then Louis Scholz in the Honda. Melanie Spurs in that black and yellow Origin oil Polo, followed by Ishmael Peck and Wayne Labotsky. Wayne had a wonderful start, but unfortunately he fell off the track twice in turn 8, which compromised his position.
And earlier Jonathan Visser was leading. I don't know if he's still in there or I don't know what happened to him.
I don't know what happened, because Jonathan had pole position. He did very, very well in qualifying this morning, and he had pole position for the race. But he seemed to have picked up a problem on the first lap, which pushed him back. So he's stuck behind Malspur at the moment. But I'm sure he'll sort. Hopefully the problem goes away, which gives him the opportunity to do well. But the important thing is it's 83 laps, you know. So, as I said, you have to finish to do well. And if he can look after his car, make sure he doesn't destroy the tires, and have to add less fuel, then he's got a wonderful chance of doing very well in this race.
Now there goes Wayne Labotsky. Earlier he had a bit of an off out of turn 8, but he's back in the race and he'll keep pushing hard.
Yeah, he's a seasoned campaigner. Wayne is a wily fox. He does very, very well, especially in this type of racing, because he's a racing snake as well. He's very fit. So I don't think he'll have much of a fatigue problem. He might have been slightly asleep when the race started, but yeah, I think he's going to definitely catch up.
Yeah, maybe the cold tires and conditions initially in the race. But it's just awesome to see. We had a big crowd here today, and still, which is awesome for the Regional Extreme Festival.
Oh, you know, it's wonderful if you drive into the track at night and you see the camping guys on the berm outside turn 4. It's really awesome to have them here.
Yeah,
so if we look at we've done classes A and B. There hasn't been a change yet. If we go to Class C now, Christopher Tate is leading, Keegan Nathan in second position. 2 young guys, I think they're doing very well. Followed by Elke van Vleder and Rob Clark. Rob's a very, very seasoned campaigner. There's mountains younger than him, but he does exceptionally well and he likes to keep the car on the track.
Oh, we've got someone going to the pits already.
Oh, that must... that can't be a planned pit stop. There must be a mechanical problem.
Yeah, I saw earlier this morning in the sprint race, he also had 1 or 2 problems. So, yeah, could be a bit of technical problem, but let's see if he gets out again.
Yeah, it's early days, guys. It's really, really early days. If it's not a major issue, I'm sure they can pull this off and join the race again.
But like you said, it's not ideal to do more than 1 pit stop, but if you're forced to go in because of a problem, you've got no choice.
Yeah, the other interesting thing in a race like this, it's fairly likely, although we don't hope for it, that we'll get a safety car during the race. Now, the safety car gives you an opportunity to gather your wits. It gives you the opportunity to save some fuel behind the safety car, which makes sure so you can add less fuel during the pit stop. So let's see what happens. But at this stage, a safety car at this stage will probably not help anybody, because they can't get enough fuel in the car to take them to the end. So let's hope.
Someone was already doing a pit stop in their tire change.
Yeah, I can only assume there was a problem, because that car will definitely stop again. It won't be able to get to the end.
Yeah, I guess while they've got a problem, they decided let's change the wheel more. Why not? There's Maris Leroux coming through, and is that Piet Visagi car?
Yeah, Piet Visagi is catching the guys at the back, but he needs to slow down. He's doing some very good lap times, but at those lap times one must be very careful not to destroy your tires. So I think he's probably a second or 2 too quick, because he's doing 11s and 12s. Personally, I think the race pace is around, for the Class A cars, are around 14 or 15, 1 minute 14, 1 minute 15 per lap.
Yeah, did you guys give yourself a sort of a lap time you're aiming for, although you don't have timing?
Yeah, there are you don't have access to your times in the car, but most of the guys have support crew with pit boards that give you an indication of how fast you go. because this is an interesting race. Because except that we get points and trophies for winning the race, we also have an index of performance. Now, index of performance is calculating they calculate your average lap time, and they take your fastest lap. So they take your fastest lap divided by your average lap time, which gives you a percentage. Now, typically the guys that win this are in the 90%. So if you go and you have a one-hit wonder and you do an incredibly fast lap, it becomes very difficult to win the index of performance.
Okay,
What does...
Bouter to Claudio's got Christopher Tate in the pit
driver
lane.
side
Let's go over to
caliper
Claudio.
came off, and at first I thought I was hearing noises out on track, but eventually it bit into the rim, so now I came in to fix that.
Unluck, man.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Claudio. So he thought he had a bit of heard noises, and he had to come in, and they did these wheel changes and his compulsory stop. But let's see how it goes. There's Piet Potgieter going through now. Behind him is a Honda, Maris Leroux, the Porsche, Marius, and oh, is that Mel? Had a bit of an off maybe, going slow. Wayne Robb coming through the Class A, looking good. Maris Leroux also looking good at this stage. And oh, we've got a yellow flag. We've got a car stationary on the inside of one, which is a yellow flag, and I'm not sure if there'll be a safety car. Maybe we'll have to look. I don't know if it's a bit early at this stage. If we were to have a safety car at this stage, I'm not sure if the guys will use this. But yeah, Melspur in Malani on her car. She's in the pits. I think she's got a problem. So we'll just have a look, see what's happening there. It's a bit early for a pit stop, and the light is slowly but surely fading. There's two Hondas, one is Ishbaloy giving each other a go up the hill, with Wayne Robb now just lapping some of the cars. Car number 34, young Joshua the Toy, in his second ever race at the SuperHacth and Triple Ones.
Yeah, he's sharing the car with his father. We were talking to Grandma a while back. First you worry about your kids when they start racing, and now you worry about your grandkids. But if it's in the family's blood, it's in the family's blood. And the De Toy family's done an absolutely incredible job giving us a venue for us to play and practice the sport we love.
Yeah, and there's Johan van Heerden also going through. Wouter, I saw Melspur actually went into the pits, also with a problem. It wasn't a scheduled pit stop. Oh, and there's Mel now.
Just quite a intense fuel smell, and the car's sort of sliding to the left the whole time. Not sure, actually. I don't know. That's what the professionals are for. I'm just driving.
Okay, so Mel's saying she smelled some fuel and the car's sliding. I don't know, there could be a possible fuel spill, but the team is looking at it now.
Yes, and another interesting thing is we noticed there was a Golf standing on the inside of the track on the pit straight. One of the rules we have is that you are not allowed to receive outside assistance. So if your car breaks, only the driver is allowed to work on it. So what happens in that case? If the driver can't fix it, he's out of the race. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to use recovery vehicles to bring the car back to the pit to work on it again.
Okay, there's Melspur still in the pit lane. Graham and the team is just having a look. Don't know what the problem is. But yeah, Wouter, I saw that car standing there before turn one. There's a paraglider. Or lots of action and activities here at Zwartkops.
Oh, it's such a wonderful way to spend your Saturday.
Yeah, in the paraglider and having a look at the racing. Johan van Heerden on the outside, going past two Porsches. And you see most of the guys have got their headlights on already, especially the faster guys. Wayne Robb looking good there.
Yeah, and I see we've had a change up in Class B. So in Class B, Sean Vermaak, the one with the sexy looking BMW, he's now leading Louis Scholz by 4.5 seconds.
Okay, and looks like Melspur ready to go again. Team said, let's go. So Mel's got a bit of work to do and time to make
Awesome.
up.
That's great stuff. I see Jonathan's Jonathan Visser's also running. The car's looking good. It's looking reliable. So let's hope he gets to the end.
Yeah, good stuff. I don't know what happened in lap number 1, but he's back there. And you can see the lights all around the track. When it does get dark, it's not the motor. There goes your car just on the inside of Mel. So good for the sponsors there to see the two cars together.
Yeah, that would have not been very pleasant at home if those cars drove into each other. But luckily Mel left lots of space for Piet. But Piet is still trying to break a land speed record, yeah? I think I'm going to have a tough drive for the second half of the race on whatever tyres are left. You can see the car sliding around turn 4. So I think he needs to slow down a bit. At this stage, he's 8 seconds in front of Piet Potgieter in second place and 9 seconds ahead of Wayne Robb. So I think he needs to look after the tyres. Obviously, he's not the guy that's going to have to finish the race. That's up to me.
So he's leaving all the hard work for you. And as much as you want Piet to slow it down, these guys are telling their driver to pick up the pace.
Yeah, if we look at, they're talking to Keegan Nathan. So Keegan Nathan's doing round about 1 minute, 16.4 laps. And Elke in second place, her fastest lap is a 15.8. So I think they're just giving him a bit of a chase to make sure he doesn't lose. Elke's only 1.2 seconds behind him, it would seem. So yes, I hope everything goes according to plan.
Yeah, so Elke trying to chase him down. And nice to see we've got quite today, all through all the categories, about a lot of females racing with the guys. So it's good to see all our lady competitors.
Yeah, you must never make the mistake of referring to them to the lady competitors. They hate this. In this sport, everybody's equal, and some of those ladies, if I can call them that, are surely fast behind the wheel.
Well, they're females. So
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, see, the racing drivers, I'm just saying it's nice to see a lot of females in the sport. That's what it's all about.
I agree with you fully. Kyron Pillay is racing he raced a Golf at Kyalami. I see he's in a Honda today, number 9. He seems to be doing well. Obviously he's in Class X because it's the first time he races the car.
Yeah, just behind Wayne Lebowski. Piet Potgieter going into the pits. Let's see, I don't know, how many laps have they done so far?
They've only done 19 laps, so I don't think Piet will be able to get enough fuel in that car to get to do 83 laps. Oh, it looks like he's pulling into the pit. I think Piet's a very chill driver. Maybe he's stopping for a smoke. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, he's looking very relaxed, but he enjoys his racing, and it's always good to see him out there.
He's a lovely Altopi.
Guys opening the bonnet and speaking to Graham there. Well, I don't see any fuel going in. They're having a look under the bonnet there.
Yeah, there must be a mechanical gremlin.
But it all seems quite relaxed. But I'll talk to the driver and just see what he feels. And there is that Ishbaloy going through there. Oh, we've got it off.
Oops. George Aldrich. It looks like turn 4. No.
Turn 6.
Turn 6.
Turn 6.
Well, I think he's beached there. I think he won't be able to get that car out there, and I don't think it's in a safe position. So I suspect a safety car fairly soon.
Yeah, possible safety car, and let's see if any tactics going to come into play now.
Let's see what happens, guys.
It's a bit early, but do you think guys will use this if it's a safety car? Okay, let's go over to the pits.
Piet Potgieter, is this a mandatory stop, or did you decide to pull in early?
I decided to pull in early. My clutch wasn't functioning properly anymore, so I couldn't get it into the gear properly, you know. So I pulled in so that we can have a look. Maybe there's some remedy and we can continue after they had a look at it. So yes, but while we're here, we're making the compulsory pit stop anyhow. Yeah, here we are, and hopefully we can get going again soon.
Awesome job, all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, we just heard from Piet there. He said he made it his compulsory stop. At the same time, we've got the safety car out. But Piet said he felt his clutch wasn't good, so he came in. The team is looking at it, but he's doing his compulsory stop. But Wouter, I things could happen now. Oh, Maris LaRue's car's on the left there, but safety car out for that Opel of Aldridge.
Correct. I think they will leave Maritz's car there because it's not in a dangerous position, but they will definitely have to move Aldridge's car.
Let's see if the team's now going to use the safety car. It's quite early, but who's going to maybe chance it? You know, you're not certain of more safety cars, so do you think it's a good move to maybe come in?
I think it's too early. I really do. Because they basically have 63 laps left. To get 63 litres in the car won't work. So if you put now to fill up your car, you will definitely stop again.
Okay, so while we've got the safety car, let's look at the leaders. Your car, Piet Versace driving, is leading at the moment, but you say he's going a bit fast.
Yeah, he's going a bit fast. He's leading from Wayne Robb, the guy in a very good-looking Ford, followed by Jonathan Visser. Jonathan's caught up now because pit stopped, so Jonathan's in third position now. Then in Class B, we have Sean Vermaak and his co-driver, followed by Louis Coles and Ishmael Peck. Wayne's doing well as well. After his first 2 spins, he's back into 4th position, and then Mel's behind him. Mel is 3 laps behind us because of that unscheduled stop. Class C is led by Henry Frontleder and Elke Frontleder, a husband and wife team. Henry's in the car at the moment, and then Elke will join the second half of the race when I take over from Piet. Morio is racing Keegan's car at the moment. He's in 2nd position, looking good, and Keegan will take over from him in the second half of the race. Number 3 in Class C is Mike O'Sullivan at the moment. He's partnering with Rob Clark. Rob will also do the second half of the race. They're followed by Johan van Heerden, Marius and Keegan, then Sebastian Bouillard, and unfortunately Chris Tate had a problem with his car. He didn't start. I see Mike O'Sullivan's pitting.
Yeah, going into the pits there.
Let's see what happens there.
Maybe it's a chance he's taking. Maybe he's going to go for it and see what's happening. Yeah, so I saw Pete Potgieter rejoined. So good to see him rejoin. I hope his clutch is going to last. We'll see what happens there. And yeah, it's early days, Wouter, but things are starting to happen.
Yeah, I think
Michael Sullivan behind the wheel.
I think Mike is staying in the car. It looks like it's just a fuel stop. I'm not sure if they will change drivers. And then the last one, we have a Class X as well. Class X are for guys that haven't raced a specific car in this class. So Class X is led by Johan, then Tyron, and then Claudio and Martin in the 3rd place, 2 laps behind the leader.
That Joshua the toy car that's just leaving, they did a driver change there. It looks like Mark was actually driving the first stint. Is that correct?
I thought Josh was driving, but I'm not sure. The more things change, the more they stay the same. I'm actually not sure who was driving the first time or the first stint.
I just saw him strapping, I think, Josh in, but we'll try and get a confirmation if it's Joshua behind the wheel. Okay, everybody, so just a slight lull during the safety car period, but it gives the guys chance just to relax, take a breath, as we see the Michael Sullivan car leaving the pits. And yeah, some of the tactics will come into play now. There's our leading car. It is Piet Versace. Wouter is heading down to the pits because he'll be jumping in that car later. And he explained to me that Piet is using all the tires up. So Wouter said he's going to have a difficult stint, but Piet is going for it. But it's all looking good. Not too many retirees at this stage, as I see another Honda pulling in down to the pits.
Michael Sullivan, I see you took advantage of the safety car there. Talk me through your stint.
That looks like it, yeah. You've got to take every opportunity, and it's a gift, so we've taken it. I wanted more time in the seat, because as the fuel is dropping down, the car's getting quicker, but you know what? It's up to Rob, his car, he can go and do it. Lovely
best.
stuff.
All the best, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Okay, that was Michael Sullivan. They said they used this safety car to do a driver change, and by the sounds of it, they've got enough fuel to take Rob to the end. But we'll have a look, see what happens there. There's Wayne Rob going to turn 4, up the hill. All looking good at this stage. So I think we're out of the safety car period. The guys going racing again. As you can see, everybody close together. There's your Batmobile, and we know it's Henry van Vleerde behind the wheel. Ishmael Peck in the BMW going through. He's also looking good, car looking good. And there's one of the Hondas in the pits. That's the Ishmael Beloy car. And let's see, looks like they're doing a driver change. Looks like Jonathan, the toy, is now jumping in there. And also, yeah, that's their compulsory pit stop. Changing the wheel, putting some, well, used rubber on there. But yeah, let's see how Jonathan goes once he gets on the track. Okay, so everybody, I hope you're enjoying the coverage here of the Ferro Energia. It's the ATS 200 kilometers down to the pits. Okay, we wanted a word with Jonathan there, but he's ready to go. Jonathan just waiting for the time lapse. You have to stop for a 3 minute. You can't go earlier than 3 minutes. But sometimes it takes around about 5 minutes. But there we go. Jono out of the pits. Michael Sullivan looking on, and Rob Clark will do the driving duties now. Coming through there is that Mel Spur behind the, and there's a Golf, that's John van Heerden there in that little group. But yeah, I think Mel, whatever her problem was, it's sorted, because she, there's Christopher Tate's car in the pits, and they're just having a look. There is a small problem with the right rear. Mechanic going to work there. Yeah, they did a small change there before they're going to put the wheel back. You have to change one compulsory wheel, but maybe, I don't know, look at the brakes or something there. But yeah, he'll be out soon again.
Christopher, start the car.
Telling Christopher to start the car, get ready. And as we can see, people, the light is slowly but surely fading, but still light enough. And it's going to be difficult times later for the guys. There's that BMW for Mark on the inside. There's Marius Malherbe in the Porsche going through now. Quite a few cars close to each other. Van Vleerde in the Golf. Mel Spur in the Opel Corsa behind her. And there's quite a few cars close. After that safety car period, the guys bunched up a bit. That's Ishmael Peck on the outside of Marius Malherbe. Wayne Lebowski's in there for Mark. And some polos behind them. As you can see, just look at that sunset. Sunset setting now. Guys, so if you come through turn 1 on your way to turn 2, that sun's going to be in your eyes. So I don't know if they opted for dark fires. Jonathan Visser trying to make up on some lost ground from earlier. And there's Slabaskachny in number 25. Yeah, so if the vehicle's got an X, means it's their first time. They're not in a class yet. So that's why you've got X next to their numbers. 1 or 2 guys next to the track that's retired. But yeah, endurance race is still a long way to go. It's going to get interesting, let's say, yeah, by the halfway mark, when the guys start doing their compulsory stops. But maybe the guys will hope for, there's the Tate car leaving the pits now. So they're on their way again. So when the guys wait for hopefully a safety car, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so looks like still the motorist Peter Sagi car still leading out. Coming down the hill looking for that was Piet Potgieter. Nice to see him back. He's got Mel Spur right behind him. But Peter's out and he's going fast again. It's looking good. Here's Pete Ding, 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 33 coming through. He looks like he's got good speed. Hopefully that clutch problem is sorted out. 777, Louis Scholes in the car care cleaning car. And also one of our sponsors. So Louis looking good there and enjoying his time out on the track. Most of the guys have got the headlights on already. But light is fading. Once that sun sets there in the west, then we'll see if these guys, how the visibility is going to be. Elspur going through up the hill. Piet Potgieter is a Johan van them. But there's the Van der Vleder car. And almost time to welcome Greg Maloney back. But I think Piet Potgieter slowing down a little bit again. Yeah, maybe that problem's back there. Because you saw Van der Vleder and Louis Scholes in a 777 car clinic car go past him. There's the backmobile at the 777 Louis Scholes car care clinic Honda. And almost time to welcome Greg back. Greg, welcome back. Just going to give him the mic. The microphones, the headset.
And the headset, yeah.
But welcome back, Greg. How's it going?
Okay, so tell us what's happening.
Well,
having a clue.
Well,
you're going to tell me.
Refreshing that, but no. Pieter Sagie and Wouter Roos cars leading, but Wouter was saying earlier Pieter's going too fast. He's using the tires up. One or two guys did come into the pits, but we'll just refresh our timing there and we can have a look.
Okay, there we go.
But it's still Piet, leading out. Wayne Robb, Johan Dabeskaghni. Louis Scholes is doing well now. Sean Vermaak, Jonathan Visser. We had one or two guys come in early for pit stops because of a few problems. Mel Spur was one of them. Christopher Tate. Michael Sullivan, there was one safety car so far. Michael Sullivan, they chose to use that as their compulsory stop. I don't know. Because Wouter was telling me most of these cars have to refill. He's telling me most of these cars didn't put a full tank of fuel because it's too heavy. So the guys went there,
Well, that's a strategy that will probably not work in their favour, I can tell you. When I did this race at Pekisa, we filled the Mini to the brim. Like, we literally couldn't get any more fuel in it, so you didn't have to worry about refueling. And you do start on a slightly heavier car, but at the end of the day, it means that you don't have to come in for a second splash and dash if you're going to use that as a compulsory stop, not to do your refueling at the same time.
Yeah, but also, if we think about it, most of these cars running here, let's say their fuel tanks 63, maybe 65 litres. I don't even think you can do the whole race on 65 litres, Greg. But we'll see how it plays out.
It's 200 Ks.
But it's a racing car.
Yeah, it's a race car for sure.
Happens.
It is a race car. So there's maybe a little bit of higher revs and the fuel efficiency is not that good. But, there's one on the sideline there.
Yeah, it's Marissa Rui's car's been there. They're leaving it there as a safe position.
Okay.
Remember, Wouter told me one of the rules are you're not allowed to have outside assistance. You can work on your car. If you break down the driver, you can have a look.
Yes.
But other than that, can't be towed in or whatever. But Marissa Rue, that Golf is in a safe position, so it's not a problem. But we had the safety car was because of Aldrich and Opel. He went off at 6. He was beached, and they had to bring the safety car out. But it was quite early. But let's see where we are now. How many laps have we done?
Well, according to this, it says 28. But let's do a quick refresh so we got the exact amount, because normally that'll change. 30. 30 laps completed, and if we go out of the classes and back into the overalls, 30 laps completed. Fastest lap, a 1:11.170. So they are 0.170 from breaking out. You can't go faster than a 1:11. This is a 111 Class A car.
Yeah, and Wouter was saying Peter's going too fast. I don't know if the team can tell him.
They have
maybe they give him a board to say
slow down. They've got to put a board out to tell him to slow down,
He's not pacing himself. He's going too fast.
And if he goes too fast and breaks out, it means he's going to be not classified. Never mind, drop 30 seconds for going too fast or whatever. I don't know. The whole idea is that they have to stay. That's the reason why they call 111s, is they have to stay in the 1 minute 11 second bracket around Zwartkops. Yes, it changes at every other circuit, but what they do is they do a handicapping system depending on the length of the circuit to what these cars would do at Zwartkops, and then they work it out via mathematics, which you and I don't know how to do. Well, you maybe, I don't.
Labotsky on the inside of Louis Scholes said they're having you won't say it's endurance race, if you look at them there, they're going for it there. Yeah, it's so there's no GT cars there in the race.
No.
Only Class A.
Class A and down, and then it's SuperHacth T1, T2, A, B, and C.
Well, it looks like they're giving him a board. I don't know what the board said, we couldn't see, but hopefully they're telling him to slow down. Also earlier Greg Meldsburg came in and she lost 3 laps. She had a fuel leak. I spoke to her, she had she smelled fuel, she said there was a problem, but she went out again and all seems good there.
Maybe they overfilled that car. They might have overfilled that one, and then of course a little bit of petrol spills out, you start smelling the fuel, you think, hang on, there's something wrong with the car. Rather come in. There's Keegan Nathan, her teammate. He's looking like he's having a pretty decent run there. He's going to be sharing that car with Mauro Deleuze. So Mauro Deleuze, of course, is one of the competitors in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. So he'll be having a little bit of extra time, seat time, as we saw with Josh Moore today.
Yeah.
Josh Moore was actually piloting the X-Fast 5 Polo that Mocha Rodeo had. So it's quite nice to see a couple of those cars getting back into race trim. I just actually had a chat on my way back up here with Josh Moore's mom, because it was his birthday today, so he celebrated his birthday, but his brother Jack is overseas representing South Africa at the FIA CIK Karting Academy event. Ishmael Beloy parked on the sideline there, by the way. So he's out of this one of the SuperHacth category. And she was saying to me that Jack's gone pretty well. He had a bit of an engine issue when they allocated the engines for each of the carts, because that's what they do. They get an allocation. And then if that engine doesn't work, you've got the ability to go to the FIA and apply for a second engine. They got a second engine, but it looks like it was an engine that had already been handed in. So in his first heat, he went from 14th to 7th. Second heat, he went 14th to 10th. And they've got a third and then a final tomorrow. So hopefully he'll go a little bit higher up in those final heats tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, that's awesome stuff. You can see most of the guys got the headlights on. And as much as Wouter wanted Piet Versace to slow down, Keegan Nathan's team actually told him to speed up, because Van der Vletter was coming, and earlier on he was a second quicker. So he was catching him there for that class lead.
So if we look at 33 laps completed according to the refreshed timing monitor, that's about, what's that, about just under a third distance. Yeah, so we got, you say 82 laps, eh? About 82 laps if it's true.
Just over the third distance, yeah.
Yeah,
Still a long way to go.
Long way to go. Lots of action still to come. And I think it's normally what happens in this case. Watching through the field as well, we're watching on if we look at how the classes stand right now, we can look at them quickly as a refresh. Class A is Wouter, or Piet Versace in Wouter's car, Wayne Robb and Jonathan Visser. Louis Scholz and Sean Vermaak with Wayne Labotsky in third. Elke van Vletter leads out over Johan van Heerden and Marius Marherbe. And then SuperHacth, it is Keith and Mankies and Des Bloem sharing the car. That's father and son, George Aldrich and Francis Aldrich. In fact, Francis couldn't come to the prize giving now because he's in the car. So his mom accepted on his behalf. Hendrik Venter and Shane Faget sharing that car. Then it's Suman Moodley and Jonathan DeToy. Josh DeToy and Mark DeToy sharing a car. That's quite cool, eh? Uncle and son sharing the car there. And then Johan Labuskachny and Tyron Pillay lead out Class X over Claudio Jardim and Martin Venkov. This is Bram Meyer into the pits.
Yeah, Bram came into the pits early actually with a problem, and I think he's leaving only now. So he had a problem early on, Greg. He came into the pits. So he also had a problem this morning in the sprint race, but hopefully that's sorted. And yeah, get on the track. You never know. Still a long way to go.
Mm-hmm. Still can score some points in their classes, depending on the attrition rate in the class. It'll be nice to see if there is a lack of attrition rate. One cool thing about the night races here, as you always speak about, especially if you get to see them on camera like that, is the disc brakes lighting up under the pressure being applied. And those will just get brighter and brighter through the night as the light dies here. The sun has basically gone down behind the mountain here on our western side of the circuit. So Voti and Piet Versace sharing that car. Pieti currently lapping in the 1:11.170s as his best, but he's come back to 11.42s now. So they've slowed him up slightly. But let's go down into pit lane. Looks like we've caught up with Melspur.
Melspur, not the way you wanted to end the Zwartkops 200 now. What happened?
Not at all. We've had a trying weekend from the word go yesterday. Battling with the car, just didn't want to go. It seems the TPS sensor from Kyalami, the niggles just didn't prepare themselves, and got it right this morning. First heat was great. The car was on song, and it just didn't want to go now. And as you saw, I came in earlier, and this lap, as I came across the line, shifted to fourth gear, the engine just said, had enough, go have a beer, Mel, you deserve it.
Well, go have your beer, Mel.
A big pity there to lose her. but seasoned campaigner. And of course, that's the lady that actually initiated the start of the 200. It was the Bekisa 200 initially when Mel was in charge of SuperHacth, and she was helping out with the 111 Sports and Saloons. And now that they've combined everybody together, it continues merrily on here at Zwartkops as opposed to Bekisa, because unfortunately, as we all know, with the demise of that circuit, we're probably not going to end up racing on that track ever again unless something happens on a miracle side of things. But to bring it here as a Zwartkops 200 is not a bad plan. So to lose the lady that was behind the inception of this event is a bit of a loss.
Yeah, there's number 44. He was beached early on, but he's back in. So what did Mel actually say was the problem there, Greg?
Basically said that ATS sensor that she had the problem with at Kyalami was not fixed as well as they thought. It worked in the first race when it was only 8 laps, but longer than that, unfortunately, it started to give issues. And she came in and said rather not, because the engine was not performing like it should. The 44 car, of course, is the 2 Aldrich boys, George and Francis. That is Ishmael Peck, the Mzansi Motorsport man, running in monster DC colours there, a la our late, great, incredible driver in Ken Block. He's running that in honour of Ken Block, and of course runs the same number as him as well. But Ishmael, at this stage, running 12th overall, 2 laps down on the leader.
Yeah, and Wayne Robb just passed in there. Wayne Robb looking
So
good.
that'll make it 3, I think.
Second place there in Class A.
Second overall as well on the circuit too for Wayne Robb. So not a bad effort there for the Ford Focus man. He's of course running in Class A behind Fasaki and behind Vota. Once they've done that change, Voti will finish the race. There you can see sunset at Zwartkops.
Yeah, it's a lovely view. It's a lovely view, but yeah. So Greg, when it gets darker, it's going to be a little bit more trickier for some of the guys. And the guys who are only running 1 driver per car, a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of tiredness could come into play.
No doubt about it. Fortunately not hot like it was in previous endurance races that have been held here. The heat of the day tends to affect the driver much more. But as we watch them flying through here, Rob in second place. And it looks like lap times have come down a little bit more from Piet Vasaki's point of view. They've got him down to 11.6s now. So he's got about half a second to spare before he breaks out.
Oh, they obviously, hopefully they gave him maybe a lap board. The other thing is, remember the track conditions, it's getting a bit cooler. Actually, some of the cars will go faster. You have to pace yourself. Remember in triple ones, the guys don't have in-car timing systems.
No, exactly.
So, you know, you're relying on your pit crew maybe, but you have to just pace yourself.
And you go in the feel of the car as well, I think. I think you know what a fast lap will feel like, so you'll come off it slightly. Here comes the Bat Lady into pit lane.
Yeah, it's actually, it's...
is it Henry that started?
No, Henry started.
Oh, Batman started, okay.
Elka's going to get in now. So they're doing their pit. Yeah, Henry did the first stint, and Elka will jump in now.
I'll wait for him to get out, and him to get out and Elka to get into the car. I'm sure that we've been through the pit stop procedures here. Has to be a manual tool to take the wheel off. And the driver has to get out and clean the windscreen. The wheel has to go flat on the ground, and then it can be put back onto the car. So
it's quite a clever manual tool, Greg.
That is a good manual tool, hey?
Yeah, it's a bit faster than your normal.
The star one, or the cross one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cross one's a bit, because to hold that sometimes is a bit difficult. Spins out of your hand. Only overall pit crew can do the refuel, so it looks like Elka's climbing in, and the Batman's going to refuel the car.
Just getting herself strapped in there. She'll get assistance shortly. I'm sure someone will help her. But yeah, they're looking good at this stage, Greg. Looking good there.
Yeah, 8th overall.
And
let's have a look at the classes.
It's a little bit early for a pit stop. I don't know how these guys are playing it. Some of the guys here, maybe, I don't know if the guys with 2 drivers here by the halfway stage, if they're going to see more pit stops. Or some guys will wait for a possible safety car yellow flag. I don't know.
They're 6th in their class, so I suppose it really doesn't mind when you make the change now, when you do the pit stop, because it's not going to make any difference. They're going to have to hope that something goes wrong with Johan van Heerden, Malherbe and Ward, Nathan and Deleuze, Bulliart, Clark and O'Sullivan. Otherwise, they're not going to be in the running.
Yeah, Johan van Heerden looking good there in that class leading out. Now you can see... I hope all these guys have got headlights working. But there's your leading car. Still Piet Vasakie. And yeah, Wouter is just saying he's going to have hard work with not such great tyres by the time he does his driver change.
Yeah, because Piet's hammered those Dunlops. He's given it stick around the circuit. We'll also get to see, there you go, for the first time, just got a shot as they went past turn 1. This is Des Bloem guiding Keithan Monkeys in for his official stop. Keithan is leading his class as well. He's currently first by 2 laps, by the looks of it, over the Aldrichs and Fenta and Forget. Team jump on there to do the tyre change. Well, it's not a change, it's just a on and off.
Yeah, good looking car there with the purple and the yellow. Nice looking car, and yeah, it looks like behind him, Elke van Vledder, she's ready to get on back on the track. Yeah, so that's Elke now. Now I wonder if she's going to do the whole stint right till the end. We'll have to see how that one plays out.
How good possibility. She's a very fit lady. Definitely knows her way around the cockpit of a race car, that's for sure.
That's Bram Miller going to turn 1. Yeah, they're quite extended stay in the pit, Greg. I don't know if you can have a look in the class here, but he had a bit
he's
of
a long way down, I think.
Earlier on. He had a long stint in the pits.
He's not even coming up on the timing monitor at this stage.
Yeah, it's quite a few laps, obviously, down.
Let's have a look and see if we go to overall. If we can pick him up. So Des Bloem will take over from his son there, Keithan Monkeys. Brom not even coming up on the monitor. So maybe he didn't go out with the timing transponder, possibly. I highly doubt that. They probably have to reshuffle him in somewhere. I'm not picking him up at all, though, bud. Yeah, that Scooby's not on this timing monitor at all.
We'll
Maybe he's out there for some practice and we don't know about it. So no, this car's on track. I'll go for a little bit of a run.
No, he's trying.
Dizzy Des getting into the car. It's been a while since he's been under wheel of a front-wheel drive. He normally pilots a BMW, and he, of course, was the taxi driver only a couple of weekends ago for the BMW M Performance Racing Series. He actually did the respray on the track taxi. That's what his main form of income is. He does all spray jobs and panel beating of cars in Alberton.
Yeah, Wayne Labotsky looking racy after he's earlier off in the first 2 laps, but he's making time back up. There we go. The Shield car there, Wayne. Oh, and yeah, that car is back on the track.
Good timing. Got the tyre done. Driver change done. Probably a little splash and dash there to ensure they've got enough fuel, but that car will be very, very fuel efficient, that little Renault. It's actually the sister car to the one that I piloted when I was driving for Big Boss Auto. There were 2 cars that were involved with the Big Boss Auto car team at that stage. That's the sister car. That's not my one that I was in. But a very good little car and a very seasoned campaigner. But of course, not a fast car, so it doesn't have to be. You don't have to have a fast car though to win an endurance race.
No, sure. There's index of performance. Okay, Jonathan Visser in the pits after his earlier problem. He's back in. I don't know. Someone's showing there.
Something's wrong.
No. But it looks like they're changing the tyre. We'll just keep an eye on that one. Because Jonathan Visser, once he got back on the track, he looked like his speed was. He was up to speed again.
They can change the tyres if they want to. So if there is a damaged tyre, they have the ability to change it if they do need to. And that's, I think, maybe what the mechanic was gesticulating there. The other thing is that you have to take into account is that the fueling has to be done also via gravity. You cannot use a fuelless system. So it's got to be either what you can see right they're using right there, the pour-in maneuver, that's via gravity, or of course you need to have a plunger system that can go in to refuel the car. You can't use a quick fueler.
Yeah, like those big endurance races.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you can see, conditions, it's colder outside now. But I'm sure the drivers, they're still hot inside. Greg is still...
Oh, yeah, you know what a race cockpit gets like. Doesn't matter how cold it is outside, you're still going to get heat from the engine coming through into that cockpit. And you're going to start to feel it.
So let's see how many laps we've done now. Almost at half.
Well, we'll do a little refresh for you, shall we, Leon? And then hopefully it'll miraculously appear. We're on 43. So, yeah, about halfway. Just over halfway.
Let's call it halfway now. Well, so far, only one safety car, Greg, which is good. But usually we know we'll see what happens here in a second car.
If you recall last year, we were upstairs, but we didn't do the live stream. We were upstairs. And last year's one, there wasn't a safety car at all. They didn't need to bring the safety car for any reason out at all.
Oh, well, so far so good, just one. But I'm sure some of the guys, they wouldn't mind the safety car at this stage. To give them make a pit stop a bit
safety
easier.
car in an endurance race is a blessing because it allows you to make up ground and possibly steal some time back, because when you're under safety car, the lap times all diminish. So you can get in, you can get your pit stops done, and you can get out again and hopefully not lose too much time.
Yeah, lose a lot less time as opposed to normal. We see a few guys. There's Marius Smalarba, he's in the pits.
Yeah, the Porsche.
Keegan Nathan car leaving. He's in there.
Malhaber's with Keegan Ward. I think Keegan Ward's about to jump. Is he? Yes, he is. That was Keegan Ward that was in the car to start. Malhaber's going to finish. Okay. So they did a change up there. I did sort of mention it on a few occasions that when you put your names down, driver 1 is driver 1. Driver 2 is driver 2. Voter Rus, I hope you're listening.
Yeah. Well, Voter obviously earlier he had an idea who was driving, but I mean, yeah, difficult for us to. We're not sure if it's driver 1 or driver 2. It's not always
Until they get there and we see them. Or you get a close-up shot and you can see that it's that driver that's in the car.
Yeah, blue flag waving there. Now that Piet Versace is sprinting, yeah. He's just, maybe he's enjoying it so much, Greg, he's just going flat cat.
That orange and oil car is going like a Boeing right now. Not putting a wheel wrong whatsoever. Whatever Nathan's Motorsport's done to that machine, it's certainly working. It didn't quite work on the second car for Mel's one. Yes, but closest rival is in. So an earlier stop here for Wayne Robb. That might be a strategy play here. But he has come into a busy pit lane, so it's not going to be easy to get into that pit box that he's got right at the end of the straight.
Yeah, and he's not doing a driver change. He's alone.
No, he's on his own.
So we'll see how that one plays out. I'm sure by this stage also Voter might be itching maybe to get in the car. I don't know when they're going to, or maybe now they're trying to, are they going to wait it out a little bit? Also, I know that the rules say that each driver, if you 2 drivers, you have to do at least 35% of the race.
Yes.
Yeah. So
also, just picking up on that, is that a Renault in the background? Yes, it is. The Renault there is of Suman Mudley. I think he's the leader of SuperHacth, down in 14th overall.
Yeah. Now, SuperHacth, their sprint race this morning, unfortunately, safety car, they didn't complete so many laps. And but the guys, some of the guys just use it as a practice for this 200.
But point scoring as well, remember. So they score double points for this one and single points for the sprint race. So you have to go and participate in that sprint race. It's quite important.
Yeah, points for you. There's Ishmael Peck.
Boogeyman doing his own wheel change. Does he know how that tire lever works? Is that the Boogeyman? It is. No, he's in the car. No, he's in the car. He's got someone doing it for him. Of course he's got someone doing it for him. Is he on his own? He is on his own, I think, eh?
Yeah, I think he's on.
Let's just check. There, Peck's all on his own. Okay, so Ishmael doing it all on his own.
Yeah, so their pit stop completed, and away he goes.
If I was him, I would have brought his protege, Roshan Goodman. Roshan Goodman finished like 2nd overall last weekend in Polo Cup. He would have been the ideal driver to share a drive with here this weekend in the ATS Motorsport Zwartkops 200.
Nice to see Pete Potgieter out there still, Greg. Like I said, he had a bit of a, thought it was a clutch problem earlier, but all seems okay for now. And you can see some of the lights now just, well, the lights around the circuit, once it's dark, you know, it's not great, but it's there. It's there to help them.
Yo, listen, it's lights that's been brought in by Chris Davison from GSI. The Generator Services Inclusive team have brought those lights in. Graham Nathan definitely hasn't used one of those in a while. You can see that. Look at how he's battling. Doesn't even know how to do that. Do you know how to do tyre changes, Graham? Graham hasn't done a tyre change for about 3 or 4 years, I'd say. He's got all these appies that work for him now at Nathan's Motorsport. They do all the changes. Let's have a look at the smile on Pete Potgieter's face, or Pete Versace's face. Look at this.
Boter's going to jump in now.
Maverick Vignales Arai helmet on as well. That's why he was going so fast. All right, Voti, over to you, bud. I don't know if Claudio's going to get a chance quickly to have a chat there with Pieter. It might be a good idea just to find out how things are out there for the leading team. There are the lights that are provided by GSI. Thanks so much to them for the additional lighting around the circuit, just to give us a little bit more light to play with going into the late evening, or the early evening, I should say, here at Zwartkops.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out now after this pit stop. We saw Wayne Robb about 2 laps earlier in, and let's see if there's any change in that gap. It looks like early on, the lead was about 10.5 seconds. We'll see how that one plays out. Wayne Leboski going through. He's pushing on.
No, he's slowly but surely closing on Louis. He's watching Louis' lap times, and I'm sure he'll be getting information about those lap times and what the gap is between himself and Louis. Let's see how Voti goes now with some slightly used rubber. Probably slightly used brakes as well. So you'll have to be just wary initially, just to feel how the car is before he goes and gives a stick. There is the man I was just speaking about right now, Louis Scholz. 777 at this point in time.
It looks like he's only got one front headlight there. And hopefully later. I don't know if it's compulsory if you have to have.
You have to have a headlight, yeah. It has to have at least one. And normally they would call you in if the other one wasn't working. That was the original rule, but I'm not quite sure if that rule's still in place. Here we go, Graham Nathan.
Once he goes out, the first few laps, he'll just see where the grip is and what the
Tighty righty, Graham. Tighty righty, bud. Tighty righty. 1, 2, 3 out. Oh, that's not good. That's Van Heerden, yeah. He was in 3rd place for Class C.
He was leading at some point, Greg, but yeah, that's a big pity for him. He was going well. His teammates out already, but Johan is just getting some.
Oh, he was checking some information with the marshal there as to where he could go.
Yeah.
To get
Maybe
the car.
He wants to go over the. No. He said that's the top of turn 4. Turn 5.
No, that's turn 4 that he's at right now.
No, 5. No, he's 4.
That's 4, yeah. That's the start line for the top of the hill.
Maybe asked him if he could go across the island.
Yeah, I think that's what he's probably looking to do.
Pity for him there, was really going well.
Oh, fire in pit lane by the looks of things.
Yeah, a bit of smoke there.
Then a bit of smoke at the bottom of pit lane there, so hopefully that's going to be sorted out quickly.
And I just saw the applied heat there. That's one of the Bouillards, is it?
Yeah, Sebastian.
Yeah.
Sebastian Bouillard making his way onto the track. Just trying to work out what car that is that might be in flames. There we go. That was the permission he was asking for, to use the slip lane to go across the track when it was safe.
Yeah.
Good thinking from Van Heerden. That's great thinking about the driver. Go up to the marshal and ask permission before you go and do it and get into trouble.
Yeah.
So not a bad plan there from his point of view.
But it must be quite, the problem must be, how can I say, heavy or harsh or big for him to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll retire it, but he wants to get to the pits as soon as he can.
Well, I can tell you Louis only got one headlight, because the other headlight I think is being used as an air intake.
And it's not Swiss on yet. But
not yet. You know, he's hoping that his good friend Chris Davison's lights are going to allow him to drive around without a headlight on. Might be enough there.
But yeah, Louis looking good there in the car care clinic Honda.
Peck behind him. Ishmael Peck still circulating, and he's in 4th place in that class, fighting with Louis. So Louis actually giving him a lap there, having got past him while he was in pit lane. So he's now 8 laps down, is Ishmael Peck, but Lebotsky is a lap down. Stoti and Stratianicus, who are sharing the BMW, are 4.3 seconds off Louis. And look at those brake discs light up. Oh, it's so lucky to see.
Yeah, Greg, I don't know. Okay, once we refresh again later, but let's see what's happening there with Wouter Roos and Wayne Robb.
Can do that quickly for you.
Let's just see. Obviously, Wayne Robb came in earlier. We'll see now after both of their pit stops.
Yeah, so they're both out there. And if I go to, let's go to overall as opposed to classes. Okay, so Johan Labuskakny is actually leading at the moment, ahead of Louis Scholz, Sean Vermaak, and Strati. Voti is down in 4th, and Wayne Robb in 7th. So we'll only get the differentiators once they've crossed the line. But it looks like it's quite a big margin that's opened up. So Wayne Robb's timing might not have quite been on song to maybe undercut them in the pit lane like he was trying to do.
Yeah. Again, some of those guys there on the leaderboard now, they still have to make their pit stops.
Yes. Yeah, Johan definitely, Louis definitely, Stoti. Okay, Vota's done it, so that'll probably move Vota back into the lead. So the first 3 cars, I think, still have to do a pit stop, which will be Johan Labuskakny, Louis Scholz in the Car Care Clinic Honda, and Sean Vermaak and Stratianicus in the BM.
Saw that Ford Focus came through.
We're okay. Hopefully, I had a bad start, so hopefully we can make it up. All the best.
Paulie, if you wouldn't mind, just give us a heads up if there are going to be interviews, because we were busy talking over that interview, so that we don't have to interrupt the driver while he's talking. Cool, thank you. Will do. We've seen a couple of drivers though, and we were trying to get hold of Piet Versaki as well, if we can maybe get an interview with him to see what's happening down there and how that car's feeling for the lead car. It's the assumed lead car because Louis, Sean and Johan haven't pitted yet. So awesome stuff as they come through the Castro corner. And that is Des Blumna at the wheel of the Renault.
Now the headlights are becoming more prominent, but there's Wouter now coming through. I was just saying, if you get a glimpse of Wayne Lebotsky in the pits.
Yeah, there he is doing the tyre change. Getting a little torque wrench onto the Titan nuts already as well, just to make sure that they are tightened correctly. Is that Andy Gossman who's helping him out? I think it is, eh?
And Wayne Lebotsky's missus there doing the talking.
Doing the talking, 100%. She does most of the talking anyway. Yeah, literally and physically. Lebotsky itching to get out. He's just waiting for that final torque wrench to be sorted. Go, 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 he says. All right, Lebotsky back on track.
As you can see now, yeah, the light is really fading. I was just going to say, Greg, if you see that Ford Focus again, just look at the blue lights under the car.
Yeah, it's just some nice lighting on that, eh? Yeah. They ran that in the 24-hour, I think. That's one of the reasons that they've decided to run with it. You know what it does? It makes the car easy to spot for your pit crew, as opposed to us as commentators. It does help us as commentators as well, and also any of the crowd that might have stuck around. And there's still quite a few people here. Interestingly enough, it's not everybody that's gone home just yet, which is quite cool.
Yeah, I must say, awesome crowd today. Really great crowd for the Regional Extreme Festival, presented by Coca-Cola. It was an awesome crowd today, yeah. Enjoying the racing.
The problem we're going to have right now, Leon, which you're going to find doing this for the first time on live stream, is watching the lights. The lights are great for the drivers, but when the lights are in your face, you don't know who's who. There's the 1, 2, 3. That's the car we saw earlier on that had a problem that had to come in. So it does look like it might be a brake issue, maybe, that they're having to sort out there.
Yeah, Van Jeden. Hello, Johan.
Sorry, I thought we were going to get an interview there with him, but he didn't want to chat. Marius Malhaber's indicator's been on since he left. He didn't turn it off. The Porsche is going to make an eventual left.
Yeah, he's turning left.
This is that Wayne Rob? No, that's Rob Clark at the wheel now.
Yeah, Rob Clark behind the wheel now.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Mike Sullivan were sharing.
They were sharing the car. Mike Sullivan had a bit of a tough time today. He had a problem in his Honda on the first lap of the first race today. So a bit of a pity to lose his car. But fortunately, they were looking to team up here in the Honda brand. 69 going well. That, of course, is one of our SuperHacth category cars. That's Hendrik Venter and Shane Forget. Forget hasn't been behind the wheel of a car for a long time, eh? So nice to have him back behind the wheel of a race car. I'm sure he's enjoying the action there. If he's behind the wheel by now, he should be, because everybody should have possibly done a pit stop by now.
We'll have to just have a look-see in the front at Johan Labuschagne and Louis Scholes.
They're all looking to run very long into the race, eh?
Yeah, well, Greg, I guess now those guys, and especially if they're the only driver, but they're hoping for maybe a safety car.
Henry, how was it out there in your state?
Oh, it was very busy in the beginning. About 7th place, 6th place, bit mixed up, and then just started getting the car into a rhythm, and then just lap by lap, keeping the pace, but then passing, getting through, and then got into the lead. When we came into the pits, we came out in 5th place in class, I think. But going good so far, the car's running very well.
Awesome job, well done.
Hey?
Well done.
Thanks, man.
Catching up there with Henry van Vletter, the Batman. As we saw in the background, for Mark and Strationikus, whoever's behind the wheel of that car. I'm not quite sure who's in the cockpit of that car as they came into pit lane. But for Mark and Strati now into pit lane. All good so far. By the looks of things, you're getting a thumbs up from our COC as well. He's happy with how things are proceeding. The two Porsches up close and personal as well, as we're going into dusk here at Zwartkops. While he's here, actually, maybe JL can answer the question, because it's a question we've been asking all week or all night long. Headlights. Do they have to have them? They don't have to have them. That's why the big lights are out. Okay. That's quite cool. So, yeah, thanks once again to Chris Davison, GSI. You don't have to have headlights on your car. So, Louis is okay. You won't get into
Louis
trouble.
There, he's not driving with... Yeah, and now's the time you can really see those front discs lighting up and glowing, which is nice. But, yeah. But I wonder, Greg, yeah, if Louis, without headlights, I mean, sometimes maybe a guy in front of you can't see you. You're coming to overtake him. I mean, the lighting is good, but it's not everywhere. You know,
look, I think it's good enough. That's the cool thing about it. And if you have got your eyes and ears about you, you'll understand that when you come to the braking point, that's where you're going to see the cars, because that's where the lights are. They're in the positions that they need to be in so that you can see them. I have to have a chat to AMG, Mercedes-Benz Driving Association, and experience that, because Mercedes-Benz now doesn't work for me. Hey, they need to get the E and the R back onto the lighting box. Let's do a little refresh for you there, Leon. You asking for a refresh?
Laps we've done.
Laps done now, according to our official timing, which has to be refreshed on all occasions, is 48 in total. Labuschagne still leads out. Scholz still there in second. Vermaak will lose third to Vota, I think, on this next pass, because he's in pit lane doing his pit lane stop.
Yeah, so some of the guys are pushing it long before they go for their pit stops. There goes the Keegan Nathan car. I don't know who's behind the wheel now.
I think Mauro Deleuze started and Keegan will finish. Okay. So I would assume it's Keegan at the wheel of that car at the moment. Yeah. That's definitely Rob Clark behind the wheel of that machine, because you would have seen the green helmet of Mike O'Sullivan if it had been him.
Yeah, but we saw the driver change earlier as well.
That's actually Vota up the road there. So on this next pass, Vota will probably take the lap back onto Sean Vermaak and Strati. And then it's just literally Johan Labuschagne and Louis Scholz that still have to do their pit stops. Everybody else would have been in. Remember, they can run up until 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go, the pit lane closes. And if you are stuck in pit lane in 5 minutes to go, you won't get back out.
Yeah, if you need to make a pit stop, then it's a problem.
That's Stotie's car that they're working on right now. Vermaak and Strati Jannicus sharing that machine.
Yeah, good looking BMW there. And
frantic work being done on the back left wheel there. Tightening it up now. Let's see if they've learned how to do the wheel tightening. Leon, what's the number one rule of doing a wheel tightening? Come on now, you're a mechanic, you should know that. You don't go around in a circle. You go opposite, opposite. Otherwise, it doesn't tighten. They didn't do that. I hope I'm not giving the commentators curse, but it could be. There we go. Dizzy Des, he's enjoying himself out there. As I said, he's normally in a massive monster BMW. That's where you'd find Des Bloem on a normal race day. But today, in a little front-wheel drive Renault. All right, that is now Strati at the wheel by the looks of it. We'll get a confirmation of that, I'm sure, at some point when we see them walking around pit lane.
Yeah, this is the time now you see headlights. Yeah, that indicator still going on that Porsche. He's turning left. Could be confusing when you come up to lap him.
Wayne Robb diving on the inside there, trying to get through on a couple of the slower cars. That's cool.
Yeah,
that was nice, saying thank you.
Good stuff.
Always a good way to do that. We're all in the race together. We're all racing for our separate classes, but when the faster cars do come through and you give them a bit of room to play, it helps. And it's also, that's another factor that you've got with that blue lighting underneath the car. When it comes up behind you, you know that that's Wayne Robb.
Yeah.
And if you're only a Class C competitor, then give him some room.
Yeah, on a normal road, I won't agree with that, but on the track, yeah, it's a good idea because it's practical.
Oh, Leon. Yes, Stoty, let's catch up with him.
Not so easy spinning spanners on a car versus a bike, eh?
No, not at all. What a different scenario this is. It's our first ever endurance type vibe and racing into the night. And yeah, it takes the life out of you. Getting wheels off, getting back on, getting it fueled, getting water in for the misters. But what a jolt. I mean, this is the most fun I've had in a very long time.
Awesome job, well done.
Stoty is always a great interview. And as I said, he handed over to Strati Jannicus. So Strati will finish the race there for that team. Let's get a quick refresh there for us, Leon, and see exactly where we're standing in terms of laps. I would say we got about 25 odd laps to go. Is that Ishmael Peck back in the pit lane? I just saw in the background, or was it the other BMW?
No, not sure. We'll just
have
check.
a quick squeeze there.
Again.
Not that
Jonathan
one.
Visser up the hill. He's looking good after his early problem, but he's back and yeah.
Okay, so the only one who hasn't pitted yet is Louis. So Louis is the only car that has not pitted yet. Everybody else is back on track. Rob Clark and Mark O'Sullivan up to second overall, potentially.
Oh, just saying that's
once
quite
the pit
amazing.
stop starts.
It's good for that car, Greg.
I think Potgieter, Thorne, Rob, and Strutty could possibly catch him though, because they've got a quicker cars under them than what possibly Rob and Mark O'Sullivan have got.
But yeah, they they actually pitted under that safety car and it helped them.
Yes.
Because Mark said it was almost a no-brainer. And it was early, but they came in. But as you can see, it definitely helped.
Paid off.
That car.
Oh, it's paid off. Slower cars got himself higher up in the overall standings, which is helping here in the closing stages. We had 60 laps completed on the last pass, and Louis is still out there, hanging tough. He might wait right till the very end to come in with that Honda. As I said, some of the cars don't run high compressions in terms of their race setups, so their fuel efficiency will still be pretty good. And I think a Honda Ballard must be a pretty good fuel efficiency in terms of a normal car, but in race trim, pretty good as well by the looks of it.
Yeah, Jonathan Visser going through. This part of the track, you see it's a little bit more darker than others, some places, but yeah, it's all cool. There's enough like the guys. Also, you sort of know the track off by heart, but that little bit.
It is Boogeyman. Let's find out what's wrong.
Alternator seems like it's not charging properly, and you're bloody laying fourth, man. So let's see. We'll just change the battery and hope for the best. As soon as we get down the battery, there we go.
Okay, well, he's saying you can probably work it out there. It's the alternator that's the problem. It's not charging the battery. So they're going to change the battery and just send him out, and hopefully it lasts for the last couple of laps. And he was sitting fourth in his class, so he didn't want to lose that position and potentially spoil maybe a podium for his category. So that's the reason why he came in. The car was undercharging and was losing power.
Yeah, Luis Cole's going through. He's almost, and the way you recognize him is with the no lights.
And Honda formation flying there as well.
Yeah.
So as we stand, let's do a quick refresh and maybe look at the classes as well there, Leon, in terms of how they're standing with the classes for the Zwartkops ATS Motorsport 200. Wouter Roos and Piet Versaki lead out Class A over Wayne Robb, Piet Potgieter and Jonathan Visser. Louis Scholz and Sean Vermaak Louis Scholz ahead of Sean Vermaak and Wayne Labotsky. Peck, as I said, he's in pit lane at the moment, but lying fourth in his class for Class B. That's the reason why he wanted to come in. Clark and O'Sullivan are leading Class C ahead of Nathan and Deleuze. And then the Bat family, which is the Van Vledders. SuperHacth, Keith and Mikey's and Desmond Bloom still in the lead of Fenta and Forget. And then the Aldrichs. And SuperHatch A is Jonathan Dutoy and Suman Mudley. With the B class with Josh Dutoy and Mark Dutoy sharing that car. So that's how that stands on the classes. And now we'll go back to the overalls. So as I said, I think the only car that still has to come in is Louis Scholz in the Car Care Clinic Honda.
Yeah, he's gonna, look at 61 laps down, still 20 or so to go. But yeah, I don't think Louis, like you said, maybe he's gonna leave it as late as he can. Any yellow flag now or safety car now will be in, but at some point he's gonna have to make a decision. And we'll see how that plays out. There's that Opel Corsa also, no headlights. But
One thing you got to take into account with that safety car scenario is it only works for a certain amount of time. If you get a safety car in the last couple of laps, then it doesn't really help you. You know, you've got to make sure that you use the safety car to an advantage. It mustn't be a disadvantage.
Yeah, as you can see now, there's no more daylight. Now it's just, you see the headlights blazing.
Headlights and side on, that's when you can spot the car. Or if you get a rear shot like this, then we can see a couple of cars there. The Bat Lady tucked in there, and I think that is Vota just ahead of her. Yes, it is. The Origin Polo there from Nathan's Motorsport. Just squeezing through and finding a way through a lot of traffic into turn 2, Cashel Corner. It's the same pack heading onto the back straight now. So as they turn right, you'll see them come through there. It is 36 machine. Yeah, not a bad run there from them. Remember that 36 car is Jonathan DeToy. He didn't race in the sprint race earlier on. He only went out for the double points available for SuperHacth's class there in the Trans Africa Racing Honda. That was a big bang out the window. Something went wrong there.
Oh, Jonathan Fisser getting a little bit sideways as he's being passed there.
I think he got caught out by Vota coming past. I don't think he realized how Vota was that close.
Jonathan Fisser still running. No, it's a pity because remember early on and he actually had the Polios leading.
Sounds like Louis in the pits as well, according to my ear there. Paulie's saying to us that Louis has gone in to make his pit stop. So now we'll wait and see how long it takes him to get out and whether Vota can make up the 2 laps that he needs to. It'll be an interesting little battle at the end, because if you remember, those are all good friends off circuit. And Louis Skoltz, Vota, Mal, all like sort of family friends as well, never mind race friends. So I think that friendship will be thrown out the window when it comes to the race strategies. Is that Vota giving a lap back there, I think, to the Subaru? Yeah.
Oh, Vota just pacing himself now.
He's in the 14s. He's been there relatively almost every single lap, so just maintaining a good little pace around there. The 25 cars, Jan Labuskakny, of course, he is 2 laps down on Vota, so he's made up 1 there. But in the space of the next, what are we looking at? Let's quickly refresh it so we got an idea. Yeah, I think Vota will take the lead as we cross the line. I just want to get the confirmation of that, Paulie. I'm just getting my screen to light up for us as well. No, he's on the same lap now. So they're on the same lap now.
But Louis still in the pits.
Louis still in the pits. So on the next pass, if he's still in the pits and Vota comes past, Vota will then take the lead, or he'll come up just behind Louis if Louis exits. That sounds like a Honda about to leave pit lane.
Yeah. Polo going up the hill there. Could be, I don't know if it's Boulevard. Rob Clark still doing well there in 3rd. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm sure he's just counting the laps down now. But like you said, some faster guys behind him trying to catch up to him.
Yeah, Wayne Robb's trying to close him down. I think Wayne Robb would like that 3rd place overall. There goes Strutty. And Sean for Mark's BMW through turn 4. Possibilities here of those 2 also closing down on Johan Labuskakny. They're only a lap down on him. Let's have a quick refresh there and see if there was a change. No, Paul's got it live, but our one I'm having to change all the time. Okay, so Louis has stayed in front. And it's now, 37 seconds. So now there'll be a pit board telling Vota to turn the wick up a little bit. He's going to have to go quicker than the 15s that he's done. Maybe get down into at least the 12s if he's still got enough rubber left. He was worried about the amount of Dunlop rubber available with the way Piet was pushing earlier on.
Yes, so we'll keep an eye on those lap times maybe now. So, well done to Louis for keeping the lead there. But yeah, Vota will have to speed up if he's going to make up anything under 37 seconds.
So that long race strategy to stay out that long also is not a bad plan. But as I said, you've got to time it so that you don't go too long. Because too long and a safety car comes out, then it could cost you. So well played there to the Car Care Clinic team for keeping Louis out for just the right amount of time for now. Depends on...
Louis can sort of manage his pace now.
Yes.
He's in it. He knows sort of what lap time. But like Wouters' team will tell him he needs to speed up. And I think actually Louis got the headlight on there. One headlight.
One headlight. Gonna try and keep
Taillights
it
are working.
Tail lights. I think the tail lights have to work. The headlights don't have to. Because you need to know if the guy in front of you is braking or not. That'll definitely be a non-negotiable, I'm sure.
Yeah, brake lights usually have to work. So there's a guy with no lights, but
no lights at all. Let's see if his brakes work. Okay, we won't get a shot of it. But maybe down towards turn 2 we'll get Bulliot's Opel Corsa. There goes Rob. Easy to spot with the blue SAP lights underneath his car.
It's Aldridge.
If you had an altercation with the SAP before and you see this car coming up behind you, you might be concerned, eh?
Yeah.
The Blaulicht Brigade.
Yeah.
So Louis is currently doing 13.9s. Vota's doing 15.9s. Both on lap 64, 38 seconds apart. I don't know if Vota's got enough rubber.
Yeah, so
Clark doing 18s, Wayne Robb doing 13s. They're on the same lap as well, so possibilities of Wayne Robb catching Rob Clark and Mike O'Sullivan together. So we may see Wayne Robb up into 3rd place overall. Last refresh said 64 laps. Let's have a look and see what it says now. 65 for Vota. And probably 65 there for Louis, yeah. So what are we looking at? 20 laps to go. 20 laps to go is what they're giving them.
Okay.
There is the official timing saying 20 laps to go.
Louis' last lap time was only a 16.4 and Bota 15.1. So Bota is gaining a little bit of time there.
A little bit of ground, yeah. About half a second there. About half a second. Half a second over 20 laps might be enough. Might be enough. Depending on traffic, it's also the other thing you got to take into account. You know, you get a clear lap for 3 laps, no problems. But it's difficult to get a clear lap now because there's so many cars out on track still.
Yeah, we'll just keep an eye. Well, maybe it was almost 1.5 seconds quicker, but we'll see. Maybe Louis just had a bit of traffic. Louis was earlier, it was a lot quicker early on. So that one can play out here right till the end. Bota is pushing a little bit harder now. And it looks like Wayne Robb has gone to 3rd now.
Yep. He's moved himself up into 3rd place ahead of Mike and Rob. Portkita and Arthur Thorne are there in 5. Labuskakny 6. Sean Vermaak and Strati Yannickus in 7th ahead of Wayne Labotsky, Keegan Nathan and Mara Deleuze. And how's that? Josh and Mark Dutoy up to 10th place overall. That's a good run.
Yeah, good stuff there by that car. And Van Vleder is 11th. Larbe, Jonathan Dutoy 13th.
.67 laps completed as we watch cars peeling through turn 5 and 6 there under the GSR lights. I think we're trying to pick up on our lead cars there of Louis and possibly Vota. Car going into pit lane is one of the Trans-Africa Racing machines. That's the 34 car of Josh and Mark. I think they were the only other car that hadn't pitted. So that's possibly why.
Although I saw that
did they pit earlier? Okay, so they did
was
pit
early
earlier. Yeah, they did go in earlier. Maybe
And
it's
they
the
did do
second
it.
pit.
Yeah.
Second stop there for them. Nathan in full flight through turn 4. Right on his
Peck
tail is
behind
Ishmael
him.
Peck.
Yes. Yeah, just trying to have a look, see. It shows Louis now and Bota 1 lap, but I don't know if he's still...
No, he's got to come past. It'll be a
Yeah,
refresh that need to be done there. There are about 20 odd seconds, I'd say, between them. Let's have a look at the overall standings. Now, once voters come across the line, his time will register. It's not there just yet. It's got a lot darker out there, that's for sure.
Yeah. Tricky time now for everybody. And like I said, a little bit of fatigue, tiredness will creep in. You think of
Voters
your
just crossed the
brakes.
line now. Let's just refresh that one after he's crossed the line. 32.
He's brought it down, yeah.
Yeah, by 6 seconds. 14 deads, 15 nines. Nearly 2 seconds a lap there.
Yeah, that's...
2 seconds a lap's quicker is a lot.
Yeah, what's about... Well, let's see, what's it? 670, 80, 4, call it. There's about 16 laps left.
16 laps.
16 miles times 2 is about 32. It could be closer to you.
Very close,
could
yeah.
Be very close.
Very close.
But he'll have to keep that pace up.
But the problem is can he? Because of the traffic. You know, you get one lap where you got a clean lap, you got one lap where you got traffic. So you're not going to be consistently doing 14 deads. That's the problem that Vota's got. But then the same thing can be said that there won't be consistent 15 nines out of Louis as well.
No, he was a little bit quicker early on. I don't know if he's now just pacing himself. But I'm sure his team is keeping an eye on that. And they'll be giving him some pit boards.
There's no doubt that Nathan will be hanging off the wall telling me exactly where he stands and what he needs to do. I'm sure there'll be an arrow saying up or down on that as well, to either speed it up or slow it down. Vota's pushing hard though. You can see coming out of that turn 2 Castrol, he got on the power real hard. Got the drive around the outside there from the Scooby. Yeah, Navaskakni. Literally scaring the living daylights out of that gap down on Louis Scholz.
Yeah, you can definitely see traffic playing a role, Greg, because, I mean, just look at that last lap time now for Louis. So obviously it depends on the traffic they catch. So sometimes, you know, Boat is slower, then Louis is slower, but traffic will play a role. And yeah, I'm not sure Boat is going to have enough time, but he'll keep pushing right till the end.
Yeah, I don't think he'll give up without the fight, that's for sure. 14.5, a 16.6. So that's like literally 2 seconds that Vota made on that lap. But then, of course, he'll get a bit of traffic, like he's hitting right now, where he comes down into turn 2 with 3 cars to negotiate, which is going to slow him down. And, of course, that will definitely affect his ability to do a 14-ish lap.
Yeah, around it's about 10 or 11 laps left. So, the indicator's still going.
It's Vees on the inside of the 233 Porsche, trying to find a way through. Then Navaskakni flies past him as well. At the inside, onto the brakes. There goes Voti's car, into the lights. So he's going to try and hang on as much as he can. He'll push it all the time. He'll try and get the laps in, try and get the clear traffic, try and get past traffic quicker than what he's able to normally. Blue flags waving on the sideline is a complete waste of time right now. You're definitely not going to see those blue flags waving from the race car.
Yeah, and Rob Clark's still holding 4th position there overall, and he's going okay for now. He's doing well.
He's ahead of Labuskakni, and if you look at Labuskakni, he's pushing hard in that Scooby to try and close that gap down. I'm not quite sure he's going to have enough time either. So the way things stand as we went off the circuit, it hasn't changed when we lost our power there due to a little bit of load shedding gremlins. We had to just do a little reboot there. Apologies on that. But it is Louis Scholz who is now 20 seconds ahead of Vota Rus. Vota is almost 20 seconds up the road from Wayne Rob. And Rob Clark and them about a lap and a half down on that. So I don't think Clark, Labuskakni and Vermaak are going to be a factor here. Although they are still going to be on the same lap. I think Clark and O'Sullivan will still be on lap 75. So we've got 5 cars still on the same lap with 9 laps to go.
Yeah, that's good stuff. You can see someone there is
doing some artwork.
Someone's telling someone to push hard there now.
That's
T2, push hard.
That's Josh Moore. So who do you think he's shouting to? There's a very good possibility it's going to be either to Keegan Nathan and Mauro Deleuze to push, because if we go back to how the classes stand, let's see how they're going. Classes at this stage, yeah, they're saying push because they need to try and catch Clark and O'Sullivan.
He's running out of ink there on his
yeah.
notice board. But yeah, he wants to tell his driver to push now. I wonder if a driver will see that. It's a little bit difficult to see that as well. That blue marker pen
blue on white
board
is not going to work in these light conditions. That's for sure. But hey, you might spot it. You never know. Might just spot it as you go past, and they'll give you a little incentive to kick up the speed. There you go. There's an indication of how it goes. So Louis' last time was a 16.5. So was Voters.
Yeah.
So there is where the traffic comes into play. And that's where you want to try and avoid the traffic at this point in time, because if you've done the strategy that Louis done, which seems to be working out, is the long run before you do your pit stop, or like the O'Sullivan and Clark team did, get it done during a safety car scenario, then when traffic does come into play in the closing stages, as it's doing right now, your job's already half done. So it saves you having to try and fight your way through traffic in the closing stages.
Yeah, so if Louis can manage to hold on, obviously their tactics was good, you know. But yeah, still a way to go. And 76 laps now, 83 or 84? 7 or 8 laps to go.
Yeah, I think it's going to be about 7.5 or 8 laps to go here.
I'm sure this is it. Some drivers will just want to bring it home now, others...
Let's catch up with Keegan Nathan.
I think it was really good. I went from 5th to 3rd and to 2nd eventually. I think it's going really nicely. I had lots of fun and it's going good. Yeah, I'm having lots of fun.
Who's your partner?
Mauro Deleuze. He currently races in Rookie Cup and I need a teammate for this race. So yeah.
Where are you guys currently sitting?
We're currently sitting 2nd, but yeah, we're doing 2nd at the moment.
All the best.
Thank you.
So it was actually Keegan Nathan telling Mauro Deleuze to push. I thought it was Keegan that was finishing the race, but it was actually Mauro that's in the car right now. And unfortunately I didn't get the audio there, so I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I would assume that they're saying that the reason why the board was saying to Mauro to push is that they want to try and close that gap down on Clark and O'Sullivan for the class win. They're not going to get the overall victory away from them, but there's possibility of the class win still.
Yeah, and I saw in the background there, it was Wayne Lebowski in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Unscheduled stop there, so I don't know what the problem is there. Pity for him. It looks like unscheduled.
Yeah, definitely unscheduled, and of course 7th place for them. That might give Deleuze a chance to make up one place on that Shield Golf. So that's your leader, Louis Scholz, in the car care clinic. Honda Ballard making his way to the top of the hill, and he has a bit of work being done on the Lebowski car. Having a look down there.
Yeah, it's a pity so late in the race here, Greg.
Listen, I can tell you, if you've got Gerard Henning, Andy Gossman, and Wayne Lebowski looking in the bonnet, and they can't fix it, there's a very good chance that you can't fix that car. 6 laps to go.
6 laps to go, yeah. So now, those front runners and leaders, they'll look at that lap time and just wishing those laps down now. Especially Louis.
At the pit stop, what happened?
I don't know. I think it's a gearbox. I got the guys having a look at it. Not quite sure at this point, but I just couldn't get gears anymore. So I was trying to nurse it home the last, I think there's maybe 8 or 9 laps left, but it just wouldn't hold. So I saw it started smoking, and I thought rather come in and drop oil all over the place. So it's one of those things. What can you do?
Next year.
Next year, back.
It is a sad thing. What he was saying is that it looks like it might be a gearbox issue there, Leon. I know you can't hear the audio because you don't have any cans on, but it looked like a gearbox issue there for Lebowski. He was trying to nurse it home, but he thought instead of dropping oil all over the circuit, rather bring it in and finish up in pit lane. So it looks like Lebowski is going to lose that position to Nathan and Deleuze because they're only a lap behind and there are still 5 laps to go. So with 5 laps to go, Louis Scholz is your man. And I don't think anybody's going to have an answer there to him, to be honest with you. As much as Vota's trying, the traffic is not working in his favour.
Yeah, pity there for Wayne, and but kudos to him for thinking. He doesn't want to. You don't want to spill any oil or any fluids at this time of the night, and the other guys then they come across that, and there's a problem for them. So well done to Wayne actually there for making that decision.
Okay, so now we have a problem with our timing monitor as well.
Okay, but we're getting to the final laps now.
Yeah.
And there's around about 4 or so laps, for maybe 4.5, 5 to go.
Yeah, I think it's about 4 laps to go now because it was 5 the last time we saw Henny. He flicked the button to go to 5 when Louis went past him. So probably about 4 or so laps to go now, 3.5 as they go through turn 4. And my timing monitor, I think. Oh no, there we go. There we go. Hold on a second. Maybe we get lucky here somehow, somewhere. It's not working at all. Standard luck. Thanks, Paulie. 3.5 to go from Paul's side of things is what he can see. Hold on. Maybe we get it back here. Come on now, work with me. There it is. We got it back. Little sweet talking of the iPad, and we can sort it out. Right, so, but hang on a second, Paul. According to my timing monitor, with 3.5 laps to go, Versaghi and Ruus have taken the lead. So Vota leads, Wayne Robb is second, Louis Scholz is third. Is that what you've got? All right, so there's been a change up there. So I'm not quite sure what happened there, but it might have been a timing issue. We might not have got the correct times coming through at that time. But I assumed when Vota went out, he was about 20 seconds behind, and then he managed to catch the back of Louis and has got...
Louis Scholz at least is still leading his class, Greg.
Yes.
He's leading B. I'm just having a look at the bottom there.
If I pull up the classes there, you can see it's... Well, the classes say Wayne Robb's leading over Vota and Versaghi. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with this timing monitor, Paulie. Because if Wayne Robb's leading the class, how can he not be leading overall? Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. And it looks like he might have taken overall. He has. Okay, so there's a dice on, which we need to try and pick up on, that's for sure. Robb and Ruus are fighting hard here for the win. And Wayne Robb has just found a way through there on Vota Ruus with about a lap and a half to go. Let's see what it says across the line as they come past there. It's 2 for these guys, but it'll be a lap to go for Wayne Robb and for Vota Ruus, and they've got 0.3 of a second between them. How's that for crazy?
Just look at that last lap time. So obviously Wayne Robb had a very good lap and Vota had traffic.
Yeah.
It looks like Wayne Robb is leading, Greg.
There we go. They're on shot right now.
Yeah.
Wayne Robb definitely leading over Vota Ruus as they go into turn 2. On to the last lap.
Can you believe it?
That's incredible, bro. That is amazing. What are the chances of that after almost 2 hours of racing? 83 laps, and they're going at it hammer and tongs here. Onto the last lap like a sprint race with a second between them. And Robb's pulled a slight advantage with getting through the traffic easier. So he's given about half a second there on Vota. There is the blue lights. How far back is the Origin car? There it comes, up the hill. Oh, he's got it. He's got traffic to negotiate, and I don't think Vota's going to get through in time, or will he? He's going to dive on the inside of that Honda to get through. But Robb's already passed and going through into the second last corner.
This is
what a turnaround,
finish,
buddy.
It's amazing.
How's
finish,
that?
It's amazing after 83 laps, Greg.
83 laps of race action, 200 kilometers, and they're going to finish less than a second apart. That's how we do it. Is that 1 to go? No, checkered flag. Checkered flag is out. Wayne Robb has won the ATS Motorsport Zwartkops 200. And he's won it by... Let's do a little refresh so we get the official time.
Wayne saw that checkered flag there.
Oh no, as we went to refresh, it disappeared on me.
But yeah, Wayne Robb, I think, took it.
Yeah.
See, I'm not sure he saw the checkered flag there. Look at him. That flag.
Paulie will go with yours because my timing monitor just died there. 1.25 seconds. 1.225 seconds. I don't think Wayne Robb saw the checkered flag, so he's continuing on his way. Yeah, he didn't see it. I think they were looking for Vota. That's probably why. And the flag man, Mr. Henny, the flag, also got caught out by the late dive on the inside to get through over Vota. So Voti and Piet will come through for second place in the Origin Oil Nathan's Motorsport machine. A great effort there from them. Are we back? No, that's not the right one we want to be on. I don't know what's going on this time. Timing today was a nightmare, bro. I don't know if you had timing upstairs, what it was like, but down here, just wasn't happening. And still not happening. I want to try and give a wrap-up of the classes. Class B is going to go to Louis Scholz. Class C is going to go to Rob Clark and Mike O'Sullivan. Class X will go to Jan Labuskachny. Second in Class B will be Sean Vermaak and Stratianicus. Second in Class C will be Keegan Nathan and Mauro Deleuze. And then we're going to get third, the Bat Lady and the Batman in Class C. Good run from them. Third in Class A will be Piet Potgieter. and a nice run from them. So let's wrap things up here from our side, because we don't have a timing monitor to give us the official timing. So let's go into what we think is going to happen. It is a win, certainly, and guaranteed by 1.225 seconds from Wayne Robb over Wouter Rus. A great run. I mean, can you believe that after 200 Ks, but we finished a second apart? That's good timing, and phenomenal effort from Wayne Robb to come through there to steal the victory. I don't think he was thinking he was going to make it in time, but he certainly did. He had that little bit extra left in the tank and got through to take the victory. So hats off to the ATS Motorsport Zwartkops 200 winner, Wayne Robb, overall. Of course, unfortunately, we can't give you the standings in the classes because timing monitor's gone off. But Leon, thank you so much for jumping in, bud. Much appreciated. Nice little insight from your side as well, having done a couple of these yourself on a few occasions in the past. And, of course, now we look forward to the action that comes up in about a month's time. It's not close action in terms of race days. We have got the 17th of May, which was, of course, today, the Zwartkops 200. The 21st of June, we come back here for the National Extreme Festival. They make their way back here again for action from all our national classes. And then on the 12th of July, it's the Zwartkops Annapolis 500. That's always a big one. That's also a nice one to be involved in. 9th of August, we've got his Historic and Inland Championship, and the 20th of September, similar event. We've got National Extreme Festival back here on the 25th of October. That's the final. And the 8th of November for the regional final of the Extreme Festival. And then the big one at the end of the year is Top of the Hill on the 22nd of November. So if you want to get more information on all of those race dates, make sure you climb onto the Zwartkops social media pages, and they'll be telling us all about that, as we're going to try and catch up here quickly before we wrap up with our winner.
Really long. Got a bit greasy at times. Quite a bit of oil sometimes. It was tricky. But we try to keep it consistent, you know. Not take too much risk. We had no idea where we were until the last lap. So it's an awesome result. I couldn't wish for better.
Awesome job, well done, man.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, fantastic for there, Wayne Robb. Great drive, buddy. I'm sure the team are going to be super impressed with the last-minute effort there from his side to take the victory. But that also gives us a chance to once again thank all of our marshals and medics that are out there, particularly in this one for staying out so late, and our cameramen and production team downstairs for an incredible day's racing. We certainly appreciate, I should say, all of the support that we've had on our social media channel throughout the day too. Thank you for that, and please pass it on to all your friends and fans and family all around the world so they can find out exactly what Extreme Festival is all about here in South Africa. We'll be looking forward to coming back here on the 21st of June for the National Championship, making its way back into the home of Extreme Festival. And, of course, a massive thanks to Coca-Cola for coming on board once again. Ferro Energia were our sponsors of the 111 GD Sports and Saloons and SuperHacth combined, but ATS Motorsport were the Zwartkops Annapolis 200 sponsors and associated sponsors there with GSI for the lighting provided. So race control, a good day's racing there, Leon.
Yeah, Greg, thanks a lot. Well done to all the competitors. And, kudos to the marshals, always working hard, and everybody that makes a day like this possible. It's been a great...
Voters down there with Claudia. Second place for him and Piet Versaki. Let's catch up with him.
Voter, second place overall. How was your stint there?
Oh, it was absolutely awesome. It's a bit tough in the dark. And obviously the car becomes very loose. You lose brakes, but that's not an excuse. Wayne drove an exceptional race. When he passed me on the second last lap, I so wished he was a lap behind, because the car's been spluttering for the last 2 laps. So we really needed an extra litre or 2 of fuel, but not complaining about spilt milk. Wayne drove an awesome race.
Awesome job, well done, Vote.
Thank you, guys.
Always a good competitor is Vota. He was basically saying that for the last 4 or 5 laps they were running out of fuel, so it was literally running on fumes. So he was trying to nurse the car through, and he was thinking to himself, well, do we still have a lap on Wayne Robb in the latter stages, and possibly with him overtaking us, we've still got a lap on him and we can still take the victory. He wasn't crying over spilt milk, as he said, but certainly a valiant effort there from Wayne Robb to catch and pass. Good effort as well from Louis Scholz. Great drive from him, leading for a long time ahead of those 2 quicker cars, and that's not an easy feat to do. But yeah, from your side, Leon, a quick little wrap-up before we end off the stream.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Greg. I was just saying well done to all competitors and everybody for making this day possible. Have a safe trip home, and thanks a lot. It was nice being here with you, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.
So that was Leon Odendahl, who helped me out there with some of the commentary, having to jump in because of prize giving with the other categories for the day. They weren't going to wait around until the end of this race at, 25 to 7 in the evening. It's another fantastic day's racing here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. We certainly hope you've enjoyed all the action that we've provided here today. And on behalf of Two Wheels TV, Planet Margate, and yours truly, the voice of choice, Greg Maloney, take care then. Bye-bye now.